I am the god of light. I create a divine civilization. Greetings, fellow multiversal adventurers. It's an honor to have you back in this saga that has us all hooked. Official channel statement: this story is 100% epic fiction, so please don't attempt real magic. The results aren't guaranteed and insurance won't cover it. The rights to this masterpiece belong entirely to its brilliant original author. We are just a barge sharing it with you. Do you want to keep being part of this amazing community? Join our ninja army of subscribers on YouTube and give this content a like. And for true fans, our Patreon has exclusive ninjutsu waiting for you. Chapter 351: The Origin of Life in the Universe. Seeing the gods' enthusiasm and anticipation, even with her fear, Angel could only adopt the most devout attitude. She cautiously took the tender shrimp and forced herself to take a bite. The bite exploded in Angel's mouth. The tender shrimp was sweet and juicy, and with the gods' carefully prepared sauce, it instantly assaulted her taste buds. Before she could even chew, the shrimp melted on her tongue, sliding into her stomach like nectar. A cool and comfortable feeling spread from her stomach, seeping into every cell, even penetrating her soul. In an instant, she felt herself entering a state of ethereal bliss, her body and soul trembling, both being elevated. Suddenly, Angel sensed a strange change in her soul, as if it had become stronger and more refined. Although it was only a trace, who was she? Her 100-odd years as a saint in the Aesopian plane had already tempered her soul to an extremely solidified state. Upon ascending to the divine realm, she directly sublimated into deity. This slight sublimation of her soul was enough to be equivalent to 3 to 5 days of devout arduous cultivation. "Your Majesty," Saint Angel exclaimed excitedly, "these prawns are so delicious, and they can even increase soul strength." Wu Wei had naturally noticed this benefit long ago, but simply smiled calmly. "The increase isn't much, it's not a big help for you 8-winged angels." "Not a small help at all," Saint Angel hurriedly shook her head. "If you eat this kind of food that increases soul strength every day, the effect will definitely diminish. But if I eat it every few days, coupled with devout and arduous cultivation, I'm confident that I can temper my soul to level 11 within 70 or 80 years. Your Majesty, this body of water is a blessed land for our divine kingdom. 70 or 80 years. St. John, who wasn't particularly interested in food, also became interested and exclaimed in surprise, "Angel, are you sure you're not mistaken? At your current pace, it would take at least 150 years to reach level 11. John, you should try some too." Wu Wei smiled and caught another prawn, preparing a meal for St. John. "Thank you for your grace, Your Majesty." St. John accepted the food with trepidation, devouring it in a few bites. A few seconds later, his deep eyes lit up, and he exclaimed, This really works. Although its help to me is negligible, long-term consumption can help me reduce my arduous cultivation by 100 years. At St. John's level, advancing to level 12 soul strength is even more difficult. Achieving this goal within 300 years through normal arduous cultivation would be considered quite good. To reduce arduous cultivation by 100 years, what incredible fortune! It's not that there aren't rare treasures for strengthening the soul within Wu Wei's controlled territory. In fact, several carefully cultivated sacred fruits grow within the divine kingdom, their effects far surpassing those of the prawns. However, sacred fruits are extremely rare, and their maturation cycle is very slow. Even if all of them were given to a level 10 god, it wouldn't have a decisive effect. On the contrary, these prawns seem to be abundant in this area. If an industrial cycle could be formed, it would greatly benefit the divine kingdom. "Don't get excited, calm down, Wu Wei said, looking around. "In my opinion, these prawns are just ordinary creatures in this area. Most of the other aquatic products will probably help strengthen the soul. Come on, since we're here, let's enjoy these gifts from the universe." Naturally, Wu Wei didn't need to personally intervene. St. John and Angel, slightly excited, frequently grabbed all sorts of delicacies, all kinds of fish, abalone, shrimp, and crab. Sure enough, the creatures here were not only incredibly delicious, but also quite beneficial for nourishing the soul. Of course, these ingredients, which Wu Wei called spirit fish and spirit shrimp, not only benefited the soul but also nourished the physical body, making it stronger. However, the Divine Kingdom's transformation pool technology was extremely powerful. As long as the soul strength met the standard, the divine body could be strengthened by consuming divine power, making it less crucial. However, Eating too many of these spirit fish and spirit shrimp in a short period would reduce the benefits, only satisfying the appetite. Upon discovering this, St. John and Angel immediately stopped eating, refusing to eat anything. These were all rare and precious treasures. Despite their large quantity, indulging in them would bankrupt even mountains of gold and silver. Besides, the divine kingdom alone had tens of thousands of citizens starving, and the combined population of the several planes was over 1 billion. No matter how much resources they had, it would still be far from enough. Concerned for the future development of their divine kingdom, they resisted the temptation of the delicious food, refusing to eat another bite. Wu Wei also stopped eating after tasting various delicacies, leading the two gods to continue their exploration downwards. In his opinion, while these spirit fish and shrimp were indeed rare and precious treasures, they were too weak to be of much help to the gods. Since this body of water could nurture so many spirit fish and shrimp, it probably truly held some great secret. Otherwise, that level 11 giant monster wouldn't have been so determined to occupy this place. The further they went, the more various strange and unusual aquatic creatures appeared, and they seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. Hundreds of kilometers later, near the mantle, Wu Wei and his companions discovered a colossal sea serpent. This serpent was hundreds of meters long, its scales golden, its massive triangular head topped with a pair of fan-shaped fins, and its 2 pairs of sharp claws retracted into its abdomen as it swam. A level 9 aquatic sea monster. This was the most powerful sea monster Wu Wei and his companions had encountered on their journey. It was undoubtedly the undisputed ruler of this area. Unfortunately for it, it faced 3 god-level powerhouses, Wu Wei and his companions. It seemed remarkably intelligent. Upon seeing Wu Wei and his group from afar and sensing their powerful and dangerous aura, it immediately flicked its tail and swiftly disappeared into the crevices of the mantle rocks. These mantle rocks bubbled and steamed, raising the temperature of the surrounding water to over 100 degrees Celsius. Clearly, deep within this seemingly lifeless dwarf planet, there must be an active and robust core. The heat emanating from the core's magma nurtured this wondrous body of water. Here, the mantle, subjected to immense pressure and long-term erosion by the water, is riddled with deep, bottomless fissures and caves, most of which emit heat-filled bubbles. Inside and outside these fissures and caves, reddish algae and dense, coral-like organisms thrive. Coral tentacles drift from the corals, slowly swaying with the current, filtering and preying on planktonic microorganisms. Numerous small fish, shrimp, snails, and shellfish live happily and reproduce joyfully under the cover of the complex terrain of corals and algae, either preying on their prey or being preyed upon. This is a complete food chain, a world still in its primordial chaos. Perhaps in hundreds of millions of years, intelligent life will emerge, and a civilized race may gradually evolve. It is precisely this undeveloped world that is full of rare and valuable natural treasures. Wu Wei's spirits lifted, and he became even more interested. He instructed St. John and St. Angel to split up and explore this world roughly first. After splitting up, Wu Wei's mental energy fanned outwards, quickly locating a deep water vortex hundreds of kilometers away. The vortex resembled a black hole in the dark night sky, rotating around its center and forming a vortex several miles in radius. Law, space solidification. Wu Wei casually cast a law-based divine technique. At his level, he could directly manipulate and modify parts of the universe's laws through laws. As his resounding words fell, a pure divine power spread outwards, subtly altering the surrounding cosmic laws. In an instant, the rotating vortex seemed to be restrained by an invisible force, its speed slowing and gradually stopping, as if sealed inside a large, invisible block of ice, the effect of space solidification. Without the vortex obstructing the view, the substance at the center was revealed to Wu Wei like a peeled egg. It was a bright blue crystal, only the size of a fist, yet radiating an extremely powerful water-based energy. The heart of the ocean, not bad luck. Wu Wei praised with satisfaction. Although he had already deduced that there would definitely be good things on such an energy-rich primitive planet, he hadn't expected to find an ocean heart so easily during a casual search. Back when Wu Wei was still very weak, he had gone through a lot of trouble to find an ocean heart. He casually pocketed the ocean heart. It was a good natural treasure, worth about 20,000 star coins on the interdimensional market. Star coins were a kind of energy currency that could be converted into divine power at any time. Of course, Wu Wei's future upgrade of his divine kingdom would require a lot of resources, and this ocean heart was far from enough for his own use, so he wouldn't sell it casually. After the exploration yielded results, Wu Wei's interest was even more fervent, and he continued to explore along the mantle. Unexpectedly, before he had even gone 100 kilometers, Wu Wei received a message from Saint Angel, filled with surprise and joy. "God, Your Majesty, I have found something good, but I don't recognize it." "Oh, you don't recognize it, yet you know it's a good thing? And you're so excited? I'll trust your judgment for now," Wu Wei thought, and quickly went to meet up with Angel. By the time he arrived, St. John, at level 11, was already there, even faster. Truly worthy of being a god-level being, his speed was incredible. He and Angel respectfully bowed to Wu Wei. Wu Wei ignored them for the moment, instead focusing intently on what Angel had found. It was a gigantic tree growing on the mantle, radiating a shimmering, precious light, clearly no ordinary tree. Its roots were deeply embedded in the mantle, and its branches swayed in the water like the tentacles of a monster. Most peculiarly, at the tips of its long branches grew a lantern fruit that flickered between light and shadow. With a collective dance of thousands upon thousands of branches, it looked from afar like stars twinkling in the night sky. Suddenly, a 7 or 8 meter long fish, resembling a shark but not quite, swam casually into the water. Seemingly attracted by the lantern fruit on the branches, it flicked its powerful tail fin, creating ripples as it rushed towards the fruit. Unexpectedly, the lantern fruit was merely bait. Dozens of branches, as if alive, ensnared a large fish. Realizing something was wrong, the fish struggled desperately. With its energy level comparable to a 7th level angel, it quickly broke off more than a dozen branches. Unfortunately, the more it broke free, the more branches entangled it. In just a few dozen seconds, it was wrapped up like a dumpling by hundreds of branches. After a few twitches, its struggles became powerless, and it was pulled back to the roots of the large fish. Soon, the roots took over the branch's work, digesting it into slime and converting it into nutrients. The branches, now unfurled again, began to sway nonchalantly with the current, continuing their next hunt. The entire process lasted just over an hour. The powerful fish vanished without a trace, leaving not even a trace behind. The universe, no matter where you go, is always full of countless unknown dangers. Beneath seemingly beautiful things often lurks deadly crises. However, this tree is only effective against low-level creatures. Even a level 9 being cannot be so easily hunted and eliminated. And Wu Wei and the other two are at least at the god level. "Your Majesty," Saint Angel blushed and apologized to Wu Wei. "I thought it was a rare and precious treasure because it was radiating such a powerful aura. I never expected it to be a monster." "It can't really be called a monster," Wu Wei said with a smile. "It's quite an interesting plant. Those mad scientists in the Divine Weapon Hall will love it. However, this underwater microplane is so small, yet it has managed to nurture so many strange creatures. It must have something special about it. Especially the place that can nurture such a peculiar plant, there might be something strange about it." Wu Wei released his terrifying spiritual power completely, extending downwards along the huge roots of the strange tree. Whoosh! As if sensing a great crisis and fear, the strange tree retracted all its branches, curling itself into a ball. It even sprayed out some strange, foul-smelling liquid, entering a defensive mechanism. Unfortunately, these methods were ineffective against Wu Wei and the other gods. His powerful spiritual energy had already traveled down its roots more than 10 kilometers below the mantle. "Found it." Wu Wei was invigorated. He sensed the surging magma deep within the mantle. The strange tree's extremely developed roots abruptly stopped there, as if after a long evolution. Its roots, instead of being burned in the magma, were exceptionally thick and fire-resistant, pulsating slightly as if absorbing nutrients from the magma. What nutrients were in the magma? Was it absorbing some special minerals and heat? Soon, Wu Wei's spiritual energy locked onto something, a piece of ore churning and rolling with the earth's pulse in the middle of that magma. It was definitely not an ordinary ore, otherwise, it would have already melted into the lava within this magma. "John, bring it up and let's take a look," Wu Wei ordered. Yes, St. John plunged headfirst into the mantle without hesitation. Like a drilling machine, he burrowed into the depths of the mantle at incredible speed, even venturing into the magma alone to precisely grasp the ore. When he emerged, the entire process took less than 5 minutes, and he even took a bath in the magma unharmed. "Your Majesty," St. John presented the ore. Wu Wei took the ore and at first glance, it seemed rather ordinary, just a few times heavier than ordinary ore. But as he carefully weighed it in his hand, Suddenly, a mysterious energy surged from his palm into his body, permeating his soul. In that instant, Wu Wei felt a tremor from the depths of his soul, as refreshing as eating an ice cream on a hot day. He could even clearly feel his soul grow stronger. Note, stronger, not just a little. Compared to the slight growth of his soul after eating the spirit fish and shrimp, this growth was more than 10,000 times stronger. At Wu Wei's level, every increase in soul's strength requires long-term, daily refinement. After all, the soul is the most mysterious treasure in the universe. Its birth and mysteries even involve the origin of the universe. Therefore, in this vast universe, treasures that can instantly increase soul strength by such a large margin are extremely rare, unless one is incredibly lucky enough to absorb the origin of the universe. Wait? The origin of the universe? Wu Wei's eyes lit up, staring at the ore with disbelief. Could it be that he was so lucky as to have found the ore of the origin of the universe? In the fragmented memories left by the old god of light, there wasn't much knowledge about the origin of the universe. But without a doubt, it was an extremely precious and rare treasure with heaven-defying effects. It is said that the origin of life comes from the soul, and the origin of the soul comes from the origin of the universe. Therefore, the origin of the universe is the necessary foundation for the birth of life. At the same time, the more life is born, the greater the consumption of the origin of the universe. It is also said that when the universe was first born, there were countless sources of the universe. From those sources of the universe, many extremely powerful innate gods were born. However, by now, most of the innate gods have long since perished, and the cosmic origin has entered a state of depletion. The cosmic origin can fundamentally strengthen and enhance the soul, improving its essence. While the kingdom of light is strong in all aspects, soul enhancement is extremely difficult. Even consuming massive amounts of divine power to change the essence of the soul is incredibly challenging. The reason Wu Wei has so few level 10 generals and only one level 11 general is precisely due to the limitations of their soul essence. If he could possess a sufficient amount of cosmic origin, his overall strength would explode. Of course, while the kingdom of light needs cosmic origin, other civilizations are equally thirsty for it. Even those purely mechanical civilizations covet it. After all, cosmic origin can even give birth to souls in mechanical life. Such a precious resource is naturally sought after throughout the universe. Often, even a small amount of cosmic origin can trigger wars between civilizations. Wu Wei suppressed his excitement and then used his divine power to extract cosmic origin from the ore. Snap! As the wisp of cosmic essence landed in Wu Wei's hand, the seemingly indestructible ore shattered into powder. Just a wisp, that's right. Only a wisp of cosmic essence had been extracted from that ore. That wisp of cosmic essence was an incomparably deep golden color, lying in Wu Wei's palm, slightly writhing, like a faint beam of light, or a living aggregate of energy. But Wu Wei could sense the terrifying power contained within that wisp of cosmic essence, incomparably pure, profound and mysterious to the extreme. It seemed to be the ultimate secret of the universe. Wu Wei felt that even a single trace of this primordial power would be enough to elevate the soul of a level 9 6-winged dark angel to the level 10 8-winged holy angel. Wu Wei's transformation pool is now powerful enough to upgrade to 10-winged archangel, but those reaching 8 wings are still few and far between, and there's only one 10-winged archangel. The appearance of the primal power of the universe perfectly solves this problem. John, Angel, continue to plunder this underwater world. Our targets are rare and precious materials necessary for the upgrade of the divine kingdom, as well as the most valuable primal power. A hint of excitement flickered in Wu Wei's eyes. No wonder he suddenly felt a surge of interest when passing by this dwarf planet, as if he sensed something on this unassuming planet that could attract him. It turns out that this undeveloped world actually contains the primal power of the universe. Yes, Your Majesty. Saint John and Angel were equally excited. If they could find a large amount of primal power, the overall strength of the divine kingdom would undergo a dramatic change. The three gods worked together, and several days passed. They plundered a large amount of various rare and precious materials, and even found 2 of the most precious divine stone mines. Gradually, he scavenged 3 more strands of cosmic primordial power from various locations. However, the greatest harvest of primordial power happened to be found deep within the 2 divine stone mines, where he discovered 18 strands of primordial power. Thus, Wu Wei now possessed a total of 23 strands of primordial power. Such a massive gain would be a complete waste to leave untouched. Immediately, Wu Wei made his decision. Chapter 352 Liliana. Back to level up. In the silent, deep void, flickering lights shone. A swarm of beetles, half a person's height, lay densely packed on a drifting meteorite fragment, diligently munching on the hard rock. The flickering lights in the void were the blue glow emanating from the energy storage organs in their abdomens. Crack crack, their massive mandibles opened and closed repeatedly, easily grinding and breaking down the steel-hard meteorite, converting the ore into pure energy stored in their blue energy storage organs. These beetles were the lowest-ranking insect soldiers of the Zerg. Their carapaces had degenerated, even their abdomens were not fully covered, and apart from absorbing and storing energy, they had almost no combat power. But it was precisely through the energy absorbed by these insect soldiers that the mother hive could produce a continuous stream of Zerg legions. Suddenly, some of the beetles, their abdominal energy storage organs full, spread their wings and took flight, slowly heading towards the mother hive. Patrolling insect soldiers flew past them, their dark armor and mouth parts reflecting a ghostly light, looking ferocious and terrifying. Behind them, in the void, a spherical fortress constructed from insect secretions and covered in a fungal carpet floated silently. This was the insectoid hive, serving both as a garrison and a battleground. It was enormous, capable of holding at least tens of thousands of insect soldiers, and its outer shell was incredibly sturdy. Ordinary attacks couldn't penetrate its defenses. High-ranking insect soldiers guarded the entrances and exits, with insect soldiers constantly flying in and out. This area of the void was completely occupied by the insects. As far as the eye could see, there were nothing but insects. Different levels and species of insects formed a complete ecological chain according to their respective roles, everything bustling yet orderly. Suddenly, a magnificent holy light abruptly shone in the void. It was a beam of light, appearing with the force of a thunderbolt and terrifying speed, instantly piercing through layers of void and hurtling straight towards the Zerg base. Boom! A terrifying roar instantly echoed through the void. Although the Zerg hive reacted in time and erected an energy shield, it was still violently shaken by the impact. The energy shield outside the base lost most of its energy, its light flickering and constantly deforming under the scattered energy impact, appearing to be on the verge of collapse. Even the nearby Zerg were affected. Those close by were instantly crushed into dust by the terrifying energy shockwave, while those farther away were swept up in the chaotic aftershocks, instantly thrown into disarray. Roar! An angry roar came from the Zerg hive, followed by a gigantic beetle bursting out. Its body was over 10 meters long, covered in crystal-clear ice armor, with 6 pairs of enormous energy wings on its back. As soon as it appeared, it exuded a terrifying aura of frost. In a short moment, the entire insect hive was covered in frost, the surrounding void seemed to freeze, and even the broken meteorite several miles away was covered with a thin layer of frost. It was the insectoid general stationed in this insect hive, a level 9 frost insect king. Its vocal organs and its carapace vibrated continuously, and wave after wave of invisible sound waves spread out. The panicked insect soldiers received the signal and immediately fell silent. Suddenly, the Frost Insect King seemed to sense something and abruptly raised its head. In the void, a colossal object was slowly approaching. It was a warship with a main body of gold and white, its surface smooth, and it was 2,000 or 3,000 meters long. From a distance, it looked like a moving city. At this moment, this colossal object had activated its energy shield. The huge energy shield was shaped like a goose egg and was emitting an incomparably dazzling holy light, making it look as bright as a star. This ship was none other than the Judgment, a warship of the Kingdom of Light, and the personal vessel of Yanfa-e Liliana. Liliana's ancient power was awakening, making her increasingly warlike. Wu Wei had no choice but to send her to exterminate the Zerg, to hone her skills and, incidentally, to accumulate more resources for the kingdom. Originally, Wu Wei had predicted that it would take several hundred years for Liliana and this Zerg force to achieve a decisive victory. However, Liliana's keen understanding of warfare led her to rout the Zerg in a short period. Beside the Judgment, 5 much smaller Punishers stood guard, their energy shields fully activated and main cannons ready to fire. Zerg that could become Zerg kings were not only powerful but also possessed considerable intelligence. Seeing this, the Frost Zerg king immediately understood what had happened. This warship had repeatedly provoked the Zerg, seizing several resource-rich areas occupied by them, and was already on the Zerg's kill list. Unexpectedly, they dared to target the resource base it was stationed at. Roar! The Frost Insect King roared in fury, its aura surging, its organs within its carapace vibrating violently, and waves of unique energy emanating in all directions. Instantly, the entire star system of insectoids swarmed towards the base, quickly forming a massive insect swarm. These insectoids, of various species and colors, rapidly formed ranks under the command of their generals. With a single command from the Frost Insect King, the swarm surged wildly towards the warship. For a moment, light flowed through the void, the densely packed insects resembling a raging flood, seemingly capable of engulfing and devouring everything in the world. In the blink of an eye, the terrifying swarm completely submerged the enormous warship. Seeing this, the Frost Insect King roared excitedly, confident that the warship would be unable to withstand the overwhelming insect swarm and would be destroyed in an instant. However, just as it was gloating, a lazy hum suddenly echoed through the heavens and earth. The next moment, space trembled with a hum, and a terrifying energy wave erupted from where the warship had been submerged. The surging swarm of insects exploded, and those nearby were instantly scorched to ashes by the extreme heat. Even those further away let out mournful howls under the terrifying heat. In the blink of an eye, the enormous warship had already shaken off the surging swarm. Streams of holy light burst forth from the warship, and from afar, the warship sailing through the swarm of insects seemed to have transformed into a small sun, dazzling and radiant with holy light. From within the light, 5 Punishers emerged from the flanks of the Judgmenters and charged directly into the swarm of insects. Squads of angels roared out from the Punishers, their pure white wings shining with holy light, and launched an attack on the surrounding swarm of insects. At the same time, the already dazzling holy light on the Judgment shone brightly once more, and halos like the dawn swept outwards. In an instant, halos illuminated the angels. 1, 2, 3 halos wrapped around the angels' heads, the combined effects of blessing, healing, and purification halos significantly boosting the angels' overall condition. The Zerg, skilled in using poison mist and negative status effects in combat, were rendered useless. Simultaneously, the war aura swept out. Under the aura's influence, the angel army's morale soared, while the Zerg army's morale was suppressed, their offensive visibly weakened. Coupled with the angel army's superior equipment, the Zerg around the Judgment were wiped out in a short time. Seeing this, the Frost Insect King's initial smugness vanished, replaced by fury. It flapped its wings, its already rapid special energy fluctuations becoming even more intense and sharp. Spurred on by its instigation, the Zerg's offensive intensified. The battle quickly reached a fever pitch. Limbs flew wildly across the battlefield, blood splattered, and screams filled the air, occasionally punctuated by the muffled groans of pain and the high-pitched commands of angels. Scattering energy shockwaves swept in all directions, even causing the surrounding space to tremble slightly. However, while the Zerg's armor was strong, it was still inferior to the heavily armed angelic army, and the balance of power began to shift imperceptibly. 3 days later, the Zerg began to tire. Not only had the number of Zerg swarms decreased significantly, but the battle line had also been pushed back to the vicinity of the Zerg hive. 4 more days passed, and the Judge's main cannon finally recharged, unleashing a powerful shot towards the Zerg hive. A blinding holy light once again pierced the void, and the terrifying energy fluctuations made even the void tremble. This time, even though the Frost King reacted in time, attempting to shield the hive from the main cannon's attack with its body, it was too late to turn the tide. In the dazzling holy light, the energy shield of the insect hive finally shattered, and even the Frost King was severely injured by the holy light cannon attack. Liliana acted decisively, grabbing the Thunderfire Whip, now a divine artifact, and charged towards the Frost King. Under the cover of the Judicator and 5 Punishers, Liliana swiftly and decisively killed the king, leading her angelic army to destroy the hive. With the hive and the king destroyed, the remaining insectoids were like a tree without roots or water without a source, quickly wiped out by Liliana's angelic legion. After the battle, countless insect corpses floated in the void, the entire void seemingly transformed into a sea of carcasses. The Judicator hovered amidst the dense mass of corpses, its body shrouded in holy light, like a pillar stabilizing the sea. Around the Judicator, 5 Punishers moved through the corpses, continuously clearing them and cleaning up the battlefield. Meanwhile, inside the Judgment, Liliana sat in the command chair, intently watching the images transmitted from the Eye of Holy Light from various angles. Behind her stood a statue of light taller than 2 people, radiating holy light, solemn and majestic. She still wore her signature red dress, the slit in the skirt high, revealing a section of her straight, long legs, the crimson hem spreading freely on the polished floor. Bathed in the hazy holy light, she seemed enveloped in a thin veil, her 4 pairs of pure white wings hanging casually behind her, languid and unrestrained, beautiful and flamboyant. However, more intimidating than her beauty was her aura. The lightning patterns on her wings faintly emitted the light of thunder, sending chills down one's spine even with a single glance. The little angel standing at the entrance to the command room didn't dare to look at her. The other angels inside the command room, having followed Liliana for a long time, had become accustomed to this intimidating aura, each busy at their respective posts, orderly and efficient. The atmosphere in the command room was relaxed and cheerful after the victory. A screen of light, displaying a dazzling array of data, flowed rapidly across the adjutant's desk. However, the Archangel seemed perfectly at ease, as if this data flow was nothing to him, even displaying a touch of leisure. He was an Archangel who had ascended from the Aesopian plane, and before his ascension, he had been a staff officer specializing in data processing. Now, returning to his old profession, he was naturally adept. After a moment, he suddenly spoke. The divine power stored within the statue is being consumed at a rate 2 percentage points higher than expected. Considering the increasing intensity of the battle as we move towards the core area occupied by the Zerg, the stored divine power can only last for a maximum of half a month. The number of Zerg was already terrifying, and new Zerg were constantly being hatched and added to the battlefield from the Zerg hives behind them. With the Zerg King's command and supervision, the battle was like an endless tide, seemingly inexhaustible. This is why the judgment can open the gates of heaven internally, allowing reinforcements to arrive at any time. The angelic army, empowered by its aura, also possesses exceptional endurance, enabling it to fight the Zerg. Other civilizations simply couldn't withstand their onslaught. Even so, the judgment's resources are extremely depleted. After destroying so many Zerg hives, its divine power reserves are nearly exhausted. The Archangel continued, "Your Highness, I suggest requesting divine power replenishment from the Divine Kingdom in 5 days to avoid any emergency situations." Agreed, Liliana nodded. "Your Highness, while the Zerg's swarm tactics are powerful, our angelic army has an even greater advantage. At this rate, we'll soon drive the Zerg out of this star system," another Archangel said with a smile. Liliana remained silent. What she wanted wasn't simply to drive the Zerg out. After a while, once her subordinate's excitement had subsided, she slowly spoke, "Haven't you found the mother hive yet?" These words immediately silenced the command room. The angels exchanged glances, and finally the Archangel who had spoken earlier braced himself and said, "Your Highness, not yet." Liliana nodded slightly. "If not, then continue searching." She neither reprimanded nor said anything else, even her tone was calm, but the angels in the command room felt an invisible pressure, their scalps involuntarily tightening. "Yes, Your Highness," they all responded in unison, then fell silent and began their own tasks. The command room returned to its busy state, but the atmosphere was no longer as relaxed and pleasant as before. Liliana stared intently at the star map on the main control screen, remaining silent for a long time. Since receiving the mission to exterminate the Zerg, she had destroyed no fewer than 10 Zerg hives and reclaimed much of the starry sky occupied by the Zerg. With her, a level 10 god, overseeing the process, it had been remarkably smooth. However, none of these Zerg hives were mother hives. The Zerg were a very special race. Most Zerg had extremely low intelligence, with only the mother Zerg and a few Zerg kings possessing higher intelligence. It could be said that the queen was the true core of the Zerg, and the remaining Zerg were merely its minions. As long as the queen remained, this Zerg race wouldn't be truly extinct. Her Majesty's task for her was to annihilate the Zerg, not simply expel them. In other words, only by completely destroying the queen could the Zerg be eradicated. However, the queen's nest, locked within, remained elusive, like a mirage. Several times, she thought she had found it, leading her army to attack, only to find nothing. The so-called nest was nothing more than a carefully constructed illusion. After several such encounters, the nest had become a thorn in her side. How could she find the nest and completely wipe out this Zerg race? Liliana fell into deep thought. Suddenly, the statue behind her shone brightly, and a majestic voice, accompanied by immense pressure, emanated from it. "Liliana, return to the Divine Kingdom immediately and wait for me at the first transformation pool." Hearing this voice, the angels in the command room immediately stiffened and stood up respectfully. Liliana quickly stood up, turned, and led the angels to respectfully bow to the statue. "We obey your majesty's divine decree." As her words fell, the light on the statue gradually dimmed, and the angels in the command room breathed a sigh of relief. Although receiving divine decrees was commonplace, the oppressive aura still made them unconsciously tense, as if facing the god of light himself. Liliana didn't know why Wu Wei wanted her to return at this time, but since the decree had been given, she would naturally carry it out without question. She picked up the golden whip offered at the foot of the statue, turned to the angels, and said, "I'll return to the divine kingdom first. I'm leaving this place to you. Make sure you hold the position." "Yes, Your Highness," the angels respectfully accepted the order. Only then did Liliana leave the command room with peace of mind, heading to the altar within the judgment, the only one capable of opening the gates of heaven in the opposite direction. Reaching the altar, she knelt on one knee, placing one hand on it, and solemnly proclaimed, "Merciful and great Lord of Light, please allow your devout servant, Liliana, to open the gates of heaven and return to the divine kingdom." As her words fell, a boundless power, imbued with thunderous radiance, surged into the altar, and the golden gates of heaven opened. The divine kingdom of light. The peak where the gates of heaven stood originally contained only one gate leading to the plane of light, but now there were 6. Besides the original one, the remaining 5 consisted of one leading to the plane of Aesop, one to the new plane where the potato people now resided, one to the plane of dawn, and the remaining 2 to the judgment. Beside the towering gateposts, angels stood in formation, conducting their routine patrols, vigilantly preventing any suspicious individuals from infiltrating the divine kingdom through the gates of heaven. Suddenly, a heavenly gate, carved with the image of the judge, suddenly shone brightly, and Liliana flew out from within. "Your Highness Yanthei." "Greetings, Your Highness Yanthei." "Greetings, Your Highness Yanthei." The angels guarding the heavenly gate bowed respectfully upon seeing her. No need for formalities. Liliana waved her hand, casually replying before flapping her wings and flying towards the pool of rebirth. Soon, she arrived at the pool of rebirth. The pool of rebirth was no longer what it once was. Besides the main hall, several side halls had been added, each containing a pool of rebirth. The pools varied in quality, with the vast majority used by 7th level war angels and 8th level 4-winged archangels. Only the pool of rebirth in one of the side halls next to the main hall was of a higher grade, capable of shaping the luminous bodies of 9th level archangels. And within the main hall was the only pool of rebirth capable of shaping luminous bodies of 10th level or higher, the earliest pool of rebirth in the divine kingdom, the number 1 pool of rebirth Wu Wei had mentioned. Liliana landed at the entrance of the main hall and strolled inside. As soon as she entered, she saw several familiar figures, the 8-winged Archangel Luke, the 6-winged Archangel James, Saint Edward, and Saint Augustus. Saint Luke was one of the earliest angels in the divine kingdom, possessing not only immense power but also the deep trust of His Majesty. Saint Augustus was the second angel to follow His Majesty. Although his primary profession was magician, he was also a veteran of the divine kingdom, enjoying enduring trust for many years. If not for the limitation of his flawed soul preventing him from advancing to level 10, he would undoubtedly hold a place among the current 8-winged holy angels. Saint James and Saint Edward were 2 cardinals who perished alongside the old Pope Saint John. After their escape, they assisted the former Saintess Catherine for over 20 years, their faith unwavering, forming the backbone of the divine kingdom. Having lived in the divine kingdom for many years, Liliana was quite familiar with them. At the same time Liliana saw the 4 angels, Saint Luke and the other 3 angels also saw her. Saint Luke immediately stepped forward, respectfully bowing to her, "Your Highness, Consort Yan." Although his strength was comparable to Liliana's, as a divine consort, Liliana was practically his mistress, holding a more revered position in the divine kingdom. Saint Augustus, Saint James, and Saint Edward followed closely behind, also coming forward to pay their respects. Liliana returned the greeting, somewhat puzzled. "Were you also summoned back by His Majesty?" "Yes, Your Highness Yanfei," Saint Luke replied respectfully. Liliana was even more confused. Why had His Majesty specifically summoned them and herself back, and even designated them to wait for him at the pool of transformation? What was His Majesty planning? Just as Liliana was filled with doubt, a familiar voice came from behind. "It seems everyone has arrived." Hearing this voice, the 5 angels in the hall changed their expressions slightly, their faces immediately filled with respect and fervor. "Your Majesty," Liliana turned and knelt on one knee before the newcomer, bowing with utmost respect. Saint Luke and the other 3 angels also knelt down abruptly, their eyes filled with fervor. The one who had arrived was none other than their Majesty, the God of Light, Wu Wei. "Rise, all of you," Wu Wei waved his hand, dismissing their formalities, and then got straight to the point. "I called you here for only one thing, upgrade." Upon hearing this, Liliana and the other 4 angels were stunned. "Your Majesty, our soul strength?" Liliana hesitated. Should it be able to withstand another advancement? The memory of Catherine's failed upgrade and near collapse of her soul was still vivid in their minds. No matter how strong the temptation of upgrading was, they dared not take the risk. Wu Wei naturally knew what they were hesitating and confused about, and said with a smile, "That was indeed the case before, but now that problem has been solved." Before they could ask, he flipped his wrist, and 23 strands of cosmic origin immediately appeared in his palm. "Look!" The aura of the cosmic origin was pure and ancient, carrying a primal energy as if from the distant past, yet also seemingly containing endless vitality, mysterious and unpredictable, infinitely profound. Upon seeing it, Liliana and the other 5 angels were involuntarily drawn to it. Wu Wei explained, "This is the origin of life in the universe, the origin of all life in the universe. With it, the shackles of the soul can no longer restrict you." Hearing this, Liliana couldn't contain her excitement. "Great! If we can advance, that wretched insect hive will be finished." Saint Luke and the other 4 angels didn't speak, but their eyes also shone with excitement. Because of the limitations of their souls, they hadn't even considered advancing before, but that didn't mean they didn't yearn for it. In this cosmic void, strength represents everything. Only by possessing greater strength can they expand the territory of the divine kingdom, and only then can they defend the divine kingdom and His Majesty's glory when crisis strikes. Wu Wei saw their expressions and felt exceptionally pleased. He smiled. "I won't say anything more. Now it's your upgrade time. I've already upgraded the second transformation pool in the side hall. It can support a level 10 8-winged holy angel to create a body of light element. You can coordinate the order and begin." With that, he flicked his finger, and 23 strands of cosmic essence transformed into streams of light and fell into the transformation pool. 20 strands fell into the first transformation pool, and 3 strands fell into the adjacent second transformation pool. According to his calculations, 10 strands of cosmic essence were enough to transform the soul of a level 10 angel, making their souls sufficient to support a level 11 angel body, while transforming the soul of a level 9 angel only required 1 strand. After doing this, Wu Wei turned and left the transformation pool. "Respectfully seeing off, Your Majesty." Liliana and the 4 angels, including Saint Luke, knelt on one knee, respectfully watching Wu Wei leave. Only after Wu Wei's figure completely disappeared outside the hall did they stand up with excited hearts and begin preparations for the upgrade. As for who upgrades first and who upgrades later, that will naturally be decided by force. In the midst of the busy work, time flew by. Soon, the 3 archangels, Saint Augustus, Saint James, and Saint Edward, all reached level 10, becoming new 8-winged holy angels. Upon receiving the news, the Divine Weapon Hall immediately began designing their own personal vehicles, the judges. According to the rules set by Wu Wei, each level 10 8-winged holy angel must possess a judge-class spaceship as their vehicle. However, the Divine Weapon Hall's production capacity was limited. So far, only 2 judges had been built. One was under St. John's name, but Wu Wei actually used it most of the time, and the other was Liliana's vehicle. Saintess Catherine's vehicle was still under construction, while the vehicles for Spirit Consort Everest and St. Luke were only design drafts and hadn't even started construction yet. Seeing the increasing number of 8-winged holy angels, while the production speed of the judges lagged far behind, Jerome, the head of the Divine Weapon Hall, was frantic. He twice went to see St. Catherine, requesting additional manpower. Finally, Wu Wei, seeing that the Divine Weapon Hall's production speed was indeed lagging, directly allocated 2,000 citizens and opened 2 production lines. Only then did Jerome return satisfied. Sometime later, the vehicles of Saintess Catherine and Spirit Consort Everest gradually took shape, and Liliana and St. Luke finally emerged from the transformation pool. Inside the pool, the hazy mist gradually dissipated, and St. Luke's chestnut hair, deep eyes, and tall, handsome figure became increasingly clear. Under the hazy halo, huge, pure white wings unfurled behind him, radiating powerful might. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, a careful count revealed exactly 10 wings. Under the powerful influence of the cosmic life essence, Saint Luke finally broke through the shackles of his soul, successfully advancing to level 11 and becoming a 10-winged archangel. At the palace entrance, another figure with 10 wings sat with his back to him, leaning against the wall, eyes closed in meditation. It was Liliana, who had advanced earlier. Sensing the changes in the transformation pool, Liliana slowly opened her eyes and stood up. "Congratulations," she said, giving St. Luke a slight nod. St. Luke stepped out of the transformation pool and bowed to her, saying, "Thank you, Princess Yanfei, for protecting me. We are both His Majesty's subjects, mutual assistance is only natural," Liliana replied simply. Although the divine realm was theoretically safe, according to custom, an angel needed to protect the transformation pool during an angel's advancement, so the two agreed to protect each other. At this moment, Wu Wei also sensed the changes in the transformation pool and arrived. Liliana and St. Luke greeted Wu Wei immediately. Good, good, good. Seeing the two of them, Wu Wei was delighted, his smile exceptionally bright. "You two have both advanced to level 11, making the God Kingdom even stronger. Most level 2 civilizations only have 1 or 2 level 11 gods, but now he has 3. In the realm of level 2 civilizations, they can practically do whatever they want, and even against level 3 civilizations like the Killing people, they wouldn't be afraid." Furthermore, with Saint Augustus and the other two also successfully advancing to level 10, the God Kingdom's strength has almost doubled. And all of this is because of those 23 strands of cosmic origin. Thinking of the powerful effects of the cosmic origin, Wu Wei felt a surge of excitement. Unfortunately, he couldn't mass-produce cosmic origin. Obtaining these 23 strands was purely by luck. The process couldn't be replicated, otherwise, the constraint of soul strength would no longer be a problem. Thinking of this, Wu Wei couldn't help but sigh. Oh well, one shouldn't be too greedy as a god. These 23 strands have already solved a major problem. As for the future, we'll figure out a way to find another. Your Majesty, I request to return to the battlefield immediately and annihilate the Zerg Queen. Liliana was unaware of Wu Wei's inner turmoil. She was still immersed in the excitement of her level up and couldn't wait to return to the battlefield. After upgrading to level 11 Archangel, she had mastered new divine magic, and with the aid of the Eye of Holy Light, the problem of the mother nest that had previously troubled her was no longer an issue. She was confident she could find the mother nest in a short time. Seeing this, Wu Wei chuckled, his slight disappointment vanishing. He waved his hand. Go, I await your good news." "Yes, Your Majesty." Liliana was overjoyed, bowed to Wu Wei again, and flew towards the gates of heaven. Soon, Liliana returned to the judge and began a new round of Zerg conquest. As she expected, half a day later, she successfully found the Zerg Queen, who had cunningly disguised the mother nest as an ordinary Zerg nest, and led her angelic army to the entrance of the mother nest. This time, the Zerg Queen had nowhere to run and was forced into decisive battle with the judges. The starry sky previously occupied by the Zerg was immediately engulfed in the smoke of war. However, the Zerg were simply too numerous. To protect the hive, the Zerg Queen mobilized all her Zerg generals and soldiers to the vicinity, and the hive's production rate of Zerg soldiers and generals was increased to its maximum. Both the number and strength of the Zerg were several times greater than those of the Zerg hives they had previously annihilated. Although the angelic army was extremely powerful, it was still difficult to break through the defenses formed by the swarm of Zerg in a short time. 5 days later, Liliana finally lost patience with the endless Zerg and, alone, charged towards the hive with her spiked club-like golden whip. The archangels who followed her tried their best but could not stop her, and could only resignedly provide cover for her and block the Zerg hive. Half a day later, the Zerg hive finally couldn't withstand the attack of Liliana, who had reached level 11. The entire hive was smashed to pieces, and the Zerg Queen was cleaved in two by Liliana's whip, her juices splattering everywhere, a gruesome sight. With the Queen dead, this Zerg force lost its leader and no longer posed a threat. It was quickly wiped out by the angelic army. Thus, the wormhole that had been occupied by the Zerg became the territory of the Kingdom of Light. Although this battle was costly, the gains were considerable. Thanks to the Zerg's keen sense of energy, few races in the universe could match their ability to discover energy veins. After the battle, Liliana inventoried the spoils and discovered 3 energy mines that had already been partially mined by the Zerg, 5 veins of rare materials, and also a considerable amount of Zerg secretions rich in energy from deep within the hive, which she converted into a significant amount of divine power. Upon learning the news, Wu Wei immediately ordered the Divine Weapon Hall to establish outposts at several mines, sending a group of potato men to mine. He also dispatched an angelic brigade to patrol the mining areas day and night to prevent any potential threats. Liliana, meanwhile, became the person in charge of the star system, stationed outside the wormhole to guard against any possible enemies. Chapter 353 The Power of the Blue Spirit Family. Having dealt with the matter of inadvertently obtaining the origin of cosmic life, Wu Wei continued his journey with great enthusiasm. Several days later, the Judgment-class spaceship finally arrived at a pitch-black outer space. Outer space is the largest world in the universe, silent, cold, and vast, seemingly a forbidden zone for life. However, this desolate outer space was a stark contrast to the usual bleakness. 9 slowly rotating floating fortresses surrounded an enormous space station. Each of these fortresses possessed a Star Destroyer-level psionic main cannon, 4 psionic secondary cannons, and countless psionic weapons. A single, powerful strike from the psionic main cannon would severely injure even a level 10 god-level being, if not kill them. This single floating fortress alone could withstand a legion led by a level 10 powerhouse. Furthermore, a legion was permanently stationed within the space station. In the event of an enemy invasion, they could quickly launch an attack, coordinating with the floating fortresses to defend against the enemy or pursue them relentlessly. The Judgment-class spaceship slowed down and docked hundreds of thousands of kilometers away from the floating fortress, clearly indicating its purpose. Meanwhile, inside the Judgment-class spaceship's bridge, Wu Wei sat in the center, guarded by 2 archangels at the peak of level 9. However, slightly behind and to his side was a tall, beautiful, and naturally graceful goddess-level woman. This goddess-level woman was none other than the nature goddess of Ears, one of Wu Wei's consorts. It had been agreed long ago that he would show her around the vast universe. Now that she had been summoned by Wu Wei for this mission, it wouldn't be good to send her back. Moreover, although the Kelling civilization was powerful, the entire race was not an evil and warlike race. On the contrary, they possessed a rich heritage and unique style. Visiting such a civilization was not particularly dangerous, so bringing others along was not a problem. My lord, you are absolutely right. The universe is vast, and there are countless powerful civilizations and races. Spirit Consort Everest gazed at the floating fortress of the Kelling civilization displayed on the porthole, her beautiful, flawless face filled with solemnity. My intuition tells me that if I force my way into this floating fortress, I will be in great danger. Although Everest had received much instruction from Wu Wei, she still addressed him as husband in public. The Kelling civilization is an established third-tier civilization in the star system, Wu Wei explained calmly. Their system is somewhat similar to a combination of imperial feudalism and centralized power. Because their emperor is a level 12 powerhouse, the most powerful being in the civilization, their control over their subjects is much stronger than that of ordinary empires. This Blue Spirit Wormhole Fortress is one of the gateways to the entire Kelling civilization, so its powerful military is to be expected. I estimate that even an 11th level god might not be able to take it by force. A strange glint flashed in Wu Wei's eyes when he mentioned level 12. In the vast universe, anything reaching level 12 is not to be underestimated. They are at least hegemons in their own right. A civilization possessing one level 12 individual, along with a complete tier of level 11 and 10 individuals, constitutes a level 3 civilization. However, while the old established Kelling civilization appears to only have one level 12 individual, Wu Wei deduces that it may not be so simple. They likely conceal a portion of their strength. Perhaps they have 2 level 12 experts, one of whom may be preparing to ascend to level 4. In any case, given that the Blue Spirit family of this civilization intends to befriend Wu Wei is willing to establish a connection with such a powerful civilization. However, while Wu Wei is willing to befriend them, he is not necessarily afraid of the Kelling civilization. Although the overall strength of his divine kingdom is currently far inferior to that of the Kelling civilization, the potential of the Light Divine Kingdom is immense. With its current foundation, even without any action, within a few hundred years, Wu Wei will undoubtedly have 1 or 2 12-winged angels under his command, truly reaching the level of a level 3 civilization. A mere few hundred years is but a short period in the grand scheme of things for a cosmic civilization. Moreover, Wu Wei was confident that with his proactive development, he could reach the level of a third-tier civilization in less than 100 years. Several hundred years would be enough for him to surpass them, giving him a significant psychological advantage. Just as Wu Wei and Evelyn were chatting, a coded message swiftly arrived from the Blue Spirit wormhole fortress opposite them. The message was displayed in 3 dimensions in the open space in front of the bridge. Whoosh! A tall, slender, and elegantly dressed middle-aged Blue Spirit appeared in front of the bridge. With a polite and gentle smile, he nodded gracefully and said, "Lan Aoyan of the Blue Spirit family of the Kelling Empire greets the distinguished guest from afar and welcomes you to the Blue Spirit Fortress of Wormhole G34U87. Lan Aoyan? Isn't that the patriarch of the Blue Spirit family?" He was also Lan Fudi's father. His appearance made it impossible for Wu Wei to continue sitting and talking. With Evelyn's help, he slowly rose and nodded with the same noble and reserved manner, saying, "Wu Wei, son of the God Lord of the Kingdom of Light, greets the esteemed patriarch of the Lanling family. I never expected that this small visit would warrant the patriarch personally coming to Lanling Fortress to welcome my nephew. I am truly unworthy." When he had previously spoken with Lan Fudi, she had only mentioned that the patriarch would greet him in the Kuiper belt of the Lanling plain, which was already a very high standard set by a patriarch. He never expected that Lan Aoyan would raise the level of reception to a whole new level, going so far as to travel through a wormhole to welcome him. He probably already heard the news that Wu Wei had taken over a plane on the verge of a demonic calamity and successfully established himself there. "Not at all, Your Highness is a benefactor and honored guest of the Lanling family. I have already been impolite. If it weren't for worldly affairs, I would have visited your divine kingdom to thank you for saving my daughter's life." Lan Aoyan spoke with an elegant and extremely polite demeanor. Then he looked at Evelyn beside Wu Wei with a slightly surprised gaze. "Your Highness, who is this extraordinary and incomparably beautiful goddess? I forgot to introduce her." Wu Wei smiled modestly. "This is one of my nephew's beloved consorts, the goddess of nature, Evelyn. Greetings, Clan Chief Lan." Evelyn also displayed elegance and refinement, giving a reserved bow. "So you are the divine consort. I have been so rude." Lan Aoyan apologized repeatedly, while at the same time, he was somewhat shocked. He hadn't expected that even the divine consort was a god-level powerhouse. It seemed that the power foundation of that mysterious divine kingdom was truly not to be underestimated. Most importantly, Lan Aoyan also understood Wu Wei's subtext, one of his beloved consorts. Given whose status, having multiple divine consorts was perfectly normal, but if all of them were at the divine level, that would be terrifying. The renowned Lanling family would likely be far inferior to that divine kingdom. Perhaps, the opponent's overall strength was already no weaker than the entire Kelling civilization. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, the Lanling fortress had prepared a welcoming procession. A series of nimble spaceships flew out of the fortress, forming a welcoming fleet for the distinguished guest. The 9 floating fortresses also lit up their gleaming protective shields, while their psionic secondary cannons roared, firing powerful beams of light into the depths of space, illuminating an entire outer void. Amidst the enthusiastic welcome, Wu Wei slowly piloted the judge into the enormous Lanling fortress. It must be admitted that the Kelling civilization possesses a very deep foundation. Faced with such a portal-level wormhole, they directly constructed a space fortress to protect it. Outsiders would find it extremely difficult to enter Kelling territory through a private portal-level wormhole without the Kelling people's consent. Wu Wei had every reason to believe that the other side of this wormhole was also heavily guarded. Even if an enemy breached the Blue Spirit Fortress and forced their way through the wormhole, they would face fierce resistance. It was clear from the host Lan Aoyan's introduction that he was very confident and proud of the private wormhole's defensive capabilities, as this defensive system was built and maintained by the Blue Spirit family. In his proud tone, even a level 12 god-level expert could be severely injured and worn down if forced to break through. Wu Wei outwardly praised this, but inwardly he was less convinced. This defensive line might even be an insurmountable fortress in a war against a level 4 civilization. However, for Wu Wei's Kingdom of Light, this was practically meaningless. Once Wu Wei anchored a space within the heart of the Kelling civilization and constructed a gate of heaven, the kingdom's forces would be continuously poured into the enemy's interior. Furthermore, Wu Wei's Judge-class spaceship also had a gate of heaven anchored within it, allowing it to quickly seek support from the Kingdom of Light wherever it went. The more he witnessed in the universe, the more he felt the power of the Kingdom of Light civilization. Not to mention the heaven-defying skill of the transformation pool in shaping physical bodies, even the spatial technology of the Gate of Heaven could crush countless civilizations. Under Lan Aoyan's personal guidance, Wu Wei's spaceship traversed a private wormhole, instantly arriving at a stellar plane. That was the Blue Spirit family's stronghold, the Blue Spirit star system, which had been cultivated for tens of thousands of years. It was a star 2 or 3 times the size of the Sun, and also the Blue Spirit family's mother star, Blue Flame. It is said that on the Blue Spirit family's home planet, psionic energy is abundant, and the atmosphere contains many manifested psionic particles. From below the atmosphere, the star appears blue, hence its name, Blue Flame. Under the guidance of the other party, Wu Wei's spaceship flew towards Blue Spirit star. Along the way, man-made space stations were everywhere, but there were no scattered asteroid belts or similar features. This was understandable. The Blue Spirit family had been operating in the star system for tens of thousands of years, passing down their lineage through dozens of generations. Not only had they exploited the chaotic meteorites within the local system, but they had also largely utilized the Kuiper Belt. Unlike wild star systems that had never experienced the baptism of advanced civilizations, everything in the Blue Spirit star system was so orderly. Millions of space facilities replaced the original planetary positions, filling the entire star system. Of the 23 planets, 3 habitable Earth-like planets had been extensively modified by the Blue Spirit people, propelling them into comfortable orbits neither too close nor too far from their star. Including Blue Spirit's own planet, there are a total of 4 inhabited planets, arranged in a quadrilateral around the Blue Flame Sun. They all rotate at the same speed and on the same axis, and apart from their different sizes, they are almost like 4 replica planes. Moreover, they are far apart from each other, and the gravitational pull they generate has almost no effect on each other. Chapter 354 Enlightenment T. That's quite a feat. Even Wu Wei couldn't help but feel a slight admiration for the Lanling family. With the current resources of the God of Light Kingdom, destroying a planetary plane is relatively simple, but moving the orbits of planets unsuitable for habitation for various reasons and gradually transforming them into habitable planetary planes is something they can't do yet. After all, that requires not only immense strength but also a long period of time to cultivate and build bit by bit. Your Highness, Divine Child. Lan Aoyan, who had been accompanying Wu Wei throughout the journey, projected his mental energy onto the bridge of the Judgment Ship and introduced a layout of various facilities in the Lanling star system while also saying with emotion and pride, "Our Lanling family has been operating here for tens of thousands of years, with the Lan clan reaching hundreds of billions of people. We have endured countless hardships, all thanks to the foresight of the previous patriarch. The Lanling family is impressive." Wu Wei couldn't help but praise, "I must visit Elder Lan when I have the chance." Through their previous conversation, Wu Wei also understood the history of the Lanling family's lineage. After the first patriarch, Lanling, became a god-level powerhouse, he was granted a fiefdom by the Empire, and this star region became his fiefdom. The Lanling clan elder had painstakingly built up this star field over 10,000 years, resulting in its current state. The current patriarch, Lan Aoyan, achieved god-level power 3,000 years ago and inherited the position of patriarch 2,000 years ago. After becoming patriarch, the Lanling clan elder entered seclusion for arduous cultivation, attempting to reach even greater heights. Unless there was a life or death matter concerning the clan, the Lanling clan elder almost never appeared. Wu Wei's words were merely polite. Certainly, Lan Aoyan replied. Actually, the ancestor recently emerged from seclusion and, after hearing about His Highness the Divine Child's deeds, also wished to make his acquaintance with him. Huh? Wu Wei's eyes narrowed. The Lanling clan elder had been out of the public eye for 2,000 years. Under normal circumstances, a level 10 god like himself would never appear. It seemed that the Lanling clan's grand reception of this divine child must be due to the Lanling clan elder's involvement. However, Wu Wei had no reason to feel guilty. If Lanling was well-intentioned, all the better. If she harbored ill intentions, Wu Wei was not intimidated. That seemingly impregnable wormhole fortress was nothing more than a facade to Wu Wei. He now commanded 3 level 11 10-winged dark angels. Their arrival in the star system would be like tigers among sheep. Therefore, Wu Wei didn't care and continued listening to Lan Aoyan's introduction of the star system. Soon, led by the pilot ship, the Judgment-class ship landed directly on Blue Spirit Star 1, the home planet of the Blue Spirit family's direct lineage, with a population of only a few million. Thanks to a strong environmental protection consciousness, Blue Spirit Star's environment was extremely clean and beautiful. Various plants and flowers flourished, making it seem like an uninhabited natural planet. Seas of flowers, vast grasslands, primeval forests, and rushing rivers all maintained a very natural state. Of the tens of millions of people, hundreds of thousands are direct descendants of the Blue Spirit family, scattered throughout this beautiful planet. The rest are guards and servants, serving those direct descendants. Because of his noble status, Wu Wei was directly led to the Blue Spirit family's ancestral land. It was an island the size of a province in the Radiant Plain, with few buildings, but all ancient and traditional, exuding a rich historical atmosphere. However, this excluded a magnificent palace complex. This palace complex was extremely luxurious, constructed with the finest building materials and decorated with countless rare treasures. It also connected to a lake and a vast back garden, covering a total area of over 1,000 square kilometers. Your Highness, welcome home. A large group of over 100 Kelling women greeted Wu Wei at the entrance of the luxurious palace. Leading them was none other than Wu Wei's old acquaintance, Lan Fudy. She had shed her sharp spacesuit and was now dressed in ancient, elegant attire, appearing more dignified and noble. The other Kelling girls were all quite elegant, with top-notch figures, looks, and temperaments. Your Highness, the divine child, Lan Aoyan, who had accompanied Wu Wei to the door in his spiritual avatar, smiled and nodded. For now, let my daughter, Fudy, receive the divine child and divine consort. You young people have more in common. Please rest for a while, our Lanling family will hold a grand welcome ceremony for you. He then looked at Lan Fudy and said kindly, Fudy, take good care of His Highness the divine child and divine consort. Yes, Father, Lan Fudy replied respectfully. After giving his instructions, Lan Aoyan's avatar dissipated, his consciousness completely departing, leaving Wu Wei and Evelyn staring at each other. Your Highness, you've come from afar and must be tired. Please return to your palace and rest, Lan Fudy said earnestly. Well, what's done is done. Wu Wei and Evelyn were led into the main hall, while the other angelic guards were arranged to rest in a side hall. However, as Wu Wei walked through, his lips twitched uncontrollably. The palace was extremely luxurious, yet it exuded an air of ostentatious nouveau-riche extravagance. The main hall, in particular, seemed to be piled high with various rare treasures, dazzling Wu Wei's eyes. Ahem, Miss Lan Fudy, Wu Wei said helplessly, this palace looks newly built, doesn't it? Was it specially built for me? Your Highness the divine child has discerning eyes, Lan Fudy said respectfully and politely. After informing the family head, our Lanling family gathered hundreds of master architects who personally consulted architectural documents from various divine kingdoms to create this palace tailored specifically for your Highness. Speaking of this, Lan Fudy seemed quite proud, her brows radiating a self-satisfied air, as if to say, I did a great job, didn't I? Praise me. A few drops of divine liquid wouldn't be too much for me. Wu Wei's lips twitched. A specially built palace? In the eyes of your Kelling civilization, was this god's son just a tasteless nouveau-riche? However, Wu Wei didn't care too much. Civilizations that rely on faith to achieve godhood naturally draw their power from the faith of ordinary beings, so a bit of extravagance is inevitable. The golden splendor of the divine kingdom and the various displays of power by the divine envoys are all for attracting faith. In fact, even the kingdom of light has to follow a similar extravagant path. After all, the vast majority of believers are ordinary mortals, and how many ordinary mortals have an aesthetic sense and inner aspirations that reach a truly high level? Having a place to stay is already a blessing, especially since they have indeed put a lot of effort into entertaining him, their godson. In the blink of an eye, Wu Wei put aside his inner turmoil and began to wholeheartedly enjoy the hospitality of the Kelling people. The various culinary traditions, the dissemination of traditional culture, the various welcoming ceremonies, and so on, allowed Wu Wei to appreciate the depth of the Kelling civilization and the unique charm of their culture, broadening his horizons considerably. After 6 months of harmonious coexistence, both sides gained a deeper understanding and adaptation of each other's cultures before formal negotiations began. This was a necessary foundation for two completely different civilizations to embark on friendly cooperation. On this day, Wu Wei and Evelyn were invited to a grand formal welcome banquet. Knowing that Prince Wu Wei had a particular fondness for food, the banquet mainly featured specialty dishes. This allowed Wu Wei to enjoy many unique and exquisitely luxurious dishes, including some cooked with rare and precious ingredients. Even Wu Wei lingered, savoring the unforgettable experience. After the banquet, Clan Chief Lan Aoyan personally invited Wu Wei to a private gathering with only 5 participants. The participants from the Lanling family of the Kelling Empire were Clan Chief Lan Aoyan, his second daughter Lan Futi, and Lan Futi's biological mother, Hazemili. Wu Wei's side consisted only of Wu Wei and Evelise. The gathering took place in Lan Aoyan's backyard, in a small pavilion filled with the style of the Kelling civilization. Hazemili, a direct descendant of the royal family of the Kelling Empire, possesses a graceful and noble demeanor. She is Lan Aoyan's 13th wife, currently ranking second among all his wives. For civilizations with god-level powerhouses, the marriage system is absolutely not a pseudo-civilizational system like monogamy. Bloodline inheritance is always monopolized by the stronger. Moreover, as a god-level powerhouse, the lifespan limit is 30,000 years. And most of whose spouses cannot last that long. Like Lan Aoyan, an old monster who has lived for over 7,000 years, his first 11 wives have all died, but he takes a new wife approximately every 100 years, so he still has more than 50 wives. As for the inheritance of offspring, it is also very different from ordinary families. Before Lan Aoyan became a god, he had dozens of offspring. After becoming a god, because his bloodline is more powerful and it is not easy to reproduce, he only has a dozen or so offspring. However, most of his offspring had died one after another, some from accidents, and most from old age. Only 7 of his biological children remained alive. Lan Futi was 5th among his surviving children and 2nd among his daughters. This was the tragedy of a powerful, god-level expert from a strong civilization. The vast majority of his offspring did not live as long as he did. In fact, the Kelling civilization's bloodline genes and medical system were already quite advanced. Even ordinary people below level 7 could live 200 to 300 years. At level 8, lifespan could reach 600 years. And once one reached level 9, a demigod, the average lifespan could exceed 1,000 years. This alone made them many times stronger than the humans on the Bright Continent. On the Bright Continent, a level 8 person was lucky to live 200 years. Only at level 9 could one live an additional 200 to 300 years. But most humans who reached level 9 were already very old and wouldn't live much longer. Therefore, transforming into angels is their most correct path. Angels have incredibly long lifespans because they are no longer limited by mortal bodies. As long as their souls are immortal, they can live for a very long time. But these are all digressions for now. Lan Futi's mother, Hazemili, is a graceful middle-aged woman, currently around 500 years old, but she is already a level 9 demigod. Theoretically, she has only lived half her lifespan. If she had some rare and precious herbs that could extend her life, she could live even longer. She personally poured a tea for Wu Wei and Evelyn, saying in a slightly ingratiating but not humble tone, "Your Highness, Divine Child, Your Highness, Divine Child Consort, please try this wondrous beverage called Enlightenment Tea. It's a specialty from a cultivation civilization called Daotian sect, and its flavor is very unique." The aroma of the tea was invigorating. Wu Wei picked up the teacup and took a sip. A bitter taste immediately assaulted his taste buds, then spread to his soul. However, after that intense bitterness came an endless aftertaste. After a long while, Wu Wei exhaled a breath of stale air, as if his very soul had been cleansed. His thoughts were clear, his mind peaceful, and a trace of his essence refined. "Excellent tea," Wu Wei exclaimed, his eyes shining. In this vast universe, rare and precious materials that could even benefit a god-level expert were absolutely priceless. Evelyn also took a sip, her eyes lighting up as she praised it highly. Although the Divine Kingdom's foundation had greatly increased, possessing a wondrous underwater world where the spirit fish and shrimp could strengthen and refine the soul, this enlightenment tea was clearly superior in refining the soul. "I'm glad Your Highness likes it. Enlightenment tea, if consumed regularly, is very beneficial for the refinement of the soul," Clan Chief Lan Aoyan said with a hearty smile, clearly intending to curry favor with Wu Wei. "I have 2 ounces left, one of which I'll give to Your Highness." With a wave of his hand, an exquisitely crafted, antique wooden box appeared before Wu Wei. Wu Wei didn't stand on ceremony, thanked him, and accepted the box. Then, Lan Aoyan waved his hand, producing several beautiful crystal boxes, and said with a smile, "Thank you for the hospitality of the Lanling family these past few days. I have no way to repay you. These 3 sacred fruits are specialties of our divine kingdom, please accept them, Clan Chief." "Haha, then thank you very much, Your Highness." Lan Aoyun casually accepted the crystal boxes, and according to their etiquette, he opened one of them in front of him. Suddenly, a sacred light emanated from the crystal box, and powerful life energy instantly filled the surroundings, making everyone feel refreshed and full of vitality just by smelling it. The fruit in the crystal box was only the size of an ordinary person's fist, with a translucent, pale golden skin. The flesh inside flowed slowly like juice, containing specks of divine energy. This. Lan Aoyun's gaze suddenly widened in shock, exclaiming, "This fruit contains powerful life-activating energy. It can definitely significantly slow down physical aging. On the interdimensional trading market, it could sell for at least 300,000 star coins each." 300,000 star coins? Even Wu Wei was somewhat shocked. These divine fruits were cultivated from fruit remnants found in the ruins of a divine kingdom. Wu Wei had expended considerable divine power and energy to cultivate them. However, these divine fruits didn't offer much help to the divine kingdom, as most of their effects were concentrated on strengthening the physical body, with relatively weak effects on strengthening the soul. Moreover, the more of these divine fruits one consumed, the faster the effects diminished. After a few, their effectiveness became mediocre. Furthermore, its biggest problem was that it offered very little help to god-level powerhouses. That's because the divine realm possesses a heaven-defying technology called the transformation pool, which can reshape and strengthen divine bodies, making the scarce divine fruits quite useless. Chapter 355 My husband has a heavy burden. Therefore, most of the sacred fruits produced by the divine kingdom are bestowed upon meritorious individuals in the mortal realm, slowing down their physical aging and indirectly extending their lifespan. 300,000 star coins is too little, Lan Aoyun said, glancing at his beloved wife, Haze Emily, then at Evely's with envy, his tone heavy. These sacred fruits are of little use to beings like us who have broken through the limits and reached godhood. But Your Highness, you may not know this, but most god-level beings have close wives, children, and even grandchildren. The vast majority, almost all of them, cannot break through the limits to reach godhood. To allow their beloved wives, children, and daughters to live longer, many god-level beings are willing to spend a great deal. At this point, Lan Aoyun's tone became weary. Watching his wife and children die time and again was like tearing at his soul. Now, his most beloved wife, Haze Emily, was a royal noblewoman who had given birth to 2 outstanding children for his Lanling family. But her appearance had changed from the incomparably beautiful little princess of yesteryear to middle age. Lan Aoyun had already sensed her growing distance from him. Perhaps in another 200 or 300 years, her appearance would age considerably, and given her pride, she would surely distance herself from him, never to see him again until her death. In fact, this was the choice of most of his wives. None of them wanted him to see their aging and withered selves. Millie, with these 3 sacred fruits, your lifespan might be extended by 300 years, allowing you to remain young and beautiful forever. Lan Aoyun was somewhat excited. How as Millie was already over 500 years old, if her lifespan could be extended and her aging slowed, then the 2 of them could at least continue to be loving and affectionate for another 700 or 800 years. Patriarch. How as Millie looked at Lan Aoyun with deep affection, also somewhat excited. I only need 1. The other 2 can be given to our daughter and son. They both have some hope of breaking through their limits. She wasn't so saintly as to give them to Lan Aoyun's other wives. Such a good thing should naturally be prioritized for her own bloodline and offspring. We'll discuss this further later. Thank you so much for this precious gift, Your Highness. Lan Aoyun was deeply grateful to Wu Wei and didn't refuse the gift, quickly putting it away. Then, looking at Wu Wei with eager eyes, he said with some longing, Your Highness, perhaps I'm being presumptuous. But I still wish to ask if you have any more sacred fruits? I'm willing to purchase several sacred fruits at a price of 400,000 star yuan each. The Lanling family's resources were extremely abundant, far surpassing some individual level 1 civilizations, and even comparable to level 2 civilizations. With a determined heart, he could easily spend several million star yuan to buy sacred fruits. Wu Wei immediately calculated in his mind that there were currently 3 sacred fruit trees planted in the Divine Kingdom. Given the abundant free sacred energy within the Divine Kingdom, they would bear fruit approximately once every 100 years. Assuming each sacred fruit tree yields 7 or 9 fruits per harvest, just 1 sacred fruit tree could produce several million star yuan worth of produce. Furthermore, Wu Wei could use divine power to irrigate and accelerate the ripening of the sacred fruits, thus significantly shortening the planting cycle. After just a brief calculation, Wu Wei sensed the immense profit potential. If the planting scale could be expanded, the yield would be even more staggering. However, Wu Wei remained calm, simply nodding and saying, "Our divine kingdom produces about 20 sacred fruits every 100 years, but there are still several decades until the next harvest. We can share a few with Chief Lan then. However, eating too many sacred fruits is not beneficial. The first 3 combined only have twice the effect of the first." Wu Wei also felt the sincerity of the Lanling family and their grand hospitality, having spent at least several 100,000 star coins, not even counting the 1 or 2 cups of enlightenment tea. That's enough, Lan Aowen said with mixed feelings of surprise and delight. "Thank you for your generosity, Your Highness. We'll discuss this in detail when your divine kingdom's sacred fruits ripen." With this guarantee of the transaction, the relationship between the two parties seemed to have become much closer. "I'm glad Chief Lan is satisfied," Wu Wei said with a smile, but then sighed with regret. However, on the other hand, a husband and wife should have similar lifespans. Otherwise, no matter how many sacred fruits and rare treasures they have, they will eventually be unable to withstand it. Lan Aowen's lips twitched. He looked at Evelise, who was also a god-level being, and sighed bitterly. This prince was truly a man who didn't know the hunger of a starving man. He sighed and said, "Your Highness has a powerful father god to help you, so you don't know the troubles of a small family like ours. Since the first Lanling ancestor, our Lanling family has only produced 2 god-level beings in 10,000 years. God-level beings are the absolute foundation of any family. How could we possibly marry into an outsider's family?" In Lan Aowen's view, Wu Wei was a prince favored by the god king of the divine kingdom. To be able to find a god-level wife at such a young age, it must be due to the help of that mysterious god king. Little did he know that Wu Wei, who had always proclaimed himself the son of God, was actually the true ruler of the divine kingdom. 3 god-level beings. Wu Wei's lips curled slightly. It was roughly as he had expected. However, the Lanling family publicly claimed to have 2 god-level beings, and he casually probed with a half-smile, "Your family's Lanling ancestor has already reached a lifespan of over 10,000 years. He's probably far beyond level 10, isn't he?" Lan Aowen straightened his expression and said seriously, "Actually, we didn't intend to hide this from Your Highness. Not long after the ancestor entrusted the position of family head to me, he broke through to level 11. This isn't exactly news among the higher-ups of the Kelling civilization. However, my Lanling family is still far inferior to your divine kingdom." Behind this son of God was a level 11 super god-level guardian. It was clear that the ruler of the other party's divine kingdom was at least a terrifying level 12 being, and possibly even higher. Wu Wei hadn't yet taken the bait. This grand invitation was actually orchestrated by the Lanling ancestor behind the scenes. Instead, he changed the subject, saying, "Patriarch, I came out on this training trip to broaden my horizons. I'm quite interested in those cultivation civilizations. I've heard they have techniques for tempering the soul. If I have the chance, I'd really like to spar with them and learn from them." Techniques for tempering the soul. Lan Aowen was slightly taken aback, then his expression became serious. A family's or civilization's cultivation techniques are the foundation upon which they survive in the universe. Cultivation civilizations do indeed have their unique methods for tempering the soul, but they would never be willing to share them. Not only them, but even our Lanling family's techniques for cultivating spiritual energy and the soul are absolutely not leaked. It's alright. I was just asking casually. It would be best if they had them, but it doesn't matter if they don't." Wu Wei smiled casually. He didn't have much need for the Lanling family's soul cultivation techniques. With such a vast civilization foundation, they could only produce a handful of god-level beings. How powerful could their techniques be? However, if His Highness the Divine Prince is willing to marry my second daughter, Lan Futi, as his concubine, our Lanling family's spiritual energy techniques before reaching the divine level are available for His Highness's reference. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lan Aowen finally revealed his true colors, introducing her with a smile. "My precious second daughter possesses the superior bloodlines of both the Lanling family and the Royal House family. At such a young age, she has already reached level 9, and has a slight chance of breaking through to the divine level in the future." His original purpose was to form a marriage alliance with that mysterious and powerful divine kingdom. He just didn't expect the divine prince to bring a divine prince's concubine as well. However, this didn't matter to the Lanling family. On the contrary, it further confirmed the wealth of the divine prince Wu Wei's family. Father, Lan Fudy blushed even more, her beautiful ears drooping. Although she had already anticipated this scene, saying it to his face still made her feel shy and embarrassed. What, you're still not willing? Lan Aowen said with a smile. Before, you were asked to marry the patriarch of the Yunshin family, but you disliked him because he was over 8,000 years old. You even ran away from home and became a teacher at the academy. Our divine son is clearly a promising young god. If you're not satisfied with him, we won't find anyone better even if we search all over our star regions. Fudy, your father is right. Hazamili was also increasingly satisfied with Wu Wei and advised Lan Fudy, the divine son has a bright future. If you follow him, you might have a 1 or 2% chance of becoming a god yourself. Even if you don't, I believe the divine son will treat you well and ensure you live a carefree life. Father, mother. Lan Fudy blushed, her watery eyes avoiding Wu Wei's gaze. Clearly, she was somewhat willing. Wait a minute. Wu Wei broke out in a cold sweat. How did things escalate to the point of marriage? He quickly interrupted, Patriarch, I'm afraid I, as the divine son, cannot make decisions about marriage. I also cannot guarantee that Miss Lan Fudy will definitely achieve godhood. Seriously? It's only been a few years, and he already has several wives. Especially the current Grand Eunuch, Saint Catherine, who not only desperately wants him to have children but also wants to bring Angel into the family as a wife. Is this how you build a harem? Your Highness, there's no need to worry. We all know how difficult it is to break through to the god level, Lan Aowen said solemnly. Although our Fudy has good potential, the chances of her breaking through to the god level are very low. If she can benefit from the divine child's influence, it will increase her chances of success. If she doesn't have that good fortune, we will absolutely not blame your Highness. Does your Highness perhaps dislike our Fudy? Hazimi sighed in disappointment. If you don't think highly of her, that's fine too. Let's just pretend we never discussed this. Well, it wasn't that she disliked him, but the two sides really weren't at the point of discussing marriage. Husband, Evelise, who had been silently adhering to her virtuous and gentle demeanor, gently advised, actually, I think Lan Fudy is quite nice. I've had a very pleasant time with her these past 6 months. Having another sister means more hope for the continuation of your bloodline. Husband, the burden on your shoulders is very heavy. Wu Wei broke out in a cold sweat. Marrying a wife to produce more offspring, if Wu Wei were still a Chinese earthling, daring to utter such a statement would likely have him torn apart by countless feminists. But honestly, in the vast universe, marrying more wives to procreate is actually the most perfectly legitimate thing to do. Like the Minotaur deity Wu Wei had encountered, who had countless wives and thousands of families. Chapter 356 News from the Cosmic Bank. If it's inconvenient for your Highness, our Lanling ancestor can personally visit His Majesty the Divine Lord of your esteemed God Kingdom, Lan Aowen said solemnly. The bloodline of our Keling civilization is quite noble, and I believe His Majesty will certainly not refuse this marriage alliance. Having said all that, Wu Wei figured that if he refused again, he and the Keling civilization would only become enemies. The Lanling family was offering their precious daughter in marriage as a gesture of goodwill. If they were repeatedly refused without a sufficient reason, the two sides would inevitably fall out. Wu Wei had a favorable impression of the Keling civilization and the Lanling family, and after a moment's thought, he said, since the patriarch is so sincere about a marriage alliance, I am naturally pleased. However, my father is currently in seclusion, attempting to break through to a higher realm, and it will likely be another 100 years before he emerges. Perhaps I should take the initiative and arrange an engagement with Miss Lan Fudy first. After my father emerges, we can have him officiate the wedding. Lan Aowen's face immediately lit up with satisfaction, and his gaze towards Wu Wei became much more affectionate. His Majesty the God Lord is in seclusion, attempting to break through to a higher realm? That is a great joy. Then, as you wish, our two families will proceed with the engagement. At the same time, he had already calculated the current level of that great being, which was much better than anticipated. That esteemed being was probably at the peak of level 12, and if he was lucky enough to break through to level 13 this time, the Lanling family would truly have secured a powerful patron. Even a slight favor from that being would be enough for the Lanling family to rely on. The two sides reached an agreement on the marriage alliance, and their relationship underwent a qualitative change. Everyone here is a divine being with a status, countless times more noble than any emperor in the mortal realm. Their words, once spoken, are absolutely unchangeable. Nephew, Lan Aoyan said, having finally settled a major matter, treating Wu Wei as one of his own, and warmly said, I heard you mention earlier that you wanted to find some techniques for refining the soul for reference. Have you encountered a bottleneck in strengthening and refining your soul? I can inform our ancestor and give your Lanling family's soul refining techniques for reference. This was a treatment reserved for family and powerful backers. Lan Aoyan had lived for so many years and had dozens of sons-in-law, yet few had received such treatment. This. Uncle, Wu Wei hesitated for a moment before declining. Our divine kingdom's cultivation methods are very different from spiritual energy cultivation. I'm afraid that studying them might lead me astray. To be honest, he was somewhat skeptical. The Lanling ancestor had cultivated for 10,000 years to reach level 11, still far inferior to the divine kingdom. Lan Aoyan's face fell, he felt rejected. He coughed awkwardly and lowered his head to drink his enlightenment tea. However, Uncle is right about one thing. I feel my soul's growth has been slow lately. First, I wanted to ask Uncle if anyone in our star field possesses the origin of the universe, Wu Wei said bluntly. Our divine kingdom is willing to pay any price to acquire it. PFFT. Lan Aoyan spat out his enlightenment tea, glared at Wu Wei for a long time, and then sighed. Nephew, do you know the value of the origin of the universe? Even a trace of it is priceless. Its importance to us God-level beings is irreplaceable by any treasure. Even if someone is lucky enough to obtain it, they will never reveal it. Sure enough, Wu Wei sighed inwardly. In the vast universe, origin power was even rarer and scarcer than he had imagined. He had only obtained a little over 20 traces by sheer luck, having discovered an underwater world sealed on a dwarf planet. They've already dispatched an angelic army to secretly occupy that underwater world, preparing to slowly plunder its territory. Even so, after the three gods' rough search, there's probably not much left. Finding even 7 or 8 traces would be considered extremely lucky. Nephew, Lan Aoyan steadied himself and continued to explain the rarity of this universe to Wu Wei. The rarity of the universe's origin is beyond your imagination. I haven't heard of a universe's origin appearing in over 200 years. In fact, even if a universe's origin did appear, it would attract countless powerful beings vying for it. Even level 12 experts would join in. Wu Wei understood. The threshold for obtaining such a top-tier resource as the universe's origin was extremely high. With the current strength of their divine kingdom, it would be difficult to compete with established level 3 civilizations possessing level 12 overlords for the universe's origin. Unless they were lucky enough to obtain it, they still had to guard against others finding out. Otherwise, a level 12 overlord might come knocking on their door one day. Wu Wei temporarily abandoned the idea of purchasing the origin of the universe from the outside world. After a slight hesitation, he still asked about his main purpose for coming to the Kelling civilization, pondering, Uncle, do you know about the Cosmic Bank? Cosmic Bank. A look of surprise appeared in Lan Aoyan's eyes. That's a very terrifying and powerful civilization. Wu Wei broke out in a cold sweat. When did a bank become a civilization? But thinking about it, it makes sense. If you're not powerful enough, who would dare to open a bank in the universe? Aren't you afraid of being robbed in a minute? Uncle, I'm quite interested in the Cosmic Bank, Wu Wei said with a calm smile. Could you tell me about it? The Cosmic Bank is a very mysterious and very powerful civilization. It's said to be a bank that serves all God-level life forms in the entire universe, Lan Aoyan said. I only accompanied my ancestor to a branch when I first became a God-level life form. So far, we don't know what level of civilization the Cosmic Bank is. We only know that just one branch could easily crush our entire Kelling civilization. Easily crush? Wu Wei noticed Lan Aoyan's wording. It was indeed an easy crush. It's important to understand that the Kelling civilization itself was a very powerful level 3 civilization. Even if a level 4 civilization could defeat the Kelling civilization, it wouldn't be an easy crushing of those words. Could it be that a branch of the Cosmic Bank could reach the level of a level 5 civilization? Nephew, you guessed correctly, Lan Aoyan said solemnly. That branch of the Cosmic Bank is extremely powerful. Even the level 4 Koi civilization treats the Cosmic Bank branch with utmost respect, allowing it to open a branch in the heart of Koi's territory. It's said that every level 4 civilization has a branch of the Cosmic Bank. Even Wu Wei found the other side's power unbelievably strong. Even at his peak, the old god of light was nothing compared to the cosmic bank. Previously, Wu Wei had secretly suspected that the cosmic bank might be the one that brought the old god of light to this state. But now, he thought it was unlikely. Given the strength of the cosmic bank as described by Lan Aoyun, if they really wanted to kill the old god of light, how could they possibly allow him to escape? It seemed he had to make a trip to the cosmic bank. He had a feeling that what the old god of light had left there must be something extremely important. However, the old god of light had only mentioned going to the cosmic bank to retrieve something, without specifying which branch. Could it be that the old god of light had forgotten crucial information? No, he must have deliberately hidden the information deep within his divine essence, releasing it only after it had been fully restored. Such a meticulously planned reminder wouldn't have forgotten such vital details. Wu Wei, having considered a possibility, hesitated slightly before tentatively probing Lan Aoyun. Uncle, I've heard Father God mention that the cosmic bank possesses a peculiar spatial teleportation technology. Indeed, Lan Aoyun replied without hesitation, the cosmic bank is an incredibly powerful civilization. Their spatial teleportation techniques are indeed unmatched by other civilizations. But it's said that their most powerful and incomprehensible technology is a technique called spatial sharing. Anything stored in a cosmic bank vault at any of their branches is shared with vaults at the cosmic bank headquarters. Therefore, customers can deposit and retrieve items at any branch. Just as I expected, Wu Wei secretly praised, marveling at the power of the cosmic civilization. This spatial technology of the cosmic bank is somewhat similar to the heavenly gate of the divine kingdom. No matter where the heavenly gate is built, it can be anchored to the divine kingdom. It can even allow the divine kingdom to freely send troops to or withdraw troops from any plane through the spatial gate. From this perspective, Wu Wei's divine kingdom was probably once a truly top-tier civilization. Afterwards, Wu Wei obtained a star map to the Koi civilization and the exact coordinates of the cosmic bank within it from Lan Aoyun. Lan Aoyun now considered Wu Wei his future son-in-law and regarded the mysterious divine kingdom as a future golden opportunity. Once he confirmed Wu Wei's genuine desire to visit the cosmic bank, he immediately provided a detailed star map, emphasizing the taboos of the Koi civilization and his own experiences at the cosmic bank. Nephew, this time when you go to the cosmic bank, be sure to bring my daughter, Lan Futi, along, Lan Aoyun said with a smile. Her future happiness is in your hands. Lan Futi, standing to the side, blushed again. Yes, uncle, Wu Wei readily agreed. There was no reason to refuse such a request. Furthermore, please return within 50 years, my nephew, Lan Aoyun said solemnly. At that time, your uncle has important matters to discuss with your father god. 50 years. That's enough time for a round trip. Wu Wei pondered for a moment and then agreed without asking any further questions. He'd see how things went then. If his strength wasn't enough, he could at most create an 11th level body to impersonate the incarnation of the Father God. Having a powerful 11th level incarnation on the scene would be enough to make a decent impression. After bidding farewell to Lan Aoyun, Wu Wei stayed with the Lanling family for another 3 months before embarking on his journey to the Koi civilization. During this time, a small incident occurred. Seeing that Wu Wei was going to the Koi civilization, Lan Aoyun dispatched the only 2 large transport ships in his family to accompany him, filled with psionic products and specialties from the Koi civilization. It's said that the shipment contains nearly 2 million star yuan worth of basic goods. If transported to the Koi civilization for sale, it could yield a gross profit of approximately 1.3 million star yuan. After deducting various fees and expenses, the net profit would be around 800,000 star yuan. Then, purchasing local specialties from the Koi civilization and transshipping them back to the Keling civilization would generate an additional 500,000 star yuan in net profit. However, they would wait for Wu Wei to finish his business in the Koi civilization before returning with him. Such large-scale cargo transport usually requires a god-level expert leading an armed fleet for escort, but Lan Aoyun currently lacks the time, so he's planning to piggyback on Wu Wei's business, willing to pay a protection fee of 300,000 star yuan. In other words, Lan Aoyun's serious discussions with Wu Wei about this matter, which have taken decades, are all for a mere 1 million star yuan profit. Wu Wei finds this very incomprehensible. Nephew, 1 million star coins in net profit is quite a lot, and it's only because of you that we have such a large profit. Lan Aoyun had an expression that said, Your Highness, You're too full to understand the hunger of a starving man. Our landling family is just a small-time operation. It can't compare to your father's divine kingdom. Since we're going to go anyway, why didn't Uncle get more transport ships? I remember that a large transport ship like this only costs around 700,000 to 800,000 star coins. Wu Wei again expressed his incomprehension. Is it because you didn't have enough cargo? The Caroling civilization has plenty of cargo. We can easily gather 10 ships worth in a short time. Lan Aoyun said somewhat helplessly. Going to the Khoi civilization and back takes about 20 years, plus the time spent purchasing in Khois. It will take at least 30 years. Moreover, the journey involves traversing dozens of short-range wormholes and 4 long-range wormholes. If we send out 10 large transport ships at once without sufficient protection, it's easy to attract some powerful pirates. There's even a possibility of encountering level 11 super god level pirates. A level 11 super god level pirate. Wu Wei's eyes suddenly became serious. After thinking for a moment, his eyes flickered as he asked, is there any possibility of a level 12 overlord level pirate appearing? Absolutely impossible. Lan Aoyun shook his head violently. In the surrounding star systems, there's only one level 12 overlord level pirate. He usually stays in his lair and rarely shows his face, for fear of being discovered by the Khoi civilization and subjected to a decapitation strike. In fact, even level 11 super god level pirates rarely appear. When pirates encounter large shipments, they usually operate in groups of 2 or 3 god level pirate crews. In that case, let's make the same trip. Small-scale operations are no fun. Let's go big. Uncle can prepare cargo for 10 large transport ships. Wu Wei said after considering for a moment. 5 large transport ships can be fully loaded, and the remaining 5 can be stored in the folding space of my Judge-class spaceship. What? The patriarch of the prestigious landling family was quite shocked. Firstly, the sheer volume of cargo on the 10 large transport ships was staggering. Secondly, Wu Wei's seemingly ordinary ship possessed an astonishingly large folding space, enough to hold a cargo of 5 large transport ships. If more armed ships of this caliber were available, what would be the point of dealing with large transport ships? These large transport ships were high-quality vessels produced by the Khoi civilization, each sold as strategic resources. Lan Aoyun had no idea that Wu Wei's Judge-class ship was actually just an armed ship with decent combat capabilities. Though it did have folding space, it couldn't even hold a tenth of the cargo of a single transport ship. Wu Wei merely intended to open a heavenly gate and temporarily store the cargo in the Divine Kingdom. Once they arrived in the Khoi civilization, they could retrieve it. After a moment's thought, Lan Aoyun decided to proceed with a plan. The landling family would provide 5 large transport ships, the cargo of 10 cargo ships, and a large number of professional purchasing agents. However, the profit distribution was decided to be 50-50. Undoubtedly, he was shocked by the strength behind Wu Wei. And by doing so, the Blue Spirit family would certainly not suffer a loss. On the contrary, they would earn much more than expected. However, Wu Wei ultimately underestimated the capacity of the large transport ships produced by the Khoi civilization. The cargo of 5 ships took several months to transfer, piling up into mountains within the Divine Kingdom. The amount of divine power consumed was enormous, and more than 5,000 divine citizens were mobilized for transport. But even with such a huge expenditure, compared to the profits, it was merely a drop in the ocean. It was because of this that Wu Wei discovered some new ways to cooperate between the Divine Kingdom and the Gate of Heaven. If he could occupy a base plane near the Khois plane and build a Gate of Heaven, he could transport large quantities of goods between the 2 locations back and forth, earning huge profits. Of course, the entire process still required caution and a gradual approach. Openly and recklessly trading goods between 2 or more locations would inevitably attract the attention of certain individuals. Given the current overall strength of the Divine Kingdom, a direct confrontation would be insufficient even against a level 3 civilization. Therefore, a cautious and gradual development was essential. After several months of preparation, a Divine Kingdom ship, the Judge, finally set off for the Khoi civilization with 5 armed transport ships. The entire journey would take approximately 10 years. For some god-level beings, 10 years was merely a fleeting moment. However, for Wu Wei, who hadn't even reached 200 years since his transmigration, 10 years couldn't be wasted easily. Naturally, he would occasionally take a nap, returning his main consciousness to the Divine Kingdom and attaching it to another avatar. Then, He created several more ordinary avatars, temporarily placing one in the light plane, the Aesop plane, and the dawn plane. He would occasionally dabble in time travel games or go on incognito visits. However, having spent so much time in other worlds, Wu Wei preferred those technologically advanced civilizations. These civilizations were more similar to Earth, giving him a sense of returning to Earth. The Aesop plane was originally a good choice, but he was too familiar with it and had turned it into a dual plane of technology and deity worship. Gradually, Wu Wei found that the Aesop plane was becoming less and less like Earth, so he could only visit it occasionally for a short while to relax. As for the dawn plane, Wu Wei had even less interest in it. Apart from reinforcements from other planes, that plane was full of minotaurs. It wasn't that Wu Wei discriminated against minotaurs, but he simply didn't have anything in common with them. Just as Wu Wei was feeling somewhat bored in the Kingdom of Light, pondering whether to go and play with his erg, suddenly, his divine core received an important prayer message. After receiving the message of prayer, Wu Wei remained stunned for more than 10 seconds before letting out a deep sigh. Chapter 357, A Terrifying Secret. Meanwhile, in the Radiant Dimension, in the capital of the Radiant Empire, over 100 years had passed since Emperor Charles the Great overthrew his father's tyranny and rebuilt a Radiant Empire. The once turbulent empire, under the great Emperor Charles's leadership, had gradually stabilized its power and, following the footsteps of the Radiant Church, had waged wars east and west, encompassing almost all of humanity's territory. Emperor Charles, a man of great talent and ambition who rose to power in this chaotic era, was hailed as a once-in-a-millennium emperor and revered by countless people. Even Pope Saint Trevican of the Radiant Church could not surpass him in prestige. However, at this very moment, in the solemn and majestic imperial palace, the once powerful and invincible Emperor Charles lay on his sickbed, emaciated and on the verge of death. His numerous descendants and concubines, according to their rank, knelt in obeisance from his bedside to the courtyard outside the palace. But every single one of them kept their heads bowed, silent and trembling, not daring to utter a sound. Charles the Great reigned for over a century, his prestige immense. During his lifetime, he quelled 5 major rebellions, and countless people were hanged at his command. Even more strikingly, 8 of his 15 sons were implicated in rebellions and hanged by him. Implicated, but only implicated. This reveals Charles the Great's inherently suspicious nature. He himself seized the throne through patricide and feared his sons would follow suit. While this preserved his throne, it resulted in the mediocre abilities of his concubines, surviving children, and great-grandchildren, none of them achieving anything significant. Even the most gifted princes and grandsons took various self-degrading measures to avoid arousing the emperor's suspicion. Upon receiving news of Charles the Great's critical illness, Pope Saint Trevican and a group of cardinals rushed to his bedside, forming a sacred prayer formation, each holding a holy book, and solemnly and powerfully chanting the hymn of light. The cardinals, at least at the 7th level of cultivation, were all devout believers with abundant holy power. Under their collective chanting of hymns of light, countless streams of holy light gathered within the palace, forming holy clouds. These clouds coalesced into points of light, cascading like inverted waterfalls, pouring forth upon Emperor Charles without restraint. The sacred light continuously washed over and nourished the emperor's withered body. Thanks to the efforts of the cardinals, the dying Emperor Charles, as if in a final burst of energy, regained his rosy complexion, and his weak breathing gradually strengthened. He's awake. The emperor is awake. The favored concubines and princes and grandsons wept with joy. The emperor was their protector. If he were to fall, they would surely face a tragic end. Silence. Pope Saint Trevican's face hardened, and he commanded in a low, authoritative voice. An invisible wave swept over the concubines and princes and grandsons. The concubines, princes, and grandsons felt an overwhelming, terrifying pressure, and continued their kneeling in trembling fear, each one filled with apprehension. Under the holy and powerful light of praise, Emperor Charles gradually regained some color in his face. He opened his deep, majestic eyes and looked at the current Pope, Saint Trevican, a complex emotion flickering in his gaze. His voice, old and weak, said, "Your Holiness, has he come?" The old and dying emperor, at this moment, was not thinking of the concubines, princes, and grandsons, but of Prince Wu Wei, with whom he had once shared a bitter past in the magical Holy Land, and who had later been identified as the Son of God. It was because of Prince Wu Wei that Emperor Charles's destiny had been completely altered. "Your Majesty," Saint Trevican sighed, his expression complex as he looked at the dying Emperor Charles. When I received your critical condition notice, I informed the higher-ups. But as you know, that one is an extremely esteemed being. Whether he comes or not is not my decision. Trevican's heart was also filled with complex emotions. During the reign of Saint Catherine, the Holy Maiden of Light, he had been suppressed for decades. When Her Highness finally ascended to heaven, Saint Trevican thought he had finally risen above his circumstances. But unexpectedly, he was suppressed by Emperor Charles once again. The Pope and the Emperor had been locked in a lifelong struggle. But seeing his lifelong rival reduced to this state, Pope Trevican's heart was also churning with turmoil. Thank you, Emperor Charles seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, his eyes filled with anticipation as he let the holy light rain down upon him. His concubines and descendants, while feeling apprehensive and uneasy, were all filled with curiosity. Their emperor, even in such circumstances, still hoped someone would come. Did he think that if that person came, the emperor would be safe? And judging from the Pope's tone, this mysterious being held such a prominent position that even the emperor and the Pope couldn't control his will? Time passed slowly. The hymns of praise grew increasingly impassioned, and holy rain poured down. The light of hope in the emperor's eyes gradually faded. Alice, Emperor Charles sighed bitterly, I, Charles, am ambitious, wielding immense power, and presumptuously consider myself a figure of importance. But in his eyes, I am probably just an insignificant dent. Enough, enough. My life is over. Prepare my funeral. He understood perfectly well that no matter how hard the cardinals tried, they could only keep him alive for now. Once the hymns of praise ended, it would be the end of his life as emperor. Your Majesty. The concubines, princes, and grandsons could no longer suppress their panic and grief, calling out the emperor's name and weeping bitterly. HMPH. Shut up. A hint of anger flashed in Emperor Charles's increasingly cloudy eyes. Who am I, Emperor Charles? What kind of person are you? You, my descendants, are behaving like this, crying and wailing. At this moment, he felt a pang of regret. Several of his most capable descendants were already dead, killed on his orders. Now, although many remained, they were all incompetent. After his fall, who could uphold this legacy? Faced with the increasingly powerful and aggressive Holy See, they would likely only be puppets. Just as Emperor Charles's inner turmoil reached its peak, suddenly, a majestic and powerful aura of energy appeared in the palace. The highly condensed divine energy seemed to break through the void, then coalesced into a magnificent yet solemn gate of heaven. Charles the Great's eyes, which were about to close, suddenly blazed brightly, fixed intently on the gates of heaven. He hoped that the one who would emerge from within was the one he most longed for. Whoosh! Within the gates of heaven, ripples of energy broke open, and a noble figure darted in. She stood in mid-air, sweeping her gaze around, and even though she deliberately concealed her aura, everyone felt as if they were looking up at a towering mountain. Finally, her gaze settled on Charles the Great. The first to change expression was the current Pope, Saint Trevican. He immediately knelt on one knee with an extremely solemn expression. Your Highness, I didn't expect it to be you. The newcomer was none other than Saint Catherine, who had once dominated the continent of light. Normally, given his status, even if the saintess's prestige was high and she suppressed him, he wouldn't have been able to kneel and worship. However, as the current pope, he naturally knew some of the secrets of the divine kingdom. Not long after Her Highness Saint Catherine ascended to the divine kingdom, she became a deity and married His Majesty the Divine Lord, becoming a divine consort with the title of Saint Consort. What an honorable status! Saint Catherine. Emperor Charles was also stunned, not expecting that the one who descended this time was the long-lost Catherine. When he ascended the throne as Emperor of the Light Empire, he had fought alongside Catherine in many battles and actively built a light plane, and their relationship was quite good. However, what concerned Charles even more was that Catherine was still so young and beautiful. No, to be precise, she appeared even younger and more elegant than when she ascended. Her awe-inspiring divine power was overwhelming. Sigh suddenly, another sigh came. Another person walked out from the gates of heaven. His strength was very weak, far weaker than any of the cardinals. Yet he calmly and composedly walked towards Charles's bedside, as if he were the sole monarch in the world. Charles, you've actually become like this. Naturally, this person was Wu Wei, who had rushed over upon hearing the news. He couldn't not come. Of those he knew on the bright continent, very few were still alive. Even though he and Charles were at odds, He still came upon hearing the news of Charles's impending demise. Your Highness. Emperor Charles's face flushed slightly as he struggled to his feet, trying to bow to Wu Wei. Your subject, Charles, pays respects to His Highness the Divine Child. Never mind, we were practically friends back then. Wu Wei casually unleashed a divine power, supporting Charles's frail and aged body. Strands of divine power silently seeped into his body, helping to restore his deteriorating cells. However, while Charles could choose not to kneel, how could anyone else not bow upon hearing of the divine child's arrival? Immediately, led by Pope Saint Trevican, the cardinals all knelt down. Charles the Great's concubines and descendants, of course, also hastily knelt and prostrated themselves, devoutly welcoming the arrival of His Highness the Divine Child. Your Highness, I. Charles trembled, trying to ask something. Just as Wu Wei was about to answer, suddenly, a vast and powerful force erupted outside the palace, and a figure rushed towards them at lightning speed. Who is it? Who dares to force their way into the Emperor's bedchamber? Several level 8 experts hidden within the palace shouted, rushing to stop the figure. Get out of my way. I am Stuart. A majestic and aged voice roared angrily. I have come to visit that old bastard Charles. Your Highness, the God of Law. The level 8 experts responded in terror, quickly retreating. They all knew that the relationship between His Majesty, the God of Law, and the Emperor was one of both rivalry and friendship. They had fought countless battles, attacking and undermining each other, yet they also held a certain mutual respect. Stuart rushed into Charles's chambers like a gust of wind. His attention was focused on Charles, and seeing that he was still alive, he breathed a sigh of relief, saying, Old man, you're still tough. I rushed here as soon as I heard of your impending death, afraid I'd be too late. Old man, how could I die without seeing you one last time? Emperor Charles laughed, a satisfied look in his eyes. I knew it. How could a shameless scoundrel like you die so easily? Stuart teased, then his face gradually darkened. Old man. We've only been apart for 10 years, and you, how could you suddenly become like this? His voice choked with emotion at the end. Hell, I'm not like you, wholeheartedly devoted to cultivating magic. Emperor Charles sighed helplessly. My whole life has been spent on conquests and countless miscellaneous matters. Alice, I never expected to collapse so quickly. Old man, stop talking now and see who's here. Isn't that young Trevican? Stuart, preoccupied with Charles's fate, didn't notice the other two for a moment. His first sight, of course, was of the dazzling Saint Catherine. The sacred and powerful aura that Catherine inadvertently emanated made even this dignified archmage tremble with fear. After a careful examination, he hurriedly bowed and said, So it's Her Highness the Saintess returning to the mortal realm. Nearly 100 years have passed, and Her Highness is still so young and beautiful. We, on the other hand, have all grown old. Stuart, Catherine smiled and nodded in return. Congratulations on becoming a 9th level archmage. In fact, Stuart had already ascended to archmage 20 or 30 years ago. As she oversaw all matters in heaven, she naturally knew the news. Your Highness, having returned to the mortal realm, I wonder if you have any treasures like the Fountain of Youth to bestow upon you. Stuart wasn't particularly afraid of the Saintess. Instead, he seemed to be asking for a reward. Could you perhaps grant us a drop or two, so that Charles and I could also be young again? Otherwise, standing before your incomparably beautiful Highness, we wouldn't even have the courage to speak. Wu Wei rolled his eyes, grabbed Catherine's small hand, and glared at Stuart with annoyance. I say, Stuart, you old geezer, didn't you see that your Highness is here? You're blind as a bat, daring to flirt with my woman. Woman. Charles was shocked. Had the Saintess married the divine child Wu Wei? Stuart, equally shocked, looked at Wu Wei and exclaimed, No, your Highness, you've also descended to the mortal realm. Even more shocked, of course, was the current Pope, Saint Trevican. He had always believed that the Holy Maiden had married His Majesty the God, but now the Divine Son was holding her hand, proclaiming her as his woman. What went wrong? His heart pounded with anxiety and fear. Could it be that the Divine Kingdom was in such chaos? Had he inadvertently uncovered a terrifying secret? If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 358 The Fall. Charles. No, no, I'll pretend I didn't hear anything, I know nothing, otherwise I might be killed to silence me. Luckily, Wu Wei didn't have mind-reading abilities, otherwise, he probably really would have silenced the Pope. What kind of chaotic thoughts were running through his mind? Oh, Stuart, I didn't expect you to recognize me. Wu Wei smiled and looked him up and down. We haven't seen each other for over 100 years, and in the blink of an eye, your hair and beard have turned completely white, and your face is full of wrinkles like a decrepit old man? Back then, you, Stuart, were a handsome young man. Countless young girls cried and begged to marry you. This was like a knife to the heart. Stuart's heart felt like it had been stabbed countless times. He staggered back a few steps. 100 years is considered a blink of an eye? I'm already 170 or 80 years old. Isn't it normal to be old and frail? It's better than that boy Charles looking like he's about to die. However, Wu Wei, the Divine Son, was indeed still young and handsome, almost exactly the same as when they first met. For a moment, both Stuart and Charles were filled with intense, overwhelming jealousy. Their life's achievements were enough to secure their place in history, and they were usually quite proud of themselves, but compared to Wu Wei, they seemed to be nothing at all. He had taken all the good things. Scenes from their time in the magic Holy Land flashed before their eyes, as clear as if it were yesterday. Inside the palace, a silence and awkwardness filled the air. Husband, Catherine gently took Wu Wei's hand and said softly, Emperor Charles has rendered great service to our Holy See. If we can save him, let's do so. If it's truly impossible, let's make an exception and bring his soul into the heavenly kingdom, using the pool of rebirth to reshape his divine body. Sigh. Wu Wei looked at Charles and sighed deeply. Charles, oh Charles, I've always thought you were a wise man. A glimmer of hope appeared in Emperor Charles's eyes, but his heart skipped a beat. Could it be that His Highness, the Divine Child, has a problem? Husband, could it be that the Emperor has a problem? Catherine's eyes were slightly puzzled. Over the years, although he has been somewhat excessive in pursuing worldly power, his yearning for the light remains steadfast. Although he is far from being a holy believer, he can still be considered a devout believer, right? She didn't have Wu Wei's divine status and couldn't see through Charles's true nature at a glance. Your Highness, Emperor Charles, like a child who had done something wrong, dared not meet the eyes of Wu Wei and Catherine. Catherine, you don't know this, Wu Wei sighed regretfully. When I used my divine power to help Charles recover his body just now, I discovered that his faith in the light had already collapsed. Impossible. Even the current Pope, Saint Trevican, paled. Although Emperor Charles is strong-willed and somewhat autocratic, his faith in our Lord is still very loyal. Could it be that his behavior over the years has all been a facade, a false believer? Normally, only Wu Wei's divine nature could distinguish who the true false believer was. That's right, Charles's faith had long since collapsed, and he had even pretended to be a false believer. However, Wu Wei was now very wealthy and powerful, with countless believers. Aside from a few high-ranking members of the Vatican who occasionally paid attention, he couldn't be bothered with the rest. Your Highness, Emperor Charles stammered, slightly frightened, I admit my faith is flawed. But I truly never intended to betray you, Alice, I don't blame you for this, Wu Wei sighed. You were originally a mage, and mages, with their unwavering belief in truth, instinctively resist the unconditional devotion to God. And you, a great emperor, enjoyed unparalleled prestige in the mortal realm. Over time, you simply couldn't maintain the heart of sacrifice and dedication to the God of light. The decline and collapse of your faith was only to be expected, Your Highness. Stuart hesitated, then pleaded, while Charles's collapse of faith is a sin, consider his contributions to the papacy and the divine Lord over the past 100 years. Give him a chance. Catherine, standing nearby, also urged, Husband, considering Charles's merits outweigh his faults, create a divine body for him. Looking at the expectant eyes of the crowd, Wu Wei's expression was somewhat helpless. Don't think I'm a heartless, old-fashioned guy. Although I had various entanglements with that kid Charles back in the magic Holy Land, we still developed a bond. If you could show leniency and rebuild his physical body, I'd be willing to pay any price. Charles, you old codger, sigh, you've really got your priorities backward. If you had even a little bit of reverence for the gods while enjoying your mortal life, even just a shallow level of faith, you would never have ended up like this. The blush that had appeared on Charles's face from the treatment vanished instantly. What do you think faith is? Wu Wei's expression was somewhat solemn and serious, his eyes sweeping in all directions. Everyone prostrated themselves on the ground, not daring to breathe. Faith is dedication, a selfless dedication to the divine. Faith is tempering, a rigorous tempering of the soul. Faith is cultivation, a repeated refinement of oneself. Only by tempering faith little by little, by strengthening faith, by constantly tempering the soul with suffering and willpower, can the soul continuously condense and transform, ultimately emerging from its cocoon to become a Holy Spirit. Life is short, and the soul will perish. Only the true spirit deep within the soul is eternal. Only a pure and untainted soul can nourish the true spirit, gradually allowing it to reach the point of eternal immortality. Wu Wei's voice was like a hammer, relentlessly striking and questioning the hearts of everyone present. Most people in the world are filled with selfish desires, their souls are impure and their true spirit will only wither away. Charles the Great's true spirit had long been fading and decaying, yet he used various treasures and holy light to delay the decay and death of his physical body. Only now, when it is revealed, that sliver of true spirit is exhausted and beyond saving. Husband, is there really no hope? Catherine sighed. If he had been exposed 10 years earlier, his true spirit wouldn't be in such a state of exhaustion. I could have paid a price to save him, allowing him to live for another 100 years, Wu Wei sighed deeply. But now, even if we use the very essence of life in the universe, it's futile. His true spirit is extinguished, no one can save him. Ah! Emperor Charles's face showed shock, fear, but even more so, regret. He held immense power, his words swaying the world, his arrogance unmatched. The longer he sat at the pinnacle of power, the less reverence he felt for the divine. His former faith, eroded by power, was gradually extinguished. To avoid revealing his true nature and affecting his authority, he feigned a devout faith, deceiving everyone and even taking pride in it. Little did he know. All of this will eventually be exposed, before the gods. He has nowhere to hide. His past mistakes will all come back to haunt him at this moment. Charles, Stewart, having also gleaned much from Wu Wei's words, looked at Charles with regret. If you hadn't become emperor and had focused solely on cultivating magic, with your talent, you would undoubtedly be a god of magic by now. What a pity. His Highness the Divine Child is right. Whether pursuing truth or devoutly believing in the holy light, if one's heart is not pure and one's soul is not clear, one will ultimately not go far. Emperor Charles, after all, was a hero of his time. Having received the true answer, he was filled with regret, but his heart suddenly became clear. He smiled bitterly. I thought I held absolute power, my pride and strength reaching their peak. But now it seems I was truly wrong, terribly wrong. If I had been able to relinquish my greed at the height of my power, enter a monastery to devoutly cultivate the path of the holy light, hone my faith, and refine my soul, I would probably have already ascended to heaven and become an immortal angel. Wrong, 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 I was truly wrong. Everyone looked at Charles, speechless with regret. Only his concubines and descendants wept bitterly, even the gods descended from heaven, declaring the emperor beyond saving. It seemed the emperor was truly doomed. What are you crying for? With his last strength, Charles the Great rose from his bed, his chest puffed out, an aura of dominance emanating from him. I, Charles, the founding emperor of this empire, now leave my only words to my descendants. All his descendants prostrated themselves on the ground, holding their breath, listening with grief and awe to the last words of the unparalleled emperor. All my descendants, Charles declared firmly, whether illegitimate or the current emperor, must study in a monastery before the age of 15, and after 70, re-enter the royal monastery to devoutly serve our Lord of Light, striving their entire lives to spread his glory across the continent. Any offspring who violates this shall be considered a heretic and resolutely eliminated. This will be overseen by the successive popes of the Holy See and His Majesty the Great Divine Lord. Charles the Great's words were powerful and unwavering, like an insurmountable mountain pressing down on everyone. Having said this, Charles felt a sudden clarity in his soul, as if he had seen a broad road leading directly to heaven. A smile curved his aged face. He understood. But Alice, it was all too late. His already exhausted spirit vanished in that instant. The emperor. He has fallen. His concubines and descendants wept bitterly, their cries echoing through the palace, a somber atmosphere filling the air. Chapter 359 Arrival at the Universe Bank. Sigh. Wu Wei sighed softly, shaking his head helplessly. The annihilation of true spirits was a problem no one could solve. Immediately, Wu Wei decided not to linger. With a flicker of his body, using the special coordinates of the Gate of Heaven, he appeared in the underwater world in the next instant. Arriving in this underwater world, Wu Wei had a surreal feeling, as if he had stepped into another world. The former sea god temple, thanks to the efforts of the high-level sea monsters, was still renovated. Under Wu Wei's deliberate protection, the sea monsters and humans now coexisted peacefully, and they continued to multiply and grow stronger. With a simple scan using his spiritual power, Wu Wei sensed at least 70 or 80 level 7 auras, 9 level 8 auras, and a full 4 level 9 auras within the underwater city. The most powerful level 9 aura was filled with an ancient and vast aura, almost enveloping the entire city. Wu Wei smiled. He had encountered an old acquaintance, no, an old monster, the ferocious beast Sira. Wu Wei had a deep impression of that majestic tentacle monster. However, after going to the vast universe, Wu Wei had seen many strange and unusual creatures. The ferocious beast Sira was merely a descendant of a bloodline left by an ancient star race. That huge monster, following Princess Deshava of the Sea Song, seemed to have gained quite a bit. Besides the ferocious beast Sira, there was also an aura of a peak level 9 expert. Although that aura was not as domineering and powerful as Sira's, it was more profound and far-reaching, like a calm sea containing a vast and terrifying explosive force. With Wu Wei's current eyesight, he could naturally distinguish that it was Princess Deshava of the Sea Song's aura, and she had already comprehended a wisp of the vast sea law. Clearly, she had taken the most resolute step on the path of inheriting the old sea god's divine status. Although the old sea god lost the battle with the old god of light, it did not mean that the old sea god was weak. On the contrary, both the Lord of the Dead and the sea god, who managed to ignite their own divine kingdoms on a native planet, were undoubtedly exceptionally talented. The ultimate winner, the old god of light, was not as gifted as the Lord of the Dead and the old sea god. His superior inheritance simply overwhelmed them. If Princess Hage were to reach godhood through the inheritance left by the old sea god, her future prospects wouldn't be too bad. Seeing her progress, Wu Wei, somewhat relieved of the negative emotions brought on by the Charles incident, didn't disturb her and returned directly to his divine kingdom. Back in his kingdom, Wu Wei changed his appearance, taking a stroll and patrolling as an ordinary citizen. He called this a clandestine visit. Although Wu Wei, as the God Lord, could monitor the every move and word of all beings in his kingdom if he so desired. But he didn't do that. He simply wanted to wander quietly within the divine realm, from the fields to the sacred square, observing and listening from an outsider's perspective. Within the divine realm, the vast majority of its inhabitants were filled with positivity and optimism. They were very satisfied with their lives in the divine realm and served the great God with sincere devotion. Their unwavering faith was also causing subtle changes in their souls. Their will gradually became purer and more refined, and their bodies were no longer a burden. Their bodies, condensed from holy light elements, aged extremely slowly, and even if they died, as long as their souls remained, they could be reborn in the pool of rebirth. Of course, not all inhabitants who ascended to the divine realm were truly immortal. Only those who reached the Holy Spirit level could have their lifespans extended. However, many inhabitants, through continuous effort, were also constantly improving the quality of their souls, gradually moving towards the Holy Spirit level. Seeing the flourishing state of the divine realm, Wu Wei felt gratified. At least it provided those devout believers with a path to advancement. The fall of Emperor Charles of the Light Plane was certainly regrettable, but it might not necessarily be a bad thing. His actions would have a huge impact on the Bright Continent, and a significant shock to the believers. Overall, it was a good thing. When Wu Wei strolled to the Divine Weapon Hall, suddenly, another familiar commotion arose. Technicians from different planes had gathered, preparing to protest at the temple against resource allocation issues. Their goal was to build a Judicator-class spaceship, as their current resources were far from sufficient. Judicator-class spaceship? Well, Wu Wei understood from their argument, it was a powerful warship with overall combat capabilities far exceeding that of the Judicator class. Hearing their argument, Wu Wei, who had originally intended to return to the temple, suddenly became too lazy to go. He'd let Katarina handle it. The Divine Kingdom was currently in a state of extremely rapid development, and resources were inevitably scarce. With a thought, Wu Wei immediately disappeared, disappearing to some unknown plane to relax. Time passed quickly. Several years later, in a distant star field. Your Highness, We have passed through the private wormhole of the Koi civilization, numbered Get 33,298, and have officially entered the Koi civilization's star system. Wu Wei reclined comfortably in a grand chair on the bridge of the Judgment-class spaceship. Outside the porthole, he could see countless spaceships moving back and forth. Behind the Judgment-class spaceship, 5 large transport ships followed in a fan shape. The person reporting to Wu Wei was a steward from the Blue Spirit family, specifically responsible for this transaction, so Wu Wei didn't need to personally handle the various buying and selling matters. In the vast universe, only God-level beings could command respect. However, in reality, in most civilizations, God-level beings were high-ranking overlords, and the vast majority of beings were below level 10. Level 9 was actually quite powerful, considered high-ranking in most civilizations. Alright, let's split up. Wu Wei had little interest in doing business, so he immediately instructed one of the 8-winged dark angels serving beside him, James, Edward, each of you lead a squadron of angels to assist the Blue Spirit family in handling various business matters. The 2 8-winged dark angels, concealing their powerful divine aura, bowed devoutly and said, "Yes, Your Highness, the great divine child, St. James and St. Edward were both once the last members of the old papacy of the Bright Continent. The 2 archbishops had suffered alongside the former pope, St. John Nasidal. Although their souls were not as refined as St. John's, they were still stronger than ordinary holy spirits. To recognize their past glorious deeds, Wu Wei bestowed upon them each a trace of cosmic life essence, strengthening their souls and directly elevating them to the status of 8-winged dark angels in the transformation pool. This time, Wu Wei brought them along to hone their skills and expose them to more cosmic trade. Given the form of Wu Wei's Divine Kingdom civilization, it had a significant advantage in trade, and he planned to seize this opportunity to enter the market. The Blue Spirit family's head, projected through mental energy, looked at the 2 powerful 8-winged angels and sighed inwardly. This son-in-law of the Divine Prince truly possessed profound resources, casually producing 2 God-level subordinates. Climbing the ranks of the Divine Prince would undoubtedly be a golden opportunity for the Blue Spirit family's rise. Note, the last sentence appears to be unrelated and possibly machine-generated text. It has been omitted from the translation. Wu Wei's ship, the Judgment, had a passage to the gates of heaven, and there was a large amount of cargo within the Divine Kingdom. Wu Wei simply left the gates of heaven to the 2 newly promoted 8-winged holy angels, letting them handle various miscellaneous matters. He, however, led a large angel squadron, along with Everest, aboard a small assault ship, heading straight for the branch of the Cosmic Bank. This journey took several months. Upon arriving at a Cosmic Bank branch, Wu Wei realized what it meant to be a frog in a well 108 radiant stars revolved around a wondrous 3-dimensional building. The building was incredibly majestic and enormous, measuring approximately 0.1 light-years in length, width, and height. Stars orbiting around it appeared as tiny and weak as fireflies. Evelyn was utterly shocked, unable to comprehend how man-made structures could be so massive. The current strength of the Divine Kingdom was vastly inferior to its size. No wonder, given that the Koi civilization was already a level 4 civilization, it couldn't refuse the Cosmic Bank's request to establish a branch. Honorable guest, what service do you require? Just as Wu Wei was 0.1 light-years away from the building, a message appeared inside the small spaceship. The message was incredibly cryptic, instantly transforming into something Wu Wei could understand. Since he was already there, he could only rely on the Cosmic Bank's reputation for banking services. "I'm here to pick up something," Wu Wei said calmly. "Beep, request received." The strange message transformed into a budding flower in front of the bridge. "Please use your true spirit to sense the bud to confirm your identity, esteemed guest." A true spirit detection system? At Wu Wei's current level, he gradually understood the true meaning of life. The physical body and soul are merely vessels and shells. The only core marker of life is the true spirit. Wu Wei hesitated briefly before immersing his consciousness in the deepest part of his soul, using his true spirit to sense the bud. 10 seconds passed, then a minute. However, the bud showed no sign of blooming. Soon, the voice sounded again, "Esteemed guest, after detection, you have not opened an account with our bank. Would you like to open a new account with our bank based on your true spirit characteristics? You can withdraw any items deposited with our bank at any branch. As of this second, our bank has 289,760 branches. 280,000 branches? In that instant, Wu Wei's hair stood on end. Even if every level 4 civilization had a branch, and the Cosmic Bank had already established branches in every corner of the universe, it's still safe to assume there are at least 280,000 to 290,000 level 4 civilizations in the universe. That's an incredibly terrifying number. With Wu Wei's current strength, he probably couldn't even defeat any single level 4 civilization. Chapter 360 Advancement. Divine Kingdom. He had previously wondered if the Cosmic Bank might be trying to scam him. But now, he realized he was definitely overthinking it. With his current strength, he wasn't even an ant in the Cosmic Bank's eyes. Besides, why hadn't he opened an account? Did the old god of light directly tell him to come and collect the inheritance? He couldn't possibly make such a basic mistake, could he? A chill ran down Wu Wei's spine as he considered a terrifying possibility. Was the inheritance left by the old god of light not for him, but for himself? With only his true spirit, he could easily retrieve the inheritance. Could it be that the old god of light hadn't kindly passed on his divine status to him, but rather had some other ulterior motive? Wu Wei's heart was filled with gloom. Honorable guest, hello, the bank's voice continued. You mentioned you were here to collect something. Are you here on someone else's behalf? You'll need to provide proof of agency for our verification. No, it's not that I actually inherited a deity's estate. Wu Wei decided to tell the truth. And that deity instructed me to come to the Cosmic Bank to collect something in their will. He had already considered this. With so many branches of the Cosmic Bank, similar situations must have occurred before, and there must be precedents. The universe is so dangerous, countless depositors must have died. Surely, their assets wouldn't just go to the bank after death? So, esteemed guest, you're here to collect an inheritance. This is quite common. The bank's attitude remained friendly. According to our inheritance law, we need to conduct data analysis to determine if you are a legitimate heir. Honorable guest, did you inherit the core of that deity's divine essence? Yes, Wu Wei answered honestly. He had decided that even if he didn't get the inheritance, he absolutely wouldn't offend the Cosmic Bank. Heaven knows if such a powerful bank had a lie detector system. Once it's discovered that he's a liar trying to defraud other customers of their assets, he might be charged with some crime, and then he'd be in deep trouble. So, did you legally inherit the divine core, or did you inherit it through possession? The bank continued. If it was possession, does that mean I have no right to inherit? Wu Wei asked anxiously. The situation is like this, the bank continued. Possession to inherit the divine core is suspected of violating the cosmic laws of most civilizations. We need to collect testimonies of the specific possession process to determine whether your possession was legal or illegal. If it was a legal possession, our bank cannot hand over the deposited items to you. And the customer's deposited assets will be proactively returned to other heirs in line. If it was a legal possession, will they arrest me? Wu Wei tentatively asked in a low voice. We are the Cosmic Bank, not the cosmic law enforcers, the Cosmic Bank's voice continued. We only provide services to protect the safety of our clients' assets. Unless you attempt to harm the Cosmic Bank's interests through illegal means, such as fraud or robbery, we will not use force. Okay, Wu Wei understood the Cosmic Bank's logic and told the truth. Actually, I don't know exactly what happened to me. I only know that I woke up one day and inherited a godhood, and then received a will. Let me make it clear beforehand, I just don't know the situation. I'm not here to defraud your bank. Wu Wei would rather not have the inheritance than be accused of fraud. Honorable guest, we understand your wishes, the bank continued politely and gently. Rest assured, situations like yours are not uncommon in our Cosmic Bank. Since our opening, we have encountered over 100,000 similar cases. In 50,000 of these, your soul possessed another's godhood but encountered fierce resistance, resulting in some memory confusion and loss. As you know, those who reach godhood store many important memories within their souls. Wu Wei understood, but he hadn't expected so many similar cases, and these were only the cases the Cosmic Bank had encountered. Weren't there even more cases undetected by the Cosmic Bank? The universe was indeed vast and exaggerated. Another 30,000 cases involved the other party's soul being on the verge of annihilation. They inherited the core of their godhood into your soul and then used their true spirit to possess it. However, an error occurred during the process. Your soul inherited the godhood but wasn't possessed. The will left by the other party was actually a reminder to themselves, to prevent accidental memory loss during the possession. The bank said calmly. Wu Wei felt a chill run down his spine. This was very close to his guess. But what chilled him even more was that similar cases were countless. Truly, the universe is vast and full of wonders. After a slight hesitation, Wu Wei said, I feel it might be the second possibility. If it's the second possibility, our bank has established a practice that is the victim, you are entitled to inherit the other party's estate, the bank said gently. But we must confirm the facts. That should be the case, but I have no way to prove myself, Wu Wei said. It's alright. If your true spirit actively possessed another soul and inherited its divine status, your true spirit and soul would be slightly incompatible, requiring a long period of time to gradually harmonize, the bank explained to Wu Wei. However, the compatibility between your true spirit and soul is very high, clearly indicating they are both original true spirits and souls. As you said, the second possibility is more likely. But before that, we need to test the degree of fusion between the divine status and your soul. Before Wu Wei could refuse, an invisible wave swept over him, and the bank said a second later, Congratulations, esteemed guest. Based on the unique fluctuations of your divine status, we have identified the bank where the account was opened. And based on the compatibility between the divine status and your soul, we can determine that the probability of inheriting that divine status is 99%. Combined with the fact that your true spirit has no account, we can confirm with 100% certainty that you are a victim. Congratulations, you have obtained the right of inheritance. Wu Wei almost vomited blood. Was this cosmic banking civilization really that powerful? He felt like an ant standing in front of a branch. However, judging from the other party's attitude, it didn't seem like they intended to embezzle the customer's belongings. Dear VIP1 customer, I have reported to the head office, and the head office has agreed to accept you as the successor and merged your true spirit with a previous customer's account. Do you wish to withdraw your stored items? The bank reminded him. Okay. The old god of light was a VIP1 customer, and now it's his turn. However, things had already come to this point, and Wu Wei wasn't about to back down. He immediately said, I need to withdraw them, but I request confidentiality. Dear VIP1 customer, rest assured, our bank treats all customers equally and will never pry into or leak customer privacy, the bank's voice continued. As per your request, our bank has transferred your safe deposit box G3353S38760 to our branch. Do you confirm transferring the safe deposit box to your spaceship? Confirm. Space sharing technology wasn't too difficult, even Wu Wei's divine kingdom could currently achieve a similar state. But the fact that the other party had transferred it to his spaceship showed their technological prowess. Suddenly, Wu Wei sensed a special fluctuation in front of the spaceship's bridge. Immediately, a silver box, about 1 cubic meter in size, silently appeared before him. Sure enough, the bank's special technology was strong, but not to an overwhelming degree. Judging from the methods they displayed, their special technology was generally a notch above the light god kingdoms, but not overwhelmingly superior. Dear V, please remove the words VIP1. Dear guest, this safe deposit box, numbered G3353S38760, is the property of our cosmic bank. Based on the divine crystals previously deposited into your account, you still have the right to use this safe deposit box for 300 years. Within 300 years, you must return the safe deposit box to our bank, otherwise you will be subject to a penalty of 200 divine crystals. The bank proceeded in a rambling manner. Wu Wei already knew that the other party was a semi-intelligent system. He immediately interrupted again, asking, how many levels of powerhouses can this safe prevent from prying into my mind? How secure is it? How do I open it? This safe can withstand the mental attacks of powerhouses below level 15, and can effectively withstand continuous attacks from level 14 powerhouses, the bank continued gently and considerately. Your true spirit fluctuations have already merged with this safe. It can be opened with a single thought. Is there any other problem? May I leave now? Honorable guest, please feel free to visit again at the Cosmic Bank's branch in the Koi civilization. Farewell. Before the bank's words had even finished, Wu Wei activated his small spaceship and flew away into the distance, traversing through more than a dozen wormholes. Instead of reuniting with his personnel, he directly found a wandering planet in the vast void, quickly established a special gate, and entered the gate along with his spaceship. The wandering planet suddenly exploded, completely destroying the special anchor coordinates in that area. Destroying a special gate was indeed wasteful, but Wu Wei was willing to do so. Wu Wei only felt slightly more at ease after returning to the Divine Kingdom. He was joking, the Cosmic Bank was simply too powerful, too terrifying. Although the possibility of them harboring ill will towards him was extremely small, Wu Wei still took various precautions for safety. If they could still catch up to him after all this, he would accept his fate. Inside the temple, Wu Wei was alone, with St. John guarding the door, preventing anyone from approaching. Only then did he take out the safe, and then used his mental power to isolate himself from everything around him. After carefully examining the safe, he opened it with his mind. The cubic safe bloomed like a flower, revealing some things hidden inside, a message recording jade stone and 5 boxes. These were treasures of the cultivation civilization, capable of storing information for a long time. Wu Wei first examined the message recording jade stone, and after finding nothing wrong, he activated it. It took Wu Wei a quarter of an hour to listen to the message left by the old god of light. However, it took him more than an hour to digest the message. His message mainly contained 3 points, the first of which was about the enemy. Fearing he might forget some things during his possession of the true spirit, the old god of light left the enemy's information on a message stone. It was from a civilization extremely far from his divine kingdom's hideout, a very powerful level 5 cultivation civilization, the Immortal Palace. The second point was that his enmity with the Immortal Palace stemmed from a joint expedition with an elder of the Immortal Palace to explore ancient civilization ruins. During the expedition, they discovered an extraordinary ancient treasure, the Creation Bottle. The Creation Bottle possessed a heaven-defying effect. It could transform high-purity life energy, such as divine crystals, into the primordial life force of the universe. Upon seeing this, Wu Wei's heart pounded. This was practically challenging his bottom line. Wasn't the primordial life force of the universe a non-renewable resource? If Wu Wei possessed an endless supply of primordial life force, wouldn't he be able to cultivate powerful and heaven-defying divine generals? Who would be his opponent then? The third point was that the reason he had Wu Wei come at level 11 was because he had prepared resources for upgrading his divine spark and divine kingdom. To be honest, Wu Wei had only recently upgraded his divine kingdom and was actively searching for materials for another upgrade. However, upgrading further requires a massive amount of materials. 50 of each of the heart of the ocean and heart of the earth are needed. Even the most expensive star core requires 10. Originally, Wu Wei hadn't planned to upgrade in the short term, but the old god of light suddenly told him that he had already prepared upgrade resources for him. Immediately, Wu Wei's feelings were mixed. Old god of light, you tried to possess me, theoretically I should hate you. But now I can't bring myself to hate you. Not only did you give me a godhood and a divine kingdom, but now, at this crucial moment, you're even giving me upgrade resources and heaven-defying treasures. Alice. How could there be such a good possessor in the world? Wu Wei sighed deeply. If the old god of light had a spirit in heaven, he would probably be so angry that his true spirit would dissipate again. Wu Wei opened the boxes one by one. Each box contained a hidden space, filled with countless rare and precious materials, all crucial for upgrading his divine kingdom. Besides these, the most precious item was the box in the middle, containing a palm-sized jade bottle, which the old god of light said was the Creation Bottle. Wu Wei shook it slightly, and sure enough, as the old god of light had said, it contained a drop of cosmic life essence. After collecting all the materials, Wu Wei no longer hesitated and directly activated the upgrade of his divine kingdom. One by one, the hearts of the ocean fell into the lake, the hearts of the earth drilled into the bottom of the divine kingdom, the hearts of nature merged into the air, and the star cores shattered one by one, merging into the entire divine kingdom. In the next instant, the heavens and the earth trembled. The divine kingdom expanded at a visible speed, at an extremely rapid pace. This upgrade was far more spectacular than any of the previous ones, even surpassing all previous upgrades combined. The people of the gods knelt in worship, singing praises, feeling the earth-shattering changes of the divine kingdom. Meanwhile, the angelic army guarded the outside of the divine kingdom, tensely guarding against any potential enemies. However, at this moment of divine kingdom advancement, most of the wandering life forms in the void turbulence had been eliminated, and no other random things came to disturb it. Just as the divine kingdom was about to complete its upgrade, suddenly, one of the several dangerous forbidden zones that Wu Wei had previously sensed were unsafe to explore erupted with an extremely terrifying aura, accompanied by violent spatial tremors. It was as if some ancient ferocious creature was about to crawl out. Fortunately, the Forbidden Zone seemed to have some kind of restriction, preventing the ancient ferocious creature from entering. Only after the Divine Kingdom's upgrade was completed did the ancient ferocious creature roar in unwilling anger, then fell silent again. Even though the Divine Kingdom had successfully upgraded, he was still somewhat shaken. What exactly was that thing? He could clearly feel that he was as weak as an ant in its presence. Next time, the Divine Kingdom absolutely could not upgrade here. He was truly afraid of attracting some chaotic monsters that he couldn't handle. Furthermore, the overall strength of the Divine Kingdom needed to be strengthened even more. Divine Spark, upgrade the first transformation pool for me, Wu Wei ordered. The first transformation pool was Wu Wei's most powerful transformation pool at present, capable of condensing an 11th level divine body. However, now that the Divine Kingdom has upgraded, the next upgrade of the transformation pool has been unlocked. The previously stored and collected rare treasures and divine power have merged into one, and the magnificent transformation pool has undergone earth-shattering changes. The life energy surging within it is extremely abundant, as if it could condense into a life form of light at any moment. Level 2 Transformation Pool. It can condense a level 12 divine body. Currently, Wu Wei has 3 level 11 subordinate gods under his command, Yan Fei Liliana, St. Luke, and St. John Nasidal. In terms of both battle merit and status, St. John is undoubtedly the first choice. However, there is currently only one drop of the cosmic life source. Wu Wei prefers to give it to St. John, and after he reaches the 12-winged seraph, he will study this so-called creation bottle in more detail. St. John, prepare to advance to level 12. Wu Wei's face cannot contain his joy. This is a historic breakthrough. Once the Divine Kingdom has a level 12 combatant, it can be considered a level 3 civilization. A level 3 civilization is also considered a powerful force in the star field. Yes, my lord. St. John Nasidal calmly entered the transformation pool. At the same time, Wu Wei cast the drop of cosmic life essence into the pool. Suddenly, a massive energy wave surged within the transformation pool, enveloping St. John. Simultaneously, a vast amount of divine power flowed continuously from his divine core into the pool, shaping his divine body. Because St. John's advancement still required some time, Wu Wei carefully examined the so-called creation bottle. The drop of life essence inside had already been consumed by Wu Wei, leaving the bottle empty. Immediately, Wu Wei added a drop of divine liquid. The bottle swayed, and the drop of divine liquid vanished completely, leaving nothing behind. Wu Wei's expression immediately changed. He continued to add divine liquid, 10 drops, 100 drops, until a full 1,000 drops were added. Finally, the creation bottle was filled with energy. A mysterious light flashed, and a familiar trace of cosmic life essence appeared within the bottle. One trace. That's right, just a mere wisp. This is outrageous. Wu Wei's heart sank. 1,000 drops of divine liquid could condense into one divine crystal, but one divine crystal only yielded a wisp of origin power. Did this mean he would need to consume a full 100 divine crystals to condense a single drop of origin power? Wu Wei's lips twitched. Currently, his various planes were developing smoothly, and he was reaping a massive amount of faith power every day. At present, Wu Wei could condense about 5 divine crystals per year. He thought he was quite wealthy, but after this creation bottle, he realized he was still a pauper. The origin of the universe was too much of a ripoff. Even if Wu Wei didn't use his divine power anywhere, it would take him at least 20 years to accumulate just one drop. Wu Wei's lips twitched, and he silently put away the creation bottle. This kind of high-end luxury item was truly beyond his current means. But then he thought again and took it out again. He couldn't afford to create a level 12 divine general, but he could afford to create level 10 and level 9 ones. It could even be said that this mere wisp of primordial power, if used on those still fanatical believers, even if divided into hundreds or thousands of parts, could give them a chance to advance to saintly believers, right? Actually, Wu Wei felt quite sorry for those ordinary believers. Their faith in Wu Wei was genuine, fervent and willing to sacrifice everything, but ultimately, their souls were too shallowly tempered to reach the saintly level. He would try this later when the opportunity arose. If it worked, Wu Wei wouldn't mind consuming some cosmic life essence. After all, the cost would ultimately come from the people. If everyone in the divine realm were saintly believers, it would be quite beneficial for collecting faith power. Chapter 361 12-Winged Seraph. Just as Wu Wei's divine kingdom was undergoing a full-scale evolution, a massive fleet of over 100 interstellar warships was marching majestically towards the Aesop star system under Wu Wei's rule in the vast universe. Indeed, this enormous fleet heading towards the Aesop plane originated from the capital of the Qin civilization's home planet, and was personally led by Prince Corlin Hard, the younger brother of Qin Emperor Sidney Hard. The Qin civilization was a level 2 cosmic civilization existing as an empire, with Qin Emperor Sidney Hard and his brother Corlin Hard both being level 11 super god level powerhouses. It was precisely because of the formidable strength of Emperor Sidney and his brother Corlin that the Qin people broke through from the most basic level 1 civilization to the awe-inspiring level 2 civilization. From this moment on, the entire Qin civilization began to transform from an initial federal parliamentary system into a centralized military empire jointly ruled by the Sidney brothers. However, it was precisely because of the Sidney brothers' ruthless methods that the Qin civilization experienced rapid development over the past millennium. The Qin Empire once expanded to 5 inhabited star systems and 17 lifeless mineral-rich star systems. Within its territory, there were over 20 billion intelligent races, with the Qins, the ruling class, comprising over 3 billion. Among this vast population and abundant resources, besides 2 unparalleled figures, Emperor Sidney and Prince Corlin, both level 11 powerhouses, the Qins also boasted 7 level 10 gods. This formidable strength made the Qins a leading power among many level 2 cosmic civilizations. However, recently, the Qins' development has reached a bottleneck. Emperor Sidney fears those level 3 civilizations with level 12 life forms, but he himself doesn't know how to reach that lofty level. Therefore, he has had to focus most of his strategic efforts on searching for cosmic resources. Thus, the friendship signal from the Aesop plane was precisely detected by them. Aesop, a resource-rich and populous planet, was a backward civilization that didn't even reach the level of a Type 1 civilization. This vast wealth of resources was naturally considered a prize by the Qin people. As for the gods behind Aesop, according to the intelligence at the time, they were judged to be only at the level of a Type 1 civilization, which was naturally not a concern for them. However, they never expected that Lucas, the god general sent to conquer Aesop, would be completely annihilated in the blink of an eye, and the few surviving Qin people were all sold as slaves throughout the universe. This greatly angered the Qin leader, Emperor Sidney the Great, and his younger brother. They learned from the last images and intelligence Lucas transmitted that the civilization ruling the Aesop plane was actually a Type 2 god system civilization with a Type 11 powerhouse. The key point was that this primitive and backward god system civilization dared to openly destroy their Qin god general and fleet, which was simply disregard for the Qin people. The development paths of divine civilizations and technological civilizations are drastically different, thus they have always been mutually exclusive. Therefore, after losing the divine general Lucas, Prince Corlin Hard, one of Qin's strongest figures, personally led a large army to officially attack the Aesopian plane, determined to demonstrate Qin's might and deliver a heavy blow to Wu Wei, the god who ruled Aesop. They aimed not only to force the other side to submit, but also to compel them to cede territory and pay reparations. The Qin people had risen rapidly through war. War was often a fast way to plunder resources and accelerate domestic development. With their current strength, the Qin people were confident they could crush this divine civilization. Report. On the massive bridge of the Qin flagship, a master sergeant, his entire body composed of silver-gray mechas, immediately approached Prince Corlin and reported loudly, "Your Majesty, our fleet is about to reach the Kuiper belt at the edge of our target star system." Requesting instructions. Prince Corlin was a massive, level 11 divine tier mech, as tall as a 3 or 4-story building. He sat upright in the captain's seat, his enormous physique imposing and awe-inspiring, like a metal statue. The mech's interior was filled with various weapons and possessed a powerful nuclear reactor, powerful enough to detonate the core of a planet and completely shatter a fertile planet teeming with life. The main control mechanism of this mech was, of course, Prince Corlin's level 11 divine essence. Prince Corlin, like his brother Emperor Sidney, was one of the few Qin people whose entire bodies were mechanized. In their view, only by transplanting consciousness into a mechanical body could consciousness exist eternally within the machine, forever immortal. Therefore, those divine sparks burning within the mechas, symbolizing the flames of the soul, were called seeds by the Qin people, the seeds of life. How very good. This prince will make those primitive, Closed-off divine civilizations understand the consequences of angering us Quinn people. Prince Corlin's voice boomed from within his massive mech, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. Accelerate. This prince will let those primitive swine taste the power of our Quinn's deadly weapon, the Star Destroyer cannon. Yes. Accelerate. The silver-gray mech officer immediately relayed Prince Corlin's order, and the entire fleet began to accelerate towards the Kuiper belt at the edge of the Quinn system. Just then, Prince Corlin's divine-level adjutant cautiously approached him and whispered, "Your Highness, according to intelligence, that light-based deity civilization seems to be a level 2 cosmic civilization, just like us. I believe we should be more cautious to avoid an ambush." "No need to worry," Prince Corlin waved his hand dismissively and chuckled in a deep voice. "It's precisely because they are a level 2 civilization that my fleet needs to press forward even more closely. Wouldn't excessive caution make us Quinn people seem afraid of them?" Seeing the adjutant hesitate, Prince Corlin continued, "Head, you must understand that our powerful Quinn fleet is far superior to those barbaric and backward deity-based civilizations. In this battle, I will make that ignorant light-based deity bow down in submission." Seeing Prince Corlin's resolute will, the divine-level adjutant could only respectfully bow and step aside. Time passed quickly, and the Kuiper belt, littered with meteorites and asteroids, was soon in sight. That life-bearing planet called Aesop is less than 3 sidereal days away. "All of you, be alert," Prince Corlin commanded confidently from the flagship's bridge. "I anticipate that the God of Light will ambush my fleet in the Kuiper belt. Convey the order to all ships to prepare for battle. I will personally give that barbaric and backward god a taste of his power." "Yes, sir." The resounding shouts of unwavering resolve echoed through the more than 100 warships of various sizes. The Kuiper belt, filled with asteroid and meteorite fragments, was undoubtedly the perfect place for an ambush. However, the Quinn warships were of superior quality. With sufficient preparation, Prince Corlin was confident he could deliver a heavy blow the moment the enemy appeared. After all, in the vast universe, the advantage of divine civilizations usually lies in their incredible divine magic and close combat. When it comes to interstellar warfare, their mechanical and technological civilizations are undoubtedly superior, at least under normal circumstances. However, there is one crucial piece of intelligence that Corlin is completely unaware of: Wu Wei, the god of light, whose god-level civilization is far beyond the reach of ordinary divine civilizations. As the enemy's army set out, Wu Wei had already received the news. No joke, Wu Wei isn't stupid. After defeating the Quinn civilization's expeditionary force, how could he ignore the enemy right next to him? Secret angel squadrons had already been heading towards the Quinn civilization, primarily to gather intelligence. As the Quinn fleet continued to penetrate deeper into the vast Kuiper belt, the divine fleet also appeared. Everything seemed to be as Prince Corlin had predicted. Facing the technologically advanced fleet, the divine side dared not wage war on the plain. Otherwise, some of the technological superweapons could very well blast the entire inhabited planet into pieces. As they expected, Wu Wei's ambush force was indeed positioned in front of the Kuiper belt, attempting to intercept them outside of it. However, the way Wu Wei's ambush force appeared was somewhat different from what they had anticipated. Wu Wei's fleet first used mimicry technology to conceal itself to some extent, only revealing itself to Quinn's fleet when they approached. However, Wu Wei's fleet did not resort to the common ambush tactic. Instead, it ordered its fleet to be neatly arrayed in this Kuiper belt filled with countless meteorites and asteroids, appearing ready and waiting for a long time. This fleet, full of divine characteristics, consisted of 3 main battleship-class Judgment warships and about 40 or 50 Punisher auxiliary ships, nearly half the number of warships as Prince Corlin's fleet. If only considering the number of warships, it would naturally not have caught Prince Corlin's eye. But when Prince Corlin and his men saw the enemy formation ahead, the divine sparks hidden within their mechanical bodies suddenly contracted. That's... Prince Corlin, his previous arrogance gone, hurriedly rose from his throne, his eyes wide with terror as he stared ahead. Directly in front of the opposing divine fleet, a towering figure hovered silently in the tranquil void. This figure, 1,000 meters tall, was surrounded by pure white holy light, suspended in the boundless universe like a shining star, dazzling and imposing. Just as the fleet led by Corlin approached, the towering figure suddenly opened his eyes. Simultaneously, 12 wings unfurled behind him like an umbrella, and the magnificent golden holy light surged once more. Its surging aura, like the sun's radiance, spread across the entire universe. Without a doubt, the 12-winged seraphim hovering in the void was none other than Wu Wei's top general, St. John Nassadle. Beep. Beep beep beep. A piercing high-energy alarm echoed throughout the entire Qin fleet. Prince Corlin's heart skipped a beat upon seeing the high-energy data displayed on the machine. What a terrifying energy level. He is a level 10, a level 12 life form. The 12-winged, towering life form hovering before them was a high-level life form possessing terrifying energy, enough to destroy a star. Their Qin warships were indeed powerful, but this level 12 high-level divine general was equivalent to hundreds, even thousands, of interstellar warships. Not to mention, what terrifying methods would a civilization with such a sublime divine general possess? Retreat. Quickly. Order all warships to retreat. We've encountered an advanced civilization that we absolutely cannot provoke. Corlin's entire body trembled, filled with lingering fear, and he hurriedly shouted the order. Judging from the current situation, the main god of the opposing civilization was absolutely unfathomable, far beyond what the Qin people, a mere level 2 civilization, could handle. If the opponent had only sent an 11th level super god of his own caliber, he would have been fearless, but now, waiting for him ahead was a powerful 12th level high-ranking divine general. That terrifying aura far surpassed his own. And that didn't even include the hidden power behind the opponent. If he didn't retreat in time, the consequences would be unimaginable. HMPH. Qin villain, you invaded my divine realm and think you can leave? Nassadle, suspended in the void, glared angrily, his voice reverberating throughout the universe like a booming bell. Then, with a sudden flap of its wings, Nassadle, who had just been hovering in the void, vanished in a flash of golden light. When he reappeared, he had already landed in front of Prince Corlin's flagship. Ah! Ow! Prince Corlin cried out in terror, frantically shouting, "Quick, raise all the shields! Quick, attack!" Just moments ago, they were separated by tens of thousands of kilometers of void, yet his opponent had broken through the spatial barrier in the blink of an eye, appearing precisely outside the cockpit of his bridge. How could such unbelievable spatial mastery and the ultimate control over energy not fill him with fear? Now, he was only separated from his opponent by an observation window, and the feeling of being stared at was like a weak beast being cornered by a ferocious predator. This bone-chilling fear of facing a superior was deeply ingrained, something Prince Corlin had never experienced before. Those who offend the realm of my sovereign god shall be punished by death. Before the Qin flagship could react further, Nassadle raised his holy sword and cleaved the flagship's bridge in two with a single strike. Whoa! Numerous Qin pilots and soldiers on the bridge were immediately sucked into space by the vacuum. Nassadle, who had been waiting on the warship for some time, suddenly swung his sword, and thousands of holy lights burst forth, instantly piercing and killing all the hundreds of Qin people sucked out of the ship's cabin. Prince Corlin dared not delay any longer and immediately tried to escape, but under Nassadle's powerful attack, he was cut down in just a few strikes. The next instant, Nassadle grabbed Prince Corlin's divine spark with one hand and pulled it directly from his body. All of this happened in just a dozen breaths. When everything settled down, Prince Corlin had been captured by Nassadle. At the same time, fleets of divine kingdoms that had been lying in ambush in the surrounding space began to arrive at a battlefield through the gates of heaven. St. Luke, Catherine, Everus, and the other three divine generals each led a fleet, joining Nassad's main fleet to completely surround the Qin fleet from all sides. Only then did the Qin people truly realize the formidable enemy they had encountered. They were awe-stunned and filled with fear. Based on this strength, their opponent was definitely at least a level 3 civilization. A level 3 civilization could easily crush several newly established level 2 civilizations. The gap between them was far greater than the gap between their level 2 and level 1 civilizations. Now, their Qin civilization dared to openly invade the territory of a level 3 civilization. It was tantamount to suicide. In an instant, all the Qin warships shut down and surrendered. Not a single one dared to harbor any further thoughts of attack. Prince Corlin, held in Nassad's hands, pleaded and begged for mercy like an ant. This was the desperate act of the weak facing the strong in the face of absolute power. The victor is king, the loser is a bandit. This has always been an unchanging principle in the universe. HMPH. Suddenly, a powerful shout echoed from nowhere in the void. Just as all the Qin people trembled in fear, a divine light slowly shone forth, and Wu Wei, the god of light who ruled this cosmic realm, finally descended upon this place in his conscious form. Chapter 362 The Surrender of the Qin Civilization. Insignificant Queen ants, how dare you openly invade my territory? I will grind you to dust and annihilate you all. With Wu Wei's consciousness as roar, the vast and boundless divine power immediately enveloped the entire battlefield. The Quinn people, already plunged into despair, were now filled with even greater awe, their very souls trembling. On the other side, Prince Corlin's pleas for mercy intensified. He frantically cried out, "Great God, it's a misunderstanding. This is absolutely a misunderstanding. We Quinn people have been misled and bewitched, which is why we have committed this colossal error. Please forgive our sins, Your Majesty. We Quinn people will repay you tenfold in the future." Ha! Compensation. Wu Wei's consciousness sneered. "You have invaded my territory without cause. According to the Star Alliance's laws, this is a grave crime. I now have the right to send troops to annex your entire Quinn territory and, incidentally, exterminate your entire Quinn race. That's right, if I can exterminate your entire race and annex your entire territory, why would I need their compensation? So-called justice and order are always in the hands of the strong. If Wu Wei truly intended to conquer and annex the entire territory of Quinn under the pretext of the other party invading his territory, the entire interstellar alliance would not interfere. After all, Wu Wei possessed all the principles of the alliance, and even if he possessed nothing, no interstellar civilization would clash with a Type 3 civilization for the sake of a Type 2 civilization. Therefore, in the eyes of more powerful civilizations, inferior civilizations are always merely pawns and cannon fodder to be exploited at will. No, no, Your Majesty, spare us. Great God, please give the Quinn people a chance to atone for their sins. Upon hearing Wu Wei's intention to annihilate the entire Quinn race, Prince Corlin's heart tightened, and he panicked. He immediately activated his divine fire and pleaded, "I, Corlin am willing to represent all the Quinn people and swear by the laws of the Styx River in the universe that our Quinn civilization is willing to become your vassal, your servant, for all eternity without ever regretting it. Oh, yes, yes. I will also offer you a fragment of my soul. If I break this oath in the slightest, Your Majesty, you only need to think of it to make me suffer a painful and agonizing death, my body and soul annihilated." As he spoke, Prince Corlin voluntarily separated a fragment of his soul from his divine fire and gave it to Wu Wei's consciousness as a sign of sincerity. In this way, Prince Corlin, in his struggle for survival, was essentially entrusting his life to Wu Wei. Wu Wei only needed a thought to destroy him. However, having obtained Prince Corlin's soul fragment, Wu Wei wasn't about to give up. He continued coldly, "As far as I know, your Quinn Emperor is your brother, Sidney Hard, not you, Corlin. By what right do your oaths and promises represent all Quinns?" Wu Wei already possessed many Quinn prisoners, and the intelligence he obtained from them gave him a thorough understanding of the entire Quinn civilization. He had also dispatched numerous spies. This time, it was a case of the other side delivering themselves to his doorstep. Otherwise, after reorganizing his internal affairs, Wu Wei would have sent an expeditionary force to attack the Quinn civilization. The reason, of course, was that the Quinn civilization had attacked first. Wu Wei had left ample evidence of the Quinn civilization's previous attack. "My lord, rest assured, I, Corlin, am a figure of considerable stature among the Quinn people. My oath absolutely represents the entire Quinn Empire." Corlin solemnly replied, "For us Quinn people to become your vassals and receive your protection is truly a blessing we have received for millennia. If my brother is disloyal, I will lead my men in rebellion against him." It seems that this younger brother, Prince Corlin, had long harbored rebellious thoughts under the shadow of his brother, Sidney, and now he's simply gone all the way, revealing his true nature. However, this was actually a good thing for Wu Wei. The more diligent his servants were, the more advantageous it would be for him. So, after slapping him a few times, Wu Wei finally gave him a treat. "Very well, I grant your request," Wu Wei's consciousness solemnly agreed. This time, Wu Wei demanded that the Quinn people submit to him, the God of Light, and he would pardon all their sins. He also promised Prince Corlin that after the entire Quinn civilization submitted, he and his brother, Emperor Sidney, would jointly govern the Quinn plane. This promise gave Corlin an opportunity to rival and stand on equal footing with his brother Sidney. Corlin readily agreed, swearing his oath. He even secretly hoped his brother wouldn't surrender, so he could completely overthrow him and become a vassal king ruling over the entire Quinn territory. With things as they were, Wu Wei ordered his men to take control of all the Quinn fleets and mid to high-ranking generals, and the Allied army began its renewed march. As time passed, Wu Wei placed Prince Corlin in command of his main fleet, along with an ambassador, the level 12 Seraphim, and several Divine Kingdom fleets, heading towards Qin's capital homeworld. With such a large fleet, not even a single Qin civilization, let alone several Qin civilizations combined, could stop them. With Prince Corlin himself leading the way, their journey was virtually unimpeded, and all the star system territories occupied by the Qin civilization surrendered without resistance. Qin Emperor Sidney Hard, residing in the Qin capital, along with all the Qin high-ranking officials on the Qin homeworld, were naturally panicked. Emperor Sidney first contacted the Star Alliance organization in the star system, but the Star Alliance's reaction was exactly as Wu Wei had expected. They completely ignored him, offering no reply whatsoever. Who would risk angering a powerful level 3 civilization, or even one with a more powerful background, for the sake of a lowly level 2 civilization? Moreover, the Qins had courted death first, in the eyes of other civilizations in the surrounding star clusters. This was a foolish act caused by excessive arrogance. Therefore, none of the high-ranking council members in the Star Alliance cared about their potential demise. It should be noted that in the long history of the universe, countless low-level civilizations have risen and fallen. Finally, after traversing over a dozen dimensional wormholes in more than 3 months, Prince Corlin brought the divine army led by Nassadar, taking a shortcut directly to the capital of Qin's homeworld. A desperate and helpless Emperor Sidney had no choice but to lead all of Qin's higher-ranking officials to offer their souls to Wu Wei, the God of Light, and submit to him. From that moment on, the entire territory of Qin belonged to the God of Light, Wu Wei. The Qin civilization was a very peculiar mechanical civilization. Originally, like the Aesopians, they were a humanoid race in the universe. However, in the long process of development and evolution, the Qin people gradually leaned towards the power of mechanical technology. They attempted to use the power of machines to achieve immortality for human souls and consciousness. Furthermore, their robust and powerful mechanical bodies made them immune to disease and aging. Therefore, when Wu Wei's consciousness descended upon the capital of Qin, he found the sky a hazy gray, the city filled with detachable, movable, and reassemblable mechanical buildings, and mechanical creations everywhere. Mountains, rivers, and plants were all simulated, as were animals. Even ordinary Qin citizens on the streets often wore mechanical prosthetics. It must be said that the Qin people, in their long and complex evolutionary process, had gone to an extreme of obsession with mechanical technology. They had also overexploited their home planet, leading to environmental destruction and biological extinction. Ultimately, around their large cities, they had to use mechanical simulation technology to compensate for the emptiness left by environmental and biological destruction. Similarly, their overexploitation of their home planet's resources led to a deep thirst for extraterrestrial resources. This also resulted in their repeated plundering and invasion of other weaker civilizations. However, all of this was now in the past. The advanced civilization that now ruled them was Wu Wei, the God of Light who revered love and faith. The Qin people, who revere mechanical technology, might not be able to bring Wu Wei a large amount of faith power, but Wu Wei believed that under the tutelage of the Church of Light under his command, the law-abiding Qin people would inevitably become a very powerful vanguard and cannon fodder under his command. At this moment, in the central square of Qin's capital, after a grand surrender ceremony, Qin Emperor Sidney had finally began to formally transfer the core key of Qin civilization to the God of Light, Wu Wei. Your esteemed Lord of Light, this is all the technological information within our Qin territory, as well as the annual economic and material production details. At the feet of Wu Wei's radiant consciousness, Qin Emperor Sidney had and his younger brother, Prince Corlin, led all the Qin high-ranking officials and the people of the capital to kneel in the square, and at the same time, with an ornate tray, respectfully presented a mechanical chip containing important information to the Supreme New Master, the God of Light, Wu Wei. Don't underestimate this tiny chip. It contains all the mechanical technology of the entire Qin civilization, including the key methods for enhancing the quality of souls, the blueprints for God-level mechas, and even the resources of Emperor Sidney and his younger brother Prince Corlin. Furthermore, the chip records the resource production and distribution of all Qin territories. In short, this small mechanical chip is the lifeblood of the entire Qin civilization and the foundation of their heritage. Now, they are handing all of this over to Wu Wei, a sincere act of submission to him and acceptance of his rule as the supreme God. Sidney, Corlin, I have accepted your sincerity. I will keep my promise and allow you two to continue as leaders of the Qin civilization. The Qin territory will be governed by you two." Wu Wei's consciousness shone brightly, his divine power vast and awe-inspiring. At this moment, he generously granted the Qin people autonomy, a tremendous blessing in the universe. "Thank you, my lord, for your mercy and love. Thank you, my lord, for your generous blessings. We, the people of Qin, will serve our Lord of Light with all our hearts, for all eternity until the end of the universe." Emperor Sidney of Qin knew that Wu Wei had already shown the people of Qin immense leniency, and thus felt grateful. He hurriedly led all the people of Qin in bowing and thanking him again. Otherwise, as a powerful advanced civilization, Wu Wei could have easily destroyed the entire Qin civilization and plundered all its resources. Now that Wu Wei had shown leniency by granting the Qin civilization peace and autonomy, in a sense, their lives were spared. If they didn't hurry to express their gratitude, they would truly be ungrateful. After removing the mechanical chip, Wu Wei's consciousness then left the Qin capital and returned to his divine body. He, as the chief god, no longer needed to worry about the following matters. His divine generals would naturally be responsible for the relevant work throughout the Qin plane. Once the Church of Light and the Gates of Heaven are established on Qin's brightness, and the relevant regulatory bodies are gradually built up, the Qin civilization will officially connect with the Kingdom of Light as its first subordinate civilization. This is also the main reason why Wu Wei did not destroy the Qin civilization or directly plunder its resources. Firstly, his god-level civilization differs from other civilizations. Its focus is on its people and faith. Rather than killing the goose that lays the golden eggs, it is better to have the Qin people continuously provide him with resources and various scientific technologies. This is the way to achieve long-term development. However, this time, successfully conquering a very outstanding level 2 civilization without bloodshed still brought Wu Wei huge benefits. Firstly, the mechanical technology of the Qin civilization is excellent in terms of the weaponry and performance of interstellar warships and individual matches. These key technologies can not only make up for the shortcomings of the Kingdom of Light's warships and weaponry, but also provide a huge technological boost to the Kingdom of Light's subordinate planes, such as the Aesop plane, the Bright plane, the Dawnlight plane, and the Potato People plane. With the help of the Qin civilization's technology, there is no doubt that the subordinate planes under Wu Wei's rule will experience a huge leap forward. Furthermore, Wu Wei also profited immensely from various resources this time. First, let's talk about Star Yuan. The surrender terms stipulated that the Qin civilization would pay a tribute of 1 million Star Yuan annually. This huge sum was like a soft knife, cutting a piece of flesh from the Qin people every year. And it wouldn't truly cripple them or cause any signs of civilizational regression. However, most importantly, Wu Wei obtained absolute faith power. As a god who needs the power of faith, being too cruel and bloodthirsty would only instill fear and arouse vigilance and hostility from other cosmic civilizations. However, the Qin civilization, along with their affiliated civilizations, possessed a total of 20 billion intelligent beings. With the increasingly mature faith-based methods of the Holy See, cultivating a large number of believers was only a matter of time. Those with sufficient piety could directly connect to the faith channel, while those with average piety could absorb it through a massive number of divine statues. It was believed that within a few decades, this place would be transformed into an ocean of faith, significantly making up for Wu Wei's divine power deficiency. Frankly speaking, after obtaining that so-called heaven-defying creation bottle, Wu Wei's divine power deficiency became enormous. Of course, Wu Wei didn't need to handle the missionary work himself. Under St. Catherine's guidance, key members of various dimensional churches quickly entered the territory of the Qin civilization and carried out missionary activities in an orderly manner. Wu Wei's number of followers began to grow at a rapid pace once again. Chapter 363 The Goddess of Darkness emerges from seclusion. Time slipped away silently. In the vast depths of the universe, an insignificant, uninhabited planet quietly orbited a dim red dwarf star. The red dwarf was small, with a low surface temperature, emitting very limited stellar energy. Therefore, this uninhabited planet, situated in a habitable orbit, had a thin atmosphere, a frigid surface, and a parched, barren landscape. For countless millennia, no life had ever arisen. However, at this moment, a powerful pulse of life suddenly emanated from this almost lifeless planet. Thump, thump. The rhythmic pulsations were like an embryo about to burst forth from the planet. Simultaneously, a vast, Tidal wave of dense black mist surged forth from cracks in the planet's surface. Soon, large swaths of the planet's surface, covered in dry rock, were filled with thick black clouds, and along with the thin atmosphere above, I was gradually enveloped by these clouds. The sky darkened, the earth cracked, and a dense black mist, filled with darkness and death, began to spread throughout the planet. Suddenly, a violent cracking sound rang out, and the surging black mist erupted upwards, splitting the cracked rock surface into countless abysses. Beneath this fissure of watery black mist, a dark, sinister, solidified cocoon of black mist slowly moved from underground to the surface. Thick black mist gushed from its surface, rhythmically expanding and contracting from within. This continued for an unknown period, until the overflowing dark power eroded and decayed the surrounding surface, and finally, the giant black cocoon began to emanate violent cracking sounds from within. Cough, crack, crack. Like muffled thunder, each dull crack indicated a clearly visible fissure running across the entire black cocoon. In a short while, cracks of varying sizes spread across almost the entire surface of the black cocoon. Just then, a delicate, jade-like hand, still damp with water droplets, suddenly unleashed a violent punch from within the cocoon. Crack! The deafening sound was like a thunderclap, shaking heaven and earth. This delicate hand, seemingly fair and slender, unleashed a terrifying power akin to splitting the heavens and earth in an instant, shattering the entire black cocoon, which appeared as smooth as glass, into countless fragments. Strangely, however, the shattered cocoon seemed to be guided by some law. All the fragments, after collapsing, rapidly weathered into dense black mist, which then, like living things, converged back to their original location. Amidst this swirling demonic mist, a slender and graceful figure gradually emerged from the fog. She was like a newborn infant, completely naked, her snow-white skin still damp with moisture. Her slightly upturned face exuded arrogance and aloofness, and her still closed eyes perfectly accentuated her cold and exquisite beauty. However, as she slowly opened her tightly closed eyes, countless surging dark demonic mists from the heavens began to rush into her body like dragons and serpents. Beneath her originally cold and beautiful exterior, an extremely terrifying dark aura emerged, a horrifying and sinister murderous aura capable of suffocating any living being in the world. My lord, I, Judy, have finally faced death and been reborn. In the demonic mist, a cold and beautiful woman knelt devoutly, her beautiful eyes already brimming with tears. Great Lord, I have not failed your trust. I, Judy, will repay your kindness with all my life. Indeed, this beautiful woman reborn in the darkness was none other than Judy, one of Wu Wei's most devout followers. Since accepting Wu Wei's gift, using the divine essence stripped of consciousness by the Lord of the Dead as her foundation, she had cultivated alone in this uninhabited star system for a full 49 years, with a heart set on death. Finally, at this moment, she faced death and was reborn, breaking free from the absolute realm of darkness and death, achieving rebirth from the brink of despair. Thus, Judy officially shed her level 9 mortal body and powerfully stepped into the level 10 divine realm. Now, she had become a true level 10 god, the dark goddess who controlled the laws of darkness and death. My Lord of Light, without you, I, Judy, would not be where I am today. Today, I have finally entered the realm of the gods, and it is time to repay your grace. Judy knelt on the ground, facing the void once more, and bowed with utmost devotion. Although Judy had walked a dark path completely different from the path of light, and she herself was no longer under the control of the god of light, Wu Wei, her devotion to him remained unwavering. On the contrary, after gaining immense power, her faith had become even stronger, and even the essence of her soul had become purer. The problem of the Qin people was entrusted to Nassid by my lord. If it's that old fellow Nassid, the Qin people are nothing to worry about. With a thought, a dark purple robe appeared on Judy's body. Her previous witch robe had been corrupted and destroyed by demonic energy, but since it had been given to her by Wu Wei, she had made a replica. After changing her clothes, she began to ponder. She had witnessed the Qin invasion of the Aesopian plain, but since then, under Wu Wei's guidance, she had sought out this uninhabited starfield, diligently absorbing the divine relics of the Lord of the Dead and comprehending the laws of darkness and death, a task she had undertaken for decades. According to her memory, the powerful level 2 civilization of Qin was entrusted to General St. John Nassidal by the God of Light, Wu Wei. Nassidal, as the former Pope of the Plane of Light, had endured brutal trials, making him incredibly resilient and powerful in faith, temperament, wisdom, and martial prowess. a quality Judy deeply admired. If Wu Wei entrusted the Quinn invasion to Nacital, the problem would undoubtedly be resolved satisfactorily, and Judy would need not worry. The plane of light and the plane of Aesop are at peace, there are no major problems. The Zerg. Liliana is leading the attack, they've probably already won. Besides, what's the point of dealing with a bunch of stupid insects? The potato people? Those ugly little dwarves, all they know is how to breed monkeys. The dark goddess Judy secretly reviewed the information she had gathered before her seclusion. Suddenly, her eyes lit up, revealing a cunning and fanatical glint. I've got it. The Dawn Plane, which my lord recently acquired, might be a good place. The Dawn Plane is inhabited by a group of strong and honest minotaurs, but it has long been threatened by alien demons, a crisis that has yet to be completely eradicated. That old man, St. Luke, is too useless. Unfortunately, this newly ascended deity, Judy, is completely unaware of the God Lord's strategy, that St. Luke is deliberately dragging the war into a quagmire. However, Judy is extremely interested in those alien demons. Most importantly, the alien demons that invaded the Dawnlight Plane were infamous, known for their ruthlessness, cunning, and cruelty. Therefore, the mere mention of these ruthless and cunning alien demons filled the dark goddess Judy with intense interest. What could be more exciting for her than personally destroying those evil alien demons? Especially using methods far more cruel than the demons themselves, completely dismantling and torturing them, making them tremble at the mere mention of the dark goddess Judy's name, and forever prostrate themselves at the feet of the Lord of Light. However, before that, she needed to find her old followers. Facing an entire civilization of alien demons, individual strength would be insignificant. With this in mind, Judy soared into the sky. The small spaceship that had brought her to this asteroid was still anchored in near-Earth orbit. She could locate it using the positioning system. Traveling in space without a suitable vehicle was essential. Even a god cannot sustain continuous high-speed travel through space for an extended period, making spaceships an essential vehicle for deities in various civilizations. Finding her spaceship, Judy immediately started the engine and headed towards the divine realm. Nearly a year passed in the blink of an eye, and the dark goddess Judy officially arrived within the divine realm through a wormhole. Judy, radiating a menacing aura and enveloped in dark magical energy, startled many angels and citizens the moment she entered, initially mistaking her for an invasion and hastily preparing for battle. Fortunately, the misunderstanding was quickly resolved, and Judy's name was equally renowned within the realm of light. After she revealed her identity, all the citizens and angels treated her with the utmost respect, as Wu Wei had previously instructed. Cultivating a dark elemental divine general was like having a dagger hidden in the darkness. Why wouldn't Wu Wei be happy to do so? Upon officially entering the divine realm, the goddess of darkness, Judy, discovered that the realm had undergone an astonishing transformation in just a few decades. Not only had its territory expanded again, with countless magnificent buildings, but its population had also increased dramatically. This left her, a servant of the gods who had been away for so long, deeply impressed. Under the guidance of the great god of light, the realm's development was truly remarkable, progressing at breakneck speed, leaving her utterly speechless. Unfortunately, the chief god, Wu Wei, was not present. He was reportedly on his way to the home planet of the Blue Spirit clan of the Calling People. Currently, all affairs of the realm, large and small, were under the unified management of the holy consort, Catherine. After briefly admiring the magnificent scenery of the divine realm, Judy, introduced by an angelic guard, arrived at the holy consort Catherine's palace, where the former saintess of Aesop, Angel, was also present. Angel's face was itched with worry, as if she were troubled by something. "Senior Katerina, I have a question I'd like to ask." In Katerina's palace, Angel approached to inquire. As Wu Wei's first saintess, Katerina held a high position of seniority among his many subordinates, and had established immortal achievements in the Bright Plane, the main base of the Divine Kingdom. It could be said that the current Holy See of the Bright Plane was built by her alone. Therefore, Angel, who also ascended to the Divine Kingdom as a saintess, regarded Katerina as a senior and respected her greatly. When she encountered a problem that left her undecided, she would come to seek her advice. "Sister Angel, please speak freely." In the saintess's palace, Katerina put down the scroll in her hand and looked up at Angel with her beautiful eyes. Katerina's administrative abilities were outstanding, which was the main reason why Wu Wei left her in the main base of the Divine Kingdom to oversee the Bright Plane, Aesop, and the Potato People. With her managing things from the rear, Wu Wei could rest easy when he was traveling. Sigh, this is how it is, Angel frowned, speaking with some distress. The goblin tribes in the Aesop plain have an incredibly fast reproduction rate, coupled with their extremely low wages, which has now led to the collapse of the entire Aesop labor system. A large number of Aesop people are unemployed, and if this continues, the world of Aesop will likely face serious problems. Angel's expression was somewhat unpleasant. She never expected that her homeland, Aesop, would once again be in trouble. Originally, the goblin tribes were members of the expeditionary force from the Plane of Light who aided Aesop during the Cataclysm of the Dead. They were, in fact, former subordinates of Judy, the Chief Justice of the Inquisition. These goblins were hardworking, incredibly tenacious, and exceptionally talented in mechanics and engineering, making great contributions in the fight against the Cataclysm. Therefore, after the war, the God of Light, Wu Wei, personally designated a small area in the world of Aesop for the goblins to thrive. But who could have imagined that after 100 years of development, the goblin tribe, which initially numbered only about 20,000, would have grown to 300 million. After the Quinn people surrendered, they brought a wealth of advanced mechanical technology to the Aesop plain. This advanced technology led to rapid development in the Aesop plain and also brought about a technological revolution for the goblins. In less than 50 years, the goblins on the Aesop plain developed their own unique goblin technology. Today, these goblins, skilled in mechanical engineering, have established goblin technology companies throughout the entire Aesop plain. From large-scale military machinery and artillery matches to small-scale urban landscaping and water and electricity installations, almost everything is contracted to these goblins. These goblins possess their own complete system, they are extremely capable, hard-working, and their wages are ridiculously low. Sometimes they'll work a whole day for just a bite to eat. Moreover, their active city-building efforts are solely to repay the kindness of the Dark Witch Judy and the God of Light, Wu Wei. Having such a group of goblins with hearts set on the future is indeed a good thing for the development of the Aesop world, and it has indeed brought about a short-term economic boom for Aesop. But it was precisely because of these goblins, who would work hard as long as they had food to eat, that the entire Aesop labor force collapsed completely in the blink of an eye. Large numbers of unemployed workers were left homeless, and countless young and old idled about. Would the entire Aesop society collapse if things continued like this? Therefore, the vast majority of unemployed people in the Aesop plain were crying and praying to Angel, the former saintess. If she couldn't properly resolve this matter now, and if Aesop society collapsed and another serious crisis occurred, she would truly have no face to face her god king, Wu Wei. Chapter 364 The Terrifying Goblins. I've heard about the goblin problem in the Aesop plain recently, Katerina said after a moment's thought, nodding slightly. However, the goblins have rendered great service. They are devoted to their lord and have done nothing wrong. I don't think we should interfere too much with their actions. After all, our lord has stated that all races are equal under his light. Senior Katerina is absolutely right. The goblin race has been kind to the Aesop plain, and they enjoy the same rights as the Aesop people. We absolutely cannot favor one over the other and treat them differently. Angel nodded solemnly and continued, therefore, I think we can change the social structure of the Aesop people and have the major planes under our Lord's command engage in economic cooperation. Perhaps this can help the Aesop world overcome this labor crisis. Then Angel shook her head. However, there is no concrete plan yet, so we need to discuss it with you, Senior. Theoretically speaking, linking the Aesop plane with other planes under our Lord's jurisdiction through economic cooperation would indeed generate high productivity and economic benefits. However, we must also consider the problems that arise. If the clashes between civilizations across different planes affect our Lord's faith, that would be absolutely unacceptable. Katerina's analysis was comprehensive, because each civilization possesses its own unique characteristics, and cultural clashes between multiple civilizations would inevitably generate numerous uncontrollable factors. And any of these uncontrollable factors that are detrimental to Wu Wei's theocratic rule must be avoided. This was one of the many prerequisites Katerina had to consider when dealing with problems. Therefore, upon hearing Katerina's answer, Angel also fell into deep thought. If the labor problem in the Aesop plane was not resolved, it would inevitably lead to social unrest in the Aesop world, but solving this major social problem was not so easy. Hesitating like this, both women fell silent. Just then, a cold, elegant laugh came from outside the hall. No need for you two to worry, leave those goblins to me. Before the words were finished, a gust of cold wind rushed into the hall. The figure that entered with the wind was a cold, elegant witch dressed in dark purple robes, her aura sinister and chilling. Judy. Katerina was slightly taken aback, then her lips curled into a gentle smile. Praise be to my lord, I didn't expect we'd meet again so soon. Senior Judy, you succeeded. On the other side, Angel was also overjoyed to see Judy. I knew you would succeed. We will definitely serve my lord together. Katerina and Angel were old acquaintances of the dark goddess Judy, and had helped each other many times. Now, seeing Judy successfully absorb the fragmented divine essence of the Lord of the Dead and officially enter the 10th god realm, as former partners and comrades in arms, they were naturally overjoyed. Moreover, both of them were of the Light faction, belonging to the system, and backed by the God of Light, Wu Wei, and the unparalleled powerful machine of the God of Light Kingdom. Even so, their advancement still required immense effort, demanding extremely high levels of soul equality and personal understanding. However, the current goddess of darkness, Judy, is completely outside the God Kingdom system. Her breakthrough and advancement rely solely on herself, making the difficulty unimaginable. Especially devouring the fragmented divine essence left behind by the Lord of the Dead without external assistance is inherently a perilous process with a near-death experience. Her successful advancement of 10 levels is already an admirable feat. No need for formalities. My successful ascension to the divine realm is entirely due to my lord's blessing. Judy walked up to Katerina and Angel, chuckling softly. My only purpose in returning to the divine realm is to repay my lord's kindness. Since my subordinates have caused some trouble for the Aesop plane, I'll just take them all with me. You're going to take all the goblins? Where are you going to take them? Angel's eyes widened in disbelief as she asked. That's over 300 million goblins. If she took them all, unless she could conquer a habitable planet, where would she find the resources to feed so many goblins? Where am I going to take them? You don't need to worry about that. In short, I need a few warships, leave the rest to me. The dark goddess Judy's lips curled into a sly smile, her eyes gleaming with her usual fanaticism, which only fueled Angel's curiosity and confusion. All right, I agree, Saintess Katerina readily agreed. With my current authority, I can allocate you 1 Judgment-class main battleship and 5 Punisher-class auxiliary escort ships as your main fleet. This is the basic structure initially established by my lord. Furthermore, you can now utilize some angels and divine citizens as your combat troops, or continue to use your old subordinates. If you have other needs later, you can contact me directly, and I will provide you with full support within the Divine Kingdom. Based on Katerina's understanding of Judy, this woman who once proclaimed herself the Dark Saintess was bound to undertake some so-called major undertaking. Fortunately, these major undertakings were all beneficial to the God of Light and the Divine Kingdom, and the God of Light, Wu Wei, had also granted her the authority to act independently. She was like a commander independent of the Divine Kingdom, leading her minions to deliver the most brutal blows to the enemy in the darkness. Thank you for your kindness, but my old troops and this fleet are enough. Judy's eyes gleamed with eager anticipation. She turned to leave, but halfway there, she turned back to Katerina, saying, Your Highness, Judy, will surely establish immortal merit for my lord, ultimately surpassing you far. Then let's wait and see, Katerina replied elegantly, her eyes equally fervent. Both women hailed from the plane of light, but somehow, they had begun to secretly compete. Even Angel, standing between them, secretly resolved to work harder to strengthen herself and achieve greater merit for the God of Light, Wu Wei. After leaving the Divine Kingdom, Judy led her fleet through the gates of heaven, heading straight for the Aesop plain. The Aesopians were already accustomed to the Divine Kingdom's warships, and some large cities even had helipads nearby, so it didn't attract much attention. The unemployed Aesopians, still holding signs, marched and protested in the streets and in front of government buildings, declaring that the hard-working goblins had taken their jobs. Many others were also in the square, crying out to the statues of the God of Light and the first Aesopian saintess, Angel, begging the gods to take away these goblins who worked for free. Conversely, on the other side of the city streets, goblin construction teams continued their orderly work. These short, green-skinned goblins, some wielding large wrenches, inspected various public facilities along the streets. Others, clad in engineering armor, accelerated the construction of city projects. Still others, riding small electric scooters, delivered newspapers and milk door to door. In short, these goblins seemed completely unaffected, diligently carrying out their work, as if living in two completely different worlds from the Aesopians. Those Aesopians who hired the goblins and enjoyed their services were all beaming with joy, their relationship with the goblins surprisingly harmonious. This, to some extent, divided Aesop's society into two groups, one that was close to goblins, even praising them, and the other that suffered from job loss and hated them. In reality, this situation was inevitable. The goblin ancestors of the Aesop plane were all personally trained by the dark goddess Judy, and they strictly adhered to the precepts of the Church of Light. Furthermore, they had once lived like rats in the sewers of the Plane of Light, or been imprisoned and abused as slaves by the powerful, until the dark goddess Judy unified and liberated them. After repeatedly performing great deeds, they received the personal recognition and praise of the God of Light, which granted them their current life and status. These goblins were grateful for this, and after Judy's departure, they remembered her teachings, strictly disciplined themselves, actively devoted themselves to construction, and strived to repay the God of Light's grace. However, the high quality of life in the Aesop plane was vastly different from their previous harsh living conditions. Having endured abuse and exclusion in the sewers, they still managed to ensure the continuation of their race. After settling in the Aesop plane, they experienced a complete rebirth within a few years. During this period, these goblins displayed their powerful reproductive capabilities to the fullest. Population explosion and continuous technological advancements became inevitable. To the point that, even now, the hard-working goblins are taking over the jobs of the Aesopians. Hell, these green-skinned dwarves, not bad. Walking along the street, seeing the scenes on both sides, the dark goddess Judy couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth, revealing a satisfied expression. A moment later, she sensed something and instantly transformed into a wisp of black mist, disappearing from the spot. When she reappeared, she was already at the Aesop Goblins headquarters. "Troop, Abel, Benson, get out here and see me." Judy spoke with an imposing air, her voice light and clear, instantly spreading an aura of authority throughout the Goblin headquarters. "Princess Judy. Princess Judy is back. Quickly, quickly." Soon, a large group of young goblins, surrounding three elderly goblin men with gray hair and frail bodies, rushed from the depths of the camp. Upon seeing Judy standing solemnly in the center of the square, her body shrouded in a chilling aura, the three elderly goblins burst into tears and knelt down without a word. These three elderly goblins were none other than the goblin alchemist Trop, and the goblin engineers Abel and Benson. They were all core members of Judy's original followers, now the united leader of all goblins in the entire Aesop plane. However, time is merciless. Although Judy's appearance remained unchanged, and even after advancing to the divine realm, her skin had become even more supple and translucent, her former subordinates could hardly achieve this. Even if her former subordinates possessed considerable individual strength, over the long years, their vitality would still gradually decline. The only saving grace was that her former subordinates were all staunch believers in the light, with even the lowest level of faith exceeding that of a fanatic. Therefore, after their physical lives came to an end, her former subordinates had a very high chance of ascending to the divine realm, becoming divine citizens or war angels. If that didn't work, she could use the power of death to transform them into undead creatures. However, once they became undead, their future growth potential would be very limited, unlike the war angels controlled by Wu Wei, who still possessed extremely high advancement potential. Therefore, Judy didn't want to transform her subordinates into lifeless undead unless absolutely necessary. "Your Highness Judy, we all firmly believe that you will successfully ascend. You will definitely return, so we have been waiting day and night, and finally, we have welcomed you back. We have made preparations for your return. Children, come and pay your respects to your Highness Judy." Three old goblin men knelt on the ground, overwhelmed with emotion, weeping bitterly. With a wave of their hands, a large group of young goblin youths emerged from the tent. A rough count showed that there were probably no fewer than 1,000 people. Seeing this, even the dark goddess Judy herself couldn't help but twitch her lips, secretly wondering if these three old geezers had actually produced so many offspring in the past 50 years. Were they rabbits? Why were they so diligent in procreation? "Your Highness Judy, these are all our bloodline offspring. Each of them has been carefully taught by the three of us, and each one can become your most loyal servant." The three old goblins spoke with absolute certainty and pride, as if these offspring were their masterpiece of the past 50 years. Not bad, I have seen your loyalty." Judy nodded slightly, then waved one arm and said, "Now all you follow me, and I will lead you to accomplish something earth-shattering." Ow! A group of goblins immediately cheered enthusiastically, including the three old geezers, Trop, Abel, and Benson, whose eyes gleamed with eager anticipation and excitement. These 1,000 elite goblins were first taken away by Judy, and then Judy and her entourage visited several other subordinates. The Lich Bartress succeeded Judy after her departure, becoming the head of the Inquisition for both the Light and Aesop planes. A sinister and cruel Lich, possessing power reaching level 9, becoming the head of the Inquisition of the Light Church terrified almost every outlaw in both planes. For at least several decades, no one in either plane dared to openly challenge the authority of the Light Church. As an undead creature, Bartress possessed a long lifespan, and thus retained his sinister and lewd appearance. Especially upon seeing Judy's magnificent return and her personal visit, Bartress burst into tears, sobbing uncontrollably, and longed to embrace Judy's long, beautiful legs. Of course, such a reckless act was ruthlessly trampled underfoot by Judy. Thus, the Lich Bartress returned. Furthermore, Amanda, Judy's former right-hand woman and a female thief, is now middle-aged. Although she still retains her charm, the signs of age are undeniable around her eyes. However, time has also honed her skills, and she has cultivated a highly elite assassin legion for Judy in the two planes of Light and Aesop. These assassins number in the thousands, mainly orphans who have lost their parents. Through Amanda's careful selection and training, these young assassins are all devout followers of the God of Light, and their strength is at least level 5, with many elite experts at level 7 and 8, and even 2 level 9 demigods. With their addition, the strength of Judy's forces will undoubtedly increase dramatically. Finally, the sorcerer Moses, the half-giant Kalmar, and the former orc and barbarian warriors gradually return to Judy's ranks. Through decades of dispersed development, they have all achieved considerable success. Now they are all back under Judy's leadership. This once despised group of oddballs has transformed into a formidable and official force. Looking at her loyal subordinates and the new recruits they brought, Judy felt a surge of pride and proclaimed, "With your assistance, this goddess will surely achieve immortal feats for our Lord of Light." If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 365 The Divine Kingdom Conference. The Kingdom of Light. Inside the magnificent and imposing temple, Wu Wei sat on his throne. This was a once-a-decade meeting. To the left and right of the throne stood 2 8-winged holy angels, a man and a woman, respectively. They concealed their auras, yet could not suppress the powerful divine aura emanating from them. These 2 handsome and otherworldly holy angels were Wu Wei's personal attendants, Lloyd and Isabella. Originally, given their soul strength, it would have been difficult for them to even touch the threshold of 8-winged holy angels without 200 or 300 years of arduous cultivation. However, Wu Wei had explored that underwater mini-world and obtained some cosmic life essence from it. The majority was naturally used on Luke and Liliana, and the remaining 3 strands of cosmic essence were bestowed upon Augustus, James, and Edward respectively. However, in that resource-rich underwater mini-world, 9 more strands of cosmic essence power were successively discovered. The 9 strands of primordial power were entirely bestowed upon the old believers who had rendered countless meritorious services to the divine kingdom, and were used to condense divine bodies in the transformation pool to assist them in achieving the status of 8-winged holy angels. Thus, Wu Wei now had 9 more divine-level angelic warriors under his command. Lloyd and Isabella, being Wu Wei's personal guards and having also rendered considerable service, were also collectively granted titles and included in the ranks. Below Wu Wei's divine throne, on either side, were several slightly smaller divine thrones. Seated on the left was Holy Consort Catherine. Although she remained at the level of an 8-winged holy angel, her aura was as profound as an abyss, and her calm eyes were like unfathomable pools. Her resume was extremely illustrious. As a saintess, she assisted the Lord of Light in reshaping the Holy See and unifying the continent. Afterwards, she ascended to heaven to become a holy consort, and assumed the responsibilities of the divine kingdom's overseer. Even Wu Wei had to admit that Katarina was far superior to him. He recalled their first encounter in the grove, when she was as frightened as a startled little rabbit. Now, however, she had become a renowned figure, a powerful and influential woman. Her grandfather, Saint John Nasidal, seemed to surpass Katerina in both strength and experience. However, the truth was that Saintess Katerina's prestige and authority exceeded that of her grandfather, Saint John. There was no way around it. Katerina was no ordinary saintess. She was a terrifying presence who suppressed an entire era. If she hadn't aspired to ascend to the divine realm to serve the God King early on, the entire Bright Continent would still be under her shadow. Even after more than 100 years since her ascension, her fame still resonated throughout the Bright Plain. On the Bright Plain, the title Holy Maiden of Light was practically synonymous with Katerina. In truth, she was no longer the Holy Maiden of Light. Since her ascension, the Holy See of Light had had over 100 candidates for Holy Maiden, and more than 10 official Holy Maidens had been appointed. However, these Holy Maidens, overshadowed by Catherine's prestige, had all remained relatively unknown, barely making a ripple. Even Wu Wei had no idea what they were called or looked like, and had never responded to their prayers. Of course, those girls who became Holy Maidens were at least 1 in a million, exceptionally talented, with unwavering faith and steadfast loyalty. From a young age, being a devout believer was just one of the criteria. According to the tradition of the Holy See of Light, Holy Maidens assumed their duties at the age of 12 and stepped down at 22, after which they ascended to the Divine Kingdom to serve the Divine Lord. After their ascension, they would become Wu Wei's handmaids, all under Catherine's jurisdiction. Even now, Wu Wei didn't know how many handmaids he had in his temple. His primary focus was on Katerina. While she might not have been the most outstanding at the outset, her growth through countless hardships made her unparalleled throughout history. Her faith was exceptionally pure, and her soul's power immense. Even now, she hadn't used the cosmic source to strengthen her soul, yet she had honed and raised its strength to nearly level 11 on her own. It seemed that in less than 2 years, her soul strength would be sufficient to directly advance to level 11. Holy consort, Wu Wei's gaze softened. You've worked hard these past years. The management of the Divine Kingdom was incredibly complex, and with its rapid evolution, numerous affairs had arisen. Wu Wei wasn't skilled in management, nor did he have the patience to meticulously manage the internal affairs of the Divine Kingdom. Katerina, however, was different. She had painstakingly created the new Church of Light, ultimately re-establishing it on the continent and unifying the ideology of the entire Bright Continent. While Wu Wei's support was undoubtedly a powerful backer, Katerina's growth and abilities were also undeniable. She could rebuild and manage the vast Holy See, so overseeing all matters of the Divine Kingdom was naturally within her grasp. Your Majesty. Upon hearing this, Holy Consort Katerina slowly rose, her 4 pairs of pure white wings slightly raised. Compared to the newly promoted 8-winged holy angels, her aura was clearly more restrained and unfathomable. Her expression was gentle and humble as she said, I merely performed some trivial tasks, it was nothing to boast about. It was Consort Yan who decisively defeated the Zerg, annihilating a level 10 Zerg hive and bringing the entire star system under her control, a truly remarkable achievement. Defeating the Zerg in one fell swoop. Speaking of this, Wu Wei's head throbbed slightly. He had originally kept that Zerg force as a watchdog. It was only because Liliana constantly pestered him to fight that he reluctantly sent her to fight the Zerg to hone her skills. Unexpectedly, after advancing to level 11, she directly annihilated the entire insectoid race. Sharing His Majesty's burdens is hardly a merit, Liliana said modestly, though the slight ripples in her fiery red hair betrayed her inner pride and smugness. Having reached level 11, her dual lightning and fire attributes were becoming increasingly pronounced, with flames and lightning flickering around her. If unleashed, she could even shatter a small planet. In terms of pure combat power, Liliana was likely the strongest among her peers. Yanfei, you've worked hard too, Wu Wei forced a smile, saying reluctantly. However, now that the gateway was open, the strategy for the star system needed to be accelerated. Through contact with the outside world, trade, and intelligence gathered after the alliance with the Blue Spirit family, Wu Wei had a clear understanding of his current location, the Steric Galaxy. This was a star system adjacent to Wu Wei's Divine Kingdom, and also the natural star system home to the Killing and Koi civilizations. According to available data, the Steric Galaxy contains approximately 180 billion stars. At its core is a massive black hole, surrounded by 6 intermediate-sized black holes of varying sizes. Each rotation takes hundreds of millions of years. Each intermediate-sized black hole attracts billions to tens of billions of stars, all orbiting it for millions to tens of millions of years. The entire stellar galaxy is like a vast yet intricately structured clock, ticking away year after year, nurturing countless civilizations. The location of the Kelling and Kois Plains civilizations is called Lake Nash, which contains tens of billions of stars. Within this lake, 1 to 2,000 civilizations have been registered. Of these, 90% are Type 1 civilizations, only 100 or so are Type 2, and Type 3 civilizations are even rarer. Only 18 exist in the entire lake, including the Kelling civilization. As for Level 4 civilizations, only the Kois Plains civilization stands out. However, although the Kois civilization is a Level 4 civilization, its strength is insufficient to dominate Lake Nash. It can only expand its influence throughout the entire lake through the interplane trading market, barely becoming a regional hegemon. While Wu Wei was pondering this, Liliana stood up again, bowed, and said, "Your Majesty, now that the gates of Lake Nash have been opened, I request permission to begin the plan to annex Lake Nash." Annex Lake Nash? Upon hearing this, a stir immediately arose within Wu Wei's temple. Especially Wu Wei's first divine consort, the elven goddess spirit consort Everus, rose to object, saying, "Sister Yanfei, although our light god kingdom has developed rapidly, its overall strength is barely at the level of a Level 3 civilization, while the entire Nash Star Lake has 18 Level 3 civilizations and 1 Level 4 civilization. Once war breaks out, the other side can defeat us with just a little effort, and may even threaten our god kingdom." At the same time, Angel, who had also become an 8-winged holy angel, frowned and objected, "Your Highness Yanfei, we have just conquered a civilization, and this is the time to calm down and digest our gains. If we launch another offensive in Nash Star Lake, I'm afraid we won't have enough troops." Augustus also stepped forward from among the divine generals and said seriously, "Our only foothold in Nash Star Lake is the Dawn Plain, and the Dawn Plain is currently engaged in a fierce struggle with the alien demons. If our main force is deployed to Nash Star Lake, once the alien demons launch a full-scale attack, we are very likely to lose our Dawn Plain stronghold." The gods expressed their opinions, most opposing the plan to conquer Lake Nash. However, most of them were newly promoted Level 10 subordinate gods, with relatively little experience and unable to speak freely. Only Saintess Catherine, Saint Luke, and Saint John Nascidal remained silent. All the gods of the Divine Kingdom focused their attention on Wu Wei, the sole master of the God Kingdom of Light, who had the authority to decide on such major strategic policies. "Angel," Wu Wei said, temporarily remaining non-committal about the plan to conquer Lake Nash, and instead asked the legendary god general, Saint Angel Doris, "Give everyone a report on the current situation of the Quinn civilization." Angel was not an insignificant figure in the entire God Kingdom of Light system. Like Catherine, she was a legend among saintesses, a pillar of strength for the believers of the Aesop Plain. When Wu Wei initially appointed her as the saintess of the Aesop Plain, it was on a whim, based solely on a poster. However, Angel, thanks to the saintess system, lived up to expectations, growing rapidly and becoming a truly dominant figure. After several ups and downs, the Aesop Plain, in terms of both the number and quality of its believers, was the most outstanding plane under Wu Wei's command, without exception. Wu Wei took the opportunity to check the believer information of the Aesop Plain again. Aesop, technology, plane, total population. 6 billion holy believers. 37,000 fanatical believers. 950,000 devout believers. 8.65 million true believers. 63.21 million number of true believers and above in the Aesop Plain. 72.847 million daily divine power gain from Faith Channel. 2,817 points level 1 idols. 108,723 level 2 idols. 8,763 none wrong. Level 3 divine statues. 765, level 4 divine statues. 96, level 5 divine statues. 17, level 6 divine statues. 3. Daily divine power gain. 838 points, total daily divine power gain. 3,655 points. Now that Wu Wei's divine status has been further strengthened, he is making the displayed information more personalized. It's immediately clear that the number of true believers and above in the Aesop technology plane has reached over 70 million. The vast majority of ordinary people have also reached the level of novice believers. These novice believers are currently blocked by the faith channel and cannot directly provide faith power, but they can pray through the more than 100,000 statues of various sizes, using Wu Wei's statue system to gain divine power. In the Aesop plane alone, Wu Wei can gain a total of 3,655 points of divine power every day. If he saves up his divine power without using it, he can obtain a divine crystal in less than a year. The creation bottle that Wu Wei inherited from the Cosmic Bank can transform a single divine crystal into a wisp of cosmic life essence, thus catalyzing a level 9 archangel to a level 10 holy angel. Therefore, it's clear that Wu Wei seeks not only quantity but also quality in his followers. In a sense, meticulous cultivation of the plane's followers can significantly enhance the Light God Kingdom's war potential. Your Majesty, Angel Doris said solemnly, after St. John Nassadal forced the Qin civilization to surrender, I, acting on divine orders, have spread my light faith within the Qin civilization, and have already dispatched the core priests of the Aesop plane. The situation seems optimistic, yet not entirely so. Wu Wei nodded in agreement. The Qin civilization itself has a small population, not exceeding 1 billion. However, the several level 1 civilizations they conquered have a large intelligent population, totaling 20 billion. Currently, missionary work within the Qin civilization appears to be unimpeded, but the intense clash between their cultural systems makes the spread of faith extremely difficult. The Qin civilization's total population: 22.8 billion, holy believers. 1,098, fanatical believers. 13,980, devout believers. 298,210, true believers. 3,092,122, number of true believers and above in the Qin civilization. 3.4 million, daily divine power gained through faith channels. 86 points, level 1 statues. 723, level 2 statues. 63, level 3 statues. 15, level 4 statues. 6, level 5 statues. 1, daily divine power gain. 20 points, total daily divine power gain. 106 points. With over 20 billion intelligent beings, the Qin civilization can currently only provide 106 points of divine power daily, a fraction of what the Aesop technological civilization provides. Furthermore, the number of statues is less than 1,000. In fact, the daily divine power invested by the Qin civilization is not even enough to recoup its costs. Faced with Wu Wei's agreement, St. Angel Doris didn't mince words. The Qin civilization is an established level 2 technological civilization. Its people and intelligent beings have been raised with scientific culture since childhood. Without special means, turning the tide will be a long and arduous task. Only the arrival of new life, growing up under the guidance of the Church, can easily turn them into believers. Special means. Wu Wei smiled mysteriously and said, "Perhaps you want the Qin civilization to follow the old path of the Aesop plane? That's probably difficult to achieve. Deep down, they believe we are not omnipotent gods, but merely a more powerful civilization. If it's not genuine worship and faith, they are nothing but pseudo-believers." In fact, Wu Wei had also considered letting the Qin civilization experience natural disasters and then using divine power to turn the tide, etc. But after careful consideration, he felt it would be futile. "The radiance of the Divine Lord is omnipresent," Angel said with a touch of fanaticism. "Those ignorant science worshippers are blinded by a single leaf, completely unaware of the true greatness of the Divine Lord. I firmly believe that our great Lord will ultimately become the sole truth of the universe." Such fervent and unwavering aura startled even Wu Wei. Angel's faith in him was far more steadfast and fanatical than Wu Wei's own confidence. As for saying she would ultimately become the sole truth of the universe, even Wu Wei himself wasn't sure. The power and terror of the Cosmic Bank were undeniable. Aside from Wu Wei's own confidence, the other divine generals were also stirred by Angel's fervor, finding her words as perfectly reasonable. "Truly worthy of being my favorite angel sister, Lillian," a cute, Lolly-like voice chuckled infatuatedly. "I, Lillian, am willing to continue following Angel Sister, to sweep away those foolish, false believers and heretics of the Qin civilization." The voice was clear and sweet, very pleasant to listen to, but the content was chilling. Wu Wei looked in the direction of her gaze and saw a beautiful and adorable blonde little girl. She looked only 12 or 13 years old, wearing a pretty and cute dress and holding a teddy bear. However, 4 pairs of arrogant wings protruded from her back, clearly indicating that she was an 8-winged holy angel. Seeing her speak, Wu Wei's mind went blank for a moment. The venomous apostle, Lilian. This was one of the holy apostles Wu Wei had randomly chosen in the Aesop plane. Although it seemed like a random selection, the system seed always chose targets with extremely difficult experiences, even bordering on despair. Such targets, once given the power to reverse fate, often unleash extremely powerful potential. Of the 12 apostles Wu Wei casually placed, 3 ultimately grew into truly extraordinary individuals. They were the lecherous knight Liu Peng, the venomous apostle Lilian, and the one-shot kill Wu Yiren. Among them, the venomous apostle Lilian was the most terrifying. She had an angelic appearance but a heart of deadly venom. During the war, she single-handedly poisoned an entire city of heretics. She was a terrifying presence who could make heretics weep at the mere mention of her name. Chapter 366 Establishment of the Judgment Legion. If it weren't for her fatal weakness, her extreme possessiveness and worship of Saint Angel, which led to her being ambushed and killed by heretics using Angel as bait in the later stages of the apocalypse, she might have been the true head of the Inquisition in the Aesopian plane. After her sacrifice, she didn't ascend to the divine realm. Instead, her soul was rescued by the heartbroken Angel and frozen inside her teddy bear. Only after Angel Doris ascended to the divine realm and was bestowed with divine titles did Angel thaw her soul, helping her ascend to the divine realm and making her one of Angel's angelic warriors. This time, because some excess cosmic life essence power was developed in the underwater world, Angel personally prayed to Wu Wei for 3 strands of essence power, one of which was requested by the poisonous apostle Lilian. Given Lilian's outstanding achievements, Wu Wei naturally didn't hesitate to grant her that strand of essence power. However, this little lolly, Lilian, was a headache even for Wu Wei. Her divine body still insisted on the body of a lolly of that age, and although her faith in Wu Wei, the god of light, had reached the level of a saint believer, she was the only one among all the saint believers who ranked Wu Wei second in the loyalty hierarchy. Her possessiveness and protectiveness towards Angel surpassed her faith in Wu Wei, and were extremely stubborn and unyielding. But precisely because of this, her soul was extremely pure and powerful, her thoughts almost without any impurities, and her future prospects were very broad. She usually seemed very normal and quite cute. But once it came to Angel, she would fall into extremely extreme emotions, even feeling that destroying an entire plane for her was justified. Lilian, Wu Wei said, still showing some tolerance, and coaxed her gently, "You're a level 10 divine general now, so you need to be more responsible. Don't just slaughter everyone at the drop of a hat. We are the kingdom of light, meant to spread the light of hope throughout the universe." In his mind, however, he added, "We're not some demonic race that just slaughters people all over the world." "Yes, Your Majesty." Although Lilian was fanatical about Angel, she still held great reverence for God Wu Wei. However, this reverence was limited to the present moment. If she were released, who knew if she might wipe out an entire civilization? Lilian was a powerful nuclear weapon. Used well, she could be devastating to the enemy, but used poorly, she could blow up even her own people. Ahem. Angel Doris hurriedly added, "Your Majesty, the Queen civilization, due to its pursuit of the unity of machinery and life, is at a disadvantage in terms of population growth. The few intelligent life forms under their command are mostly treated as servants. The vast majority of these intelligent beings are at the bottom of society, living in poverty. Although our priests in the Aesopian plane are very powerful, they are ultimately outsiders and find it difficult to gain the trust of all those at the bottom." Wu Wei pondered for a few seconds and said, "Angel, do you mean to support those intelligent races to become independent? The apostle growth system is very useful," Angel Doris said. "If we deploy a portion of the apostle system among those intelligent beings at the bottom, allowing them to select their own saintesses, establish a papacy, and cultivate a faith of light, the effect will be far greater than our forced proselytizing. We can provide 1,000 candidate saintesses, allowing them to compete with each other, based on the number and quality of believers, the stronger the better." Angel had only spoken halfway when Wu Wei understood her meaning. Using the saintess system to cultivate 1,000 candidate saintesses, each with 12 apostles as their foundation, to develop faith within the Queen civilization, then it's essentially a process of nurturing and corrupting. Angel's idea garnered praise from many divine generals. The only minor issue is the resource-intensive nature of deploying 1,000 saintess systems simultaneously. However, after this period of accumulation, Wu Wei already possessed approximately 12 million divine power and 31 divine crystals in reserve. Alright. Wu Wei agreed after only a brief moment's thought. By imperial decree, the Aesop Galaxy Army is hereby established, designated a Radiant Legion. The Aesop Galaxy Army? The Radiant Legion? All the divine generals present were invigorated. The name of this army sounded incredibly prestigious, and its purpose was very clear. The ultimate strategic objective was undoubtedly the entire Aesop Galaxy. Here, the so-called Aesop Galaxy refers to the entire galaxy where the Aesop plane is located. Of course, that galaxy actually has its own name. Simply because the Aesop plane was located there, Wu Wei directly named it the Aesop Plane Galaxy. It was quite obvious that God Lord Wu Wei had a huge ambition for that vast galaxy. Angel Doris, Wu Wei solemnly proclaimed, I hereby appoint you as Marshal of the Judgment Legion, with the overall objective of conquering the Aesop Galaxy. Your current objective is to establish a complete Quinn Church of Light and to ensure that the Quinn civilization's solar energy reaches at least 10,000 points. The mission has a 30-year time frame. Your Majesty, Angel Doris knelt on one knee, responding with utmost devotion, Angel is willing to share your burdens. Your Majesty, suddenly, the poisonous Apostle Lillian knelt down, smiling, Sister Angel is only level 10, I'm afraid she can't intimidate those two level 11 powerhouses of the Quinn civilization. Lillian is willing to join the Judgment Legion to lend Sister Angel a hand. Wu Wei couldn't help but mutter to himself, as if Lillian could intimidate the Quinn civilization just by joining the Judgment Legion. However, given that it was currently a meeting, Wu Wei's expression was serious as he stated, the future organizational structure of the Judgment Legion is currently designated as follows. The Marshal will be a 12-winged seraphim, riding a Divine Punishment class warship, under whom will be 1 Royal Guard regiment and 5 combat regiments. The Royal Guard regiment will operate alongside the Divine Punishment class warship, while the other combat regiments will each possess an Arbiter class battleship. The Royal Guard regiment will be commanded by a 10-winged Archangel, and will command 5 8-winged Holy Angels, 36 winged Dark Angels, 204 winged Dark Angels, and 1,200 Battle Angels. Each combat regiment will be commanded by a 10-winged Archangel, with 1 Royal Guard battalion and 5 combat battalions, each combat battalion possessing an Arbiter-class capital ship. The Royal Guard battalion under each combat regiment will be commanded by an 8-winged Holy Angel, and will command 5 6-winged Dark Angels, 34 winged Dark Angels, and 200 Battle Angels. The combat battalion under the Combat Legion is organized as follows: 1 8-winged Holy Angel as battalion commander, under which are 1 personal guard battalion and 5 combat battalions. Each combat battalion possesses 1 Punisher-class assault ship. The personal guard battalion under the combat battalion is organized as follows: 1 6-winged Dark Angel as battalion commander, under which are 5 4-winged Dark Angels and 30 combat angels. The combat battalion under the combat battalion is organized as follows: 1 6-winged Holy Angel as battalion commander, under which are 1 personal guard squad and 5 combat squads. The personal guard squad under the combat battalion is organized as follows: 1 4-winged Dark Angel as squad leader, under which are 5 2-winged combat angels. The combat squad under the combat battalion is organized as follows: 1 4-winged Dark Angel as squad leader, under which are 5 2-winged combat angels. The Legion's organizational structure, revealed by Wu Wei after careful consideration, immediately stunned all the members of the Divine Kingdom present. Once the Judgment Legion reaches full strength, its combat power will be absolutely explosive, fearless even in a one-on-one confrontation with an ordinary level 3 civilization. This, Angel Doris's eyes were filled with dizzy stars as she weakly said, God, Your Majesty the God. I am only an 8-winged Holy Angel now. With her current strength and level, in the Great God's plan, she could only serve as a battalion commander, which was far from enough. Even St. Catherine couldn't sit still any longer, rising to say, Your Majesty, please forgive my bluntness. Your Legion's organizational structure will include 1 level 12 soldier, 6 level 11 soldiers, 35 level 10 soldiers, 205 level 9 soldiers, 1,225 level 8 soldiers, and 6,700 level 7 soldiers. Currently, given the strength of our Divine Kingdom, even if we added all our combat personnel to the Legion, it would be far from sufficient to support it. Furthermore, establishing such a powerful Legion would require an astronomical amount of divine power annually for maintenance. With our Divine Kingdom's current divine power income, we cannot support this Legion for the time being. Catherine earnestly advised. Moreover, The Divine Punishment class warship is still under development and will likely be difficult to produce successfully in the short term. The Holy Consort's words are reasonable, Wu Wei replied earnestly. The Legion framework I'm referring to is the future framework of the Judgment Legion. The Judgment Legion can first establish a combat regiment primarily composed of level 11 10-winged angels, and then gradually complete this organizational framework as it expands its faith towards the Aesop galaxy. If we were to temporarily assemble a full-strength level 11 combat regiment, we would need 1 level 11 soldier, 6 level 10 soldiers, 35 level 9 soldiers, 205 level 8 soldiers, and 1,100 level 7 soldiers. We would also need 1 Arbiter-class battleship, 5 Judgment-class capital ships, and 25 Punisher-class assault ships. Furthermore, 113,250 points of divine power will be allocated annually for military expenses, accounting for approximately 1/300th of our Divine Kingdom's current divine power revenue. Catherine, acting as the chief steward, quickly calculated for Wu Wei. Currently, Angel Doris has no warships or troops under her command. All warships and troops need to be rebuilt and recruited. Your Majesty, have you considered drawing some war materials and soldiers from other armies? We need to select some outstanding corps members from other legions, promote them 1 rank to serve as officers, and recruit the remaining ordinary war angels from the Holy Spirit Reserve, Wu Wei pondered. Holy Consort, calculate all the costs of establishing this new army. In addition, add Lilian, Liu Peng, and Wu Yiren, the 3 8-winged holy angels, to the Judgment Legion. Currently, most of the affairs within the Divine Kingdom are coordinated and arranged by Catherine, so it would be impossible for Wu Wei to calculate them all at once. As your Majesty wishes, we will select 3 rank 9 archangels from other armies and promote them to rank 10 holy angels. This will consume 3 slivers of origin power and 600,000 points of divine power to strengthen their bodies and souls, and 297,000 points of divine power to replace their weapons and equipment. We will select 35 outstanding rank 8 archangels and promote them to rank 9 archangels. This will consume 35,000 slivers of origin power and 87,500 points of divine power to strengthen their bodies and souls, and 31,500 points of divine power to replace their weapons and equipment. We will select 205 outstanding rank 7 war angels and promote them to rank 8 archangels. This will consume 20,500 slivers of origin power and 102,500 points of divine power to strengthen their bodies and souls, and 32,800 points of divine power to replace their weapons and equipment. We will recruit 1,100 new war angels from the reserve holy spirits. This will consume 110,000 points of divine power to create the war angel bodies, and 44,000 points of divine power to equip them with weapons and equipment. Furthermore, Angel Doris's soul strength is insufficient to advance to level 11. She will consume 10 slivers of primordial power and 2 million divine power to strengthen her physical body and soul, and 700,000 divine power for weapon and equipment replacement. Saintess Catherine, as expected of the Grand Steward of the Divine Kingdom, rattled off a wealth of data with remarkable efficiency. Regarding the establishment of the army, we will consume 18.55 slivers of primordial power and 4,005,300 divine power. Hearing this data, Wu Wei's lips curled into a smile. Although he knew building an army was expensive, he hadn't expected it to be this expensive. Previously, Wu Wei had delegated all those miscellaneous tasks to Catherine, having not dealt with such matters for over 100 years. Now, listening to her detailed breakdown of the accounts, he realized that while the Divine Kingdom's income was substantial, its consumption was even greater. Wu Wei secretly glanced at the current data of the Divine Kingdom through his Divine Spark. Kingdom of Light, Level 3, Total Area 1.5 million square kilometers, Number of Citizens 251,001.5 million, Faith Channels 160 million/15 billion, Daily Total Divine Power Income 8,932 points, Divine Power Reserves 12 million, Divine Crystal Reserves 31, Cosmic Origin Power 1 sliver, Angels 8,603. Over the years, while the Kingdom of Light has grown, it has been no easy feat for Katarina to accumulate 31 divine crystals and 12 million divine power for him. However, the very establishment of an army in the Aesop plane requires 18.55 slivers of origin power, making Wu Wei realize the importance of origin power. Without origin power, His subordinates would have to slowly temper their souls and build an army, a task that would take forever. Fortunately, Wu Wei obtained the most important legacy of the old god of light, the creation bottle. The creation bottle can convert pure energy, such as divine power, into primal energy. Approximately every million units of divine power, or a single divine crystal, can be converted into a trace of primal energy. Such consumption is naturally terrifying. If this creation bottle existed in ancient times, it would undoubtedly be utter trash. Because in the early universe, the primal energy of the universe was abundant everywhere. Who would be so foolish as to convert a large amount of energy into a mere trace of primal energy? But now, in Wu Wei's hands, it's different. While divine power resources are precious, they can still be produced continuously. Only the primal energy of cosmic life is extremely rare, obtained entirely through wilderness exploration and pure luck. So far, he has only managed to gather a little over 30 traces. Just as Wu Wei was lamenting the scarcity of resources, Angel Doris frowned and said, "Your Majesty, as far as I know, our divine kingdom is extremely lacking in primordial power. Perhaps we should postpone building an army and first implement the candidate saint's plan to accumulate more divine power. Besides, I am confident that within 100 years I can elevate my soul to the 11th level." As she spoke, Angel exuded powerful confidence. Her life experiences and unwavering faith in the light had forged her unparalleled conviction. Whether in terms of achievements or aptitude, she was confident she was no less than the first saintess, Katerina. 100 years is too long, Wu Wei said solemnly. The Judgment Legion will be stationed in the Qin civilization. If our strength is too weak, we may not be able to deter them. The shortage of primordial power is not a problem. I, Your Majesty, can still provide more. What we need to do now is to enter a virtuous cycle as soon as possible. The sooner we assimilate the Qin civilization, the better it will be for accumulating divine power. Imagine, even if all primordial power were converted from divine power, building the Judgment Legion would only consume a total of 20 to 30 million divine power. If the Qin civilization could reach an annual divine power income of 3 million, it could recoup its costs in just 7 or 8 years. Each year faster would mean an extra year of profit, and would also allow the strength of the divine kingdom to grow like a snowball. Yes. Angel Doris trembled upon hearing this, kneeling devoutly and saying, "My lord's wish is Angel Supreme Mission." Wu Wei moved his mental power, using his divine spark to put 20 divine crystals into the creation bottle. The creation bottle trembled slightly for a few seconds, converting the divine crystals into primordial power of cosmic life. With a casual wave of his hand, an ancient square box appeared in his hand, seemingly lifted by an invisible force, and flew to Angel Doris. Angel's gaze was solemn as she devoutly accepted the wooden box, opened it, and saw that it contained 5 crystal-clear divine crystals, shining with holy light. Each divine crystal is condensed with millions of points of divine power, making them extremely expensive in the universe. However, these 5 divine crystals are not as valuable as the seemingly inconspicuous small bottle beside them. That small bottle contains a full 20 strands of life essence power, representing the most primal energy of life and the necessary substance for the birth of life and soul. Even 1,000th of this essence power is enough to cause a qualitative transformation in an ordinary life. After using these resources to build the prototype of the Judgment Legion, there is still some left over. Wu Wei specially provided extra resources. After all, Angel needs to implement the Qin civilization's candidate saintess project and requires some startup capital. Angel Doris also knows how difficult it is for the great god to provide such a huge amount of resources all at once. The light square box seems to weigh 1,000 pounds. Your Majesty, Angel took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Within 10 years, Angel will surely complete the mission. Saint Lilian, Saint Liu Peng, Saint Wu Yiren." Wu Wei issued another divine decree. "The 3 of you will immediately join Angel's Judgment Legion to assist her in building the Legion and completing the mission. We obey the divine decree." Lilian, Liu Peng, and Wu Yiren, the 3 8-winged holy angels, suppressed their excitement and accepted the divine decree. They were all among the 12 apostles of that time, and the 3 most outstanding among the surviving apostles. Chapter 367 The Establishment of the Divine Kingdom by Various Forces. Of the remaining 9 apostles, 6 perished in the battle against the Lord of the Dead, their souls extinguished. The other 3 ascended to become war angels, and have since risen to the rank of archangel, serving as squad leaders in St. Luke's Legion. It's believed that Angel will prioritize their recruitment when building her army. All of you, step back. Those who should be promoted, go. Those who should be doing their work, do your work." Wu Wei waved his hand. Angel and the other three immediately obeyed and withdrew. Angel made some arrangements, sending Liu Peng, the most composed of the three, to the Qin civilization to pre-assign tasks for the candidate scientists. Meanwhile, Lillian was assigned to select Holy Spirit reserves, recruiting 1,100 war angels. Wu Yiren was reassigned to recruit key angels and to contact the Divine Weapon Hall to build warships. Angel herself resolutely flew towards the pool of transformation, intending to advance to the level of a 10-winged archangel as quickly as possible. Only then would the Qin civilization be wary and truly submit. Leaving aside the actions of Angel and the other divine generals, the strategic meeting continued within the Temple of Light. "Saint John Nasidal, listen to my command," Wu Wei ordered again. "I command you to return to the plane of light, using it as a base to explore the outer space. You must thoroughly investigate the surrounding cosmos." Now that his divine kingdom was growing stronger, Wu Wei had gained some confidence in exploring the outer space from the plane of light. In fact, exploring the outer space from the plane of light was an extremely dangerous undertaking. When the old god of light became a god, his expansion strategy was based on the plane of light, constantly expanding his power outwards. That route was also the most likely to encounter the old god of light's former enemy, the Immortal Palace. But this route had to be explored, otherwise, Wu Wei, who had lost much of the old god of light's memories, wouldn't even know where the enemy was or how strong they were. Therefore, it is most prudent for St. John, the strongest and most patient individual, to carry out this mission. "Yes, Your Majesty," St. John knelt solemnly. Spirit consort, Wu Wei turned his attention to the elven goddess Everus, saying calmly, "This matter requires your cooperation with St. John. Explore from the plane of light outwards, and do so in the name of the elven race. You may declare the plane of light as the elven plane." "Yes, Your Majesty." Everus instantly understood Wu Wei's intention, solemnly replying, "I will certainly fulfill Your Majesty's wish." 200 years have passed since Everus married Wu Wei. In these 200 years, the elven race of the plane of light has experienced tremendous growth. Under Everus's leadership, the elven goddess Legion has been gradually built up and has been supporting the wars of various planes. Currently, besides Everus, a level 10 being, the elven race has no fewer than 10 level 9 demigods, over 100 level 8 legends, and more than 500 level 7 saints. Compared to Wu Wei's lineage of light, the overall strength of the elves was naturally far inferior, but they could still muster an army, easily masquerading as a level 1 civilization. Moreover, the elves were no ordinary race, their level of evolution was high, and ordinary elves could easily live for 200 or 300 years. If they reached demigod level, their lifespan would easily exceed 1,000 years. Such a powerful level of genetic evolution was definitely beyond the reach of the native civilization. Even the level of evolution of the people of the level 3 civilization, the Kelling civilization, which Wu Wei had encountered, was far inferior to that of the elves. Based on some historical records within her tribe, Everest deduced that the elves on the light plane were likely descendants of a powerful civilization that had fallen from grace, and their mother civilization was highly likely to belong to the same star plane as the light plane. "James, Edward," Wu Wei then turned his gaze to St. James and Edward, "how much star energy can you spare from your side?" Wu Wei had left these two in the Kois plane civilization, putting them in charge of trade and procurement plans. This time, their divine bodies didn't return, instead, they held the meeting through avatars. In fact, everyone attending the meeting in Wu Wei's temple had their own tasks, with at least 30% of the high-ranking members attending as avatars. "Your Majesty," St. James was the first to kneel, "we can't even spare 10,000 star coins right now." Wu Wei was speechless. The star coins and resources they had recently acquired had all been handed over to them for processing. The total star coins amounted to at least 20 to 30 million. And because of the Divine Kingdom, the turnover was extremely fast. Over the years, it should have been at least 50 million star coins, right? He really wanted to chop him up. "Your Majesty," James's avatar answered honestly, "we discovered a batch of low-grade divine stone resources worth over 100 million star coins in the main market of the Koi civilization, but the other party demanded a one-time payment of 90 million star coins. Therefore, after informing the Holy Consort, she approved the clearance of all goods, raising 52 million star coins. In addition, We also borrowed 38 million star coins from the Koi civilization through the Blue Spirit family, which was just enough to acquire that batch of low-grade divine stone resources. What? Wu Wei was stunned. Low-grade divine stone resources worth over 100 million star coins? Acquired for only 90 million? Wu Wei was overjoyed. This was a huge piece of meat. Holy Consort Katerina also stood up and reported, "Your Majesty, this acquisition trade has a considerable profit margin, and this opportunity is rare, so I acted directly. Please do not blame me for acting on my own. No blame, no blame." Wu Wei felt like he'd been struck by lightning. He was desperately short of resources, and then James delivered a huge surprise. He immediately asked, "Where are these low-grade divine stones?" "Your Majesty, this resource consists of 6.3 million low-grade divine stones. We've already transported them to the Divine Kingdom through the gates of heaven, and Her Highness the Holy Consort signed for them before the meeting," James replied honestly. 6.3 million low-grade divine stones. Wu Wei was slightly excited. For some advanced civilizations, low-grade divine stones were of little use, and it was normal for them to be sold to acquire other resources. But for Wu Wei, he could extract about 20 points of divine power from each low-grade divine stone. That meant he could extract about 126 million points of divine power from this batch of low-grade divine stones, which would be equivalent to 126 divine crystals. Without hesitation, Wu Wei temporarily suspended the meeting and had the Holy Consort, Catherine, take him to absorb the low-grade divine stones. In the Divine Kingdom's treasury, Wu Wei devoured all 6.3 million low-grade divine stones, converting them into divine power and 126 divine crystals. Of these 126 crystals, 38 were loans from the Blue Spirit family. However, according to Katerina, the loan term was 100 years, with only 7 million star coins required in interest. Therefore, Wu Wei, temporarily short of funds, decided to postpone repaying the loan. This left Wu Wei with a total of 12 million divine power and 132 divine crystals at his disposal. With a wave of his hand, he handed 52 of these crystals to St. James, instructing him to continue seeking business opportunities at Nash Star Lake, utilizing the gates of heaven for resource circulation to achieve rapid profits. "Yes, Your Majesty," James knelt devoutly, yet hesitated slightly, seemingly wanting to say something more. He and Edward were both remnants of the old papacy, and strictly speaking, not Wu Wei's confidants. Facing Wu Wei, he was naturally very reserved. "Just say what you have to say, don't beat around the bush," Wu Wei said casually, waving his hand. "Your Majesty," St. James said softly, "the entire Nash Lake is vast. To reach its farthest points, we need to traverse thousands of wormholes, a journey that will take hundreds of years. I wish to request a group of believers and purchase a fleet of small exploration ships to allow them to explore all areas of Nash Lake and construct space gates in strategically valuable locations." Wu Wei understood St. James's plan. The heavenly gate of the Divine Kingdom was incredibly powerful, but believers needed to reach that space first before it could be anchored and the heavenly gate established. In Wu Wei's previous life's gaming terminology, it was like exploring the map. And the sooner the map was activated, the better. Wu Wei pondered for a moment and said, "In that case, you will be in charge of trade. Edward will be in charge of exploring the entire Nash Star Lake. All expenses will be allocated from the trade funds, and personnel can be recruited independently from the various ruling planes." "Yes, Your Majesty." James and Edward, the two eight-winged holy angels, accepted the order and left. After they left, Wu Wei refined 10 divine crystals into 10 strands of primordial power, and then allocated an additional 5 divine crystals, giving them to Evelyn, explaining that they were loans to the elven race. Loans? Evelyn was slightly taken aback, her eyes becoming somewhat complicated. It wasn't that she thought Wu Wei was stingy, that a husband and wife should talk about loans. She fully understood Wu Wei's true meaning. If this resource were an allocation, then he would be treating the elven race as a complete vassal of the Kingdom of Light. But by lending it, he was allowing the elven race to maintain its independence, cultivating them as future allies. From Everest's perspective as a wife, the elven race as a vassal was acceptable. However, from the perspective of the elven goddess, a semi-vassal, semi-ally relationship with the Kingdom of Light was more in line with their interests. Wu Wei didn't let her make the choice herself, he had already chosen for her. After a long while, the spirit consort Everest solemnly bowed and said, "Your Majesty's will is clear. As long as I live, The elven race will always regard the Kingdom of Light as their sovereign kingdom, and the kingdom's commands will be of paramount importance. Wu Wei simply waved his hand and said nothing more. In the future, a small elven race was truly child's play. In the vast universe, level 1 civilizations were as numerous as carp crossing a river. In addition, Wu Wei also arranged for Landon Morse, a meritorious official of the new papacy, to serve as a deputy general to assist St. John in establishing the Holy Glory Legion, temporarily placing him on the same level as Angel's Judgment Legion. Landon had always been a backbone of the new papacy, and his hard work was indispensable in the initial stages. However, Langdon's sole aptitude was rather ordinary, and his later achievements were far inferior to Katarina's. Fortunately, his faith was unwavering, and he ultimately ascended to the heavenly kingdom at the Holy Spirit level, refining his soul to become a four-winged archangel. Without the help of the power of origin, his potential would likely have been at most a level 9 archangel. Now that Wu Wei had a source of power of origin, he naturally took care of his old comrades who had rendered meritorious service. Black Lytton and Daniel Lytton received the same treatment. However, Daniel Lytton didn't receive special treatment, he had also continuously advanced through his own abilities. By the time Wu Wei had surplus power of origin, he himself was already a peak level 9 archangel, and even based on aptitude and merit, he was qualified to advance to level 10 this time. Returning to the topic of the Holy Radiance Legion, because St. John himself possessed an arbiter-level vehicle and many subordinates, after some calculations, the Holy Radiance Legion would require far fewer resources than the newly built Judgment Legion, needing only 8 strands of origin and 6 divine crystals. Wu Wei, eager to accelerate his pace, readily allocated resources. Landon Morse, St. John Nacital, and the 3 powerful figures, including the spirit consort Everest, received their respective tasks and departed. After dealing with matters in the light plane, Wu Wei still had 12 million divine power and 57 divine crystals remaining. St. Luke, Wu Wei ordered, I hereby appoint you as the commander of the Judgment Legion. The current organization will be modeled after the Holy Radiance Legion and the Judgment Legion. St. Augustus and the Dark Goddess Judy will both be under your command, specifically responsible for the demonic forces on the Dawn Light plane. Yes, Your Majesty, St. Luke acknowledged. St. Luke then quickly calculated the remaining resources and manpower after reaching full strength. Because his organization was the most complete, this full-scale deployment was the least costly, requiring only 6 strands of primordial energy and 3 divine crystals. Wu Wei, having established 3 legions in one fell swoop, seemed unsatisfied. He then began to establish 2 more legions, the Thunder Legion. Marshal Yanfei Liliana is in charge of the conquest of the Lazdek Galaxy, with her 2 old comrades, Daniel Lytton and Black Lytton, as her deputies. Yanfei Liliana already has an army under her command, and she herself is already a level 11 being. This time, she needs an additional 7 strands of life essence and 5 divine crystals. The Light Legion. Marshal is Saintess Catherine, with Isabella and Lloyd as her deputies. This legion will be stationed to protect the Divine Kingdom and belongs to Wu Wei's Central Guard. After some calculations, the Divine Kingdom's original Guard Legion was fully staffed as a level 11 legion. Originally, the biggest cost should have come from Saintess Catherine, whose advancement from level 10 to level 11 would have consumed 10 strands of life essence to aid her transformation. However, to Wu Wei's great surprise, Saintess Catherine's soul has been continuously growing stronger and purer through her long-term persistent efforts. Just recently, her soul's strength experienced a major breakthrough, crossing the threshold of level 11. It has only been a little over 100 years since Katarina ascended to heaven, yet she has achieved a soul breakthrough in such a short time. This is due to 2 factors. Firstly, her innate soul talent is exceptionally strong. Secondly, while managing countless trivial matters within the heavenly kingdom, she continues to diligently cultivate and refine her faith. Her efforts not only save Wu Wei 10 strands of life essence, but also set a positive example for the entire kingdom, strengthening the faith and will of the angelic army and the people. Therefore, Wu Wei only spent 6 strands of life essence and 5 divine crystals during the expansion of the Central Guard and the Light Legion. The establishment of these 5 nascent legions, along with the resources lent to the elf goddess Everest, consumed a total of 47 strands of life essence and 29 divine crystals. After this significant expenditure, Wu Wei had 12 million divine power and 25 divine crystals remaining. This seems like a considerable amount of resources, But with a kingdom newly ascended, the number of people, the production of sacred wheat, and the armed forces and warships under the divine weapon hall all require substantial resources for development. Another wave of resources was poured in, leaving Wu Wei with only 2 million divine power and 20 divine crystals as emergency reserves. However, this massive investment would rapidly accelerate the development of the Divine Kingdom's homeland and its military, propelling it from a force barely comparable to a level 3 civilization towards a true level 3 civilization. Unfortunately, Wu Wei's cosmic life essence was too scarce, forcing him to expend a large amount of divine power to convert it. Otherwise, with abundant essence, the Divine Kingdom's strength could have rapidly reached the peak of a level 3 civilization, or even quickly advanced to level 4. Chapter 368 The plan for the replacement Saintus is launched. Just as the Kingdom of Light was entering a period of rapid development, the influence of the Qin civilization, a level 2 civilization whose territory spanned several planes, was expanding rapidly. The Qin civilization was a civilization that revered mechanical weaponry. Young and powerful, with an extremely strong desire for expansion and conquest, it had conquered several level 1 civilizations and subjugated nearly 20 billion intelligent beings to serve it in just 2 or 3,000 years. Given its potential, if the Qin civilization continued to develop, it would likely have qualified to challenge for level 3 civilization status within 1 or 2,000 years. Unfortunately, this young and ambitious civilization mistakenly extended its reach into the Aesop plane, thus suffering a devastating blow from the Kingdom of Light and signing a humiliating treaty after its defeat. Now, members of the Church within the Kingdom of Light's sphere of influence have fully inhabited all the inhabited planets under the jurisdiction of this level 2 civilization, and have begun to widely propagate the faith of the great God of Light. However, although these Church members are the core members, they ultimately find it difficult to change the long-standing materialistic habits of those intelligent beings. The high-ranking officials of various inhabited planets outwardly cooperated with the missionary activities of the Church of Light, claiming to be devout believers, but secretly mocked the Church's ignorance. They thought, "We're already in the interstellar age? Those so-called divine arts and miracles are nothing more than advanced methods and techniques of energy manipulation." False believers. Apart from a small number of true believers, the vast majority of intelligent beings under the Qin civilization were outwardly compliant but inwardly sham believers. Just when the Qin civilization's high-ranking officials thought this situation would continue, suddenly, things took a dramatic turn. "Great God of Light, please send down your miraculous light and save my father. If you can save my father, I will serve you as my Lord forever, for all eternity." In the central square of a remote town on Qin III, a young girl with green skin and a still somewhat childish face prayed obliviously before the newly erected statue of the God of Light. Her father, a rough man with dark green skin, lay on the floor beside her. Her father looked gravely ill, his eyes closed, his breath shallow and weak, as if he might faint at any moment. Many passers-by in the square scoffed at the girl's obsessive prayer, ignoring her ailing father's condition. Occasionally, a few self-righteous onlookers pointed and whispered, "Young lady, your father is sick, why don't you take him to see a doctor?" Exactly, what's the use of praying to this statue if you don't see a doctor? The God of Light is powerful, but they're just an advanced civilization adept at using cosmic energy. Besides, it's just a statue. Can a statue cure your father's illness? Such comments followed, but the girl remained kneeling, praying sincerely, oblivious to all the surrounding chatter. At this point, some curious onlookers approached for a closer look, but upon seeing the girl's father's chest, they immediately recoiled as if they had seen a plague. "Yes, it's cancer. That old man has cancer. Quick, get away, lest you catch some bad luck." The crowd in the square immediately retreated to a secluded area around the girl. "Mommy, what is cancer?" At this moment, a naive young child pointed with confusion at the girl and her father below the statue. "Never mind that, come here quickly." Before the child could speak, his mother pulled him back as if in a panic and hurriedly left. As she walked, the mother did not forget to tell her child that if he encountered such a situation in the future, he should stay as far away as possible. The square fell silent, with only the girl under the statue silently shedding tears. Cancer is not actually an infectious disease, but rather an irreversible disease caused by long-term exposure to harmful substances. This planet, full of life, was not always like this. Planet Qin III once had its own name, its own civilization, and its own culture passed down through generations. But after being colonized and annexed by the Quinn civilization, everything on this planet was forcibly taken away by the ruthless Quinn people. Since the race on this planet ceased to possess its own civilization, and even the planet's name was changed to Quinn III, they were referred to as Citizen III by the Quinn people. This was a cold, mechanical name, convenient for statistical purposes. From this point onward, the once lush and verdant planet III was forcibly converted by the Quinn civilization into an agricultural planet primarily focused on agriculture and sideline production. All the farmers of planet III were forced into long-term forced labor. This has continued for over 2,000 years. The girl's father beneath the statue was a true farmer from planet III. However, excessive exploitation of the land had rendered planet III's soil extremely barren. To cultivate enough food on time and cope with the annual insect plagues, the farmland on planet III required long-term spraying of various chemical agents. Because of this, the farmers of planet III often suffered from serious illnesses due to the corrosive effects of these agents. These serious illnesses had a collective name: cancer. Cancer was not contagious, but it was as terrifying as a tiger, something everyone avoided. Of course, cancer is not incurable. The girl beneath the statue lost her mother at a young age and was raised by her hard-working farmer father. When her father collapsed, the strong girl wiped away her tears and carried him all the way to the city, pleading with each hospital, hoping for a glimmer of hope for her father's survival. Unfortunately, under the rule of the Quinn people, Planet 3 had lost its independent civilization, and its medical methods were extremely primitive, utterly incapable of suppressing this terrible and stubborn disease. Of course, there were ways. The Quinn surgical method required the complete removal of the diseased area and its replacement with mechanical parts to treat the cancer and prevent its spread. However, this advanced medical technology was only controlled by the high-ranking Quinn people. Moreover, the surgery was exorbitantly priced, and the replacement parts were astronomically expensive. A mere farmer could not afford it, let alone the high-ranking Quinn doctors. Given the farmer's status, he would probably never even meet them in his lifetime. Therefore, the lonely and helpless farmer's daughter had no way to help. She had no way to save her father's life except to carry him to the statue. Perhaps to others, her father was just an insignificant farmer among the masses, but to her, he was everything. He was her only family, home was where he was. She couldn't bear to watch him die in such agony. Since she had nowhere else to turn for help, she could only place her last hope in the God of Light, whose teachings had just reached their planet. Compassionate and merciful God of Light, I beg you to use your divine light to save my father. The young Udaragari wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes and prayed fervently once more. In her heart, since even the arrogant Quinn people bow down to this God of Light, this deity must be an extremely great being. If it was true, as the missionaries she had encountered a few days ago had said, that as long as one prayed sincerely, the God of Light would surely grant blessings, then perhaps her father still had a glimmer of hope. Moreover, what hope did she have now besides the God of Light? Time passed slowly, but the young girl Carrie's prayers never ceased. Sigh. How foolish. The passers-by shook their heads as they watched. Forget it, this little girl has shown filial piety. Let's pull some money and let her go back to her hometown to handle the funeral. That's fine then, we city people have done our best. Disperse, everyone disperse. Several leading men each took out some coins and began to disperse the crowd. However, just as the crowd was losing interest and about to leave, a majestic and solemn holy light suddenly shone from the statue. What's going on? What happened? That dazzling light. The crowd in the square was stunned. Under this warm, majestic, yet incredibly sacred and solemn light, everyone present felt awe, their eyes widened, and their breath almost stopped. Especially witnessing the towering statue suddenly burst forth with dazzling light, as if it had come alive, the sheer awe was so overwhelming that they almost knelt down in worship. Beneath this warm and majestic holy light, the slightly childlike girl, Udaragari, stared wide-eyed, completely stunned beneath the statue. At that moment, hot tears streamed down her face, her heart overflowing with joy and warmth. For the great and compassionate God of Light had truly answered her prayers, her father was saved. Udaragari, I have heard your prayers. A sacred and majestic voice appeared directly in Gari's heart. Gari's heart opened instantly. She was so humble and insignificant, yet the supreme God of Light had earnestly listened to her prayers. What a great and loving heart. Indeed, as the missionaries had said, In the eyes of this great deity, all living beings are equal. O Almighty Lord of Light, I beg you to save my father. The young girl, Giley, dared not delay, and immediately knelt again, her devout faith rapidly increasing. Please save my father's life. I will believe in you and praise you for all eternity. Just as she knelt in fervent prayer, a soft cough reached her ears. She turned her gaze and saw that her father, who had been unconscious, was slowly awakening. The tumor on his chest, which had caused the disease, was visibly shrinking and disappearing, and his body was constantly healing. Thank you, Lord of Light. Thank you, Lord of Light. I, Udala Giley, will defend your faith with my life. The young girl Giley was overjoyed and deeply moved, her body and mind seemingly elevated. The surrounding crowd widened their eyes, whether poor or rich. All who witnessed this awe-inspiring scene trembled and knelt on the ground, loudly chanting the name of the God of Light. A miracle. It truly is a miracle. Our Lord of Light, we will forever believe in you and sing your praises. As the crowd prayed, the light on the statue began to slowly fade. Just as the last ray of light was about to dissipate, a tiny golden seed, like a falling snowflake, gently landed on Eudora Carey and finally merged completely into her body. This Saintess candidate system, prepared by Angel Doris, had finally found its suitable host. At the same time, a flood of information began to rush into the young Carey's mind. A moment later, Carey slowly rose, an aura of sacred inviolability emanating from her, causing the surrounding crowd to feel an instinctive sense of awe towards her. Carey looked at the crowd gathered before her, slowly raising her arm, preparing to speak. She understood that she now had a new identity, a Saintess candidate chosen by the God of Light. What incredible fortune and glory! Now, the first wave of faith she spread on behalf of the God of Light began right before her eyes. She was willing to sacrifice her life and offer her soul for it. The deeds of Eudora Gari shocked the entire small town. Almost instantly, her story spread throughout Planet 3 and several inhabited planets within Quinn. On Planet 3, the first group of believers, centered around the candidate Saintess Eudora Gari, officially gathered. These incredibly devout believers began to spread their faith far and wide. Coupled with the continuous occurrence of miraculous divine events in various places, the faith from the God of Light began to spread like wildfire throughout Quinn, especially among the destitute and impoverished working class. On this day, on Planet 5, a very distant planet from Planet 3, was a mountainous planet filled with hills and mountains. It was sparsely populated and lacked productive resources, but it possessed abundant mineral resources, making it a vital mineral-producing area for the Quinn civilization. Like Quinn III, which was fully responsible for crop production, Planet V had also lost its unique civilization. The vast majority of its inhabitants were low-level miners. They were all under the management of Quinn's leaders, working day and night to mine the minerals hidden in the mountains. However, with the widespread fame of the ordinary farm girl, Eudora Carey, who was favored by the gods in her despair and became a candidate for sainthood on Quinn III, many people at the grassroots level began to gradually shift their hopes for changing their fate to faith in the God of Light. Therefore, during this period, many people's conversations were no longer about everyday matters, but about a mysterious and great God of Light. Mom, do you think if we believe in the God of Light, we can live a good life? A little girl with gray skin, pushing a food cart, was passing by the statue of the God of Light in the center of the town. Facing the sunlight, she looked into the distance, her eyes filled with hope. Eva Bella, my silly child, the high and mighty God of Light will not favor us lowly laborers. Eva's mother, also pushing a food cart, looked tired. Wiping sweat from her brow, she urged, Eva, hurry up. Your father and the others still have a lot of rocks to dig today. They need to eat lunch as soon as possible. On Planet 5, survival was always arduous. The demand for minerals from the upper-class Quinn civilization was enormous, and the reward given to the lower classes was merely enough food to survive. Because of the Quinn civilization's interference, Planet 5 had no agricultural or sideline industries, all food was imported, and their only wage was food. Under such harsh rule, the laborers of Planet 5, driven by the pressure to survive, had to work tirelessly, day and night. Eva Bella, somewhat disheartened, followed her mother out of town. After a few steps, she couldn't help but glance back at the imposing statue of the God of Light, muttering resentfully, even Eudora Gari, the candidate saintess of Planet 3, was just a farmer's daughter. She also received divine favor. You actually believe those rumors? Alright, hurry up and take your father and the others to eat. There are no gods in this world. Really no gods? Eva Bella was disappointed, yet unwilling to believe it. But delivering food was the priority. If they didn't finish their work before dark, her father, brother, uncle, and other relatives would be punished by having their wages deducted. The thought of going hungry again made Eva Bella and her mother quicken their pace. Fortunately, just outside the simple town were the mines where the men worked. On Planet 5, almost all towns were built around the mines. The men in the towns were all miners, while the women mainly engaged in various logistical and support work. As usual, Eva Bella, along with the town's young women, delivered meals to the men of the town. But just as they reached the mine entrance, a terrible disaster struck. Whether it was a problem with the explosives used in the mine blasting or a miscalculation, a deafening roar followed. The ground trembled violently, as if an earthquake had struck, and many of the women delivering meals, along with their food carts, were thrown to the ground. Then, boulders rained down, sealing the mine entrance, and screams and cries filled the town. The mine is collapsing. Get out of the mountains. Get out. No. My child, my child. My husband is still inside. My husband is still inside. The mountains began to tremble, and chaos reigned, filled with the cries of the town's women. Mine disasters were common on Planet 5, but 9 out of 10 miners trapped in them never made it to the surface alive. No, no. Eva Bella's mother, seemingly collapsing from her wits, collapsed to the ground, burying her face in her hands and weeping bitterly. Beneath the mountain mines before her lay her husband, son, father, brothers, and over 10,000 of her compatriots from the entire town. Who will save them? My husband, my children, who will save them? Oh God! Cries of despair filled the air, but once the mountain collapsed, by the time they pleaded with Quinn's leadership for help, and by the time Quinn's people sent a rescue team to dig through the mountain, it was often too late. By then, how many of these 10,000 laborers would survive? Despair began to spread among the crowd. Just then, a young girl named Eva Bella suddenly rose from the ground. God of Light. If we pray sincerely to the God of Light, the omnipotent God of Light will surely save us. These words didn't attract much attention in the panicked crowd, but Eva Bella resolutely ran towards the center of the town. She knelt before the newly erected statue, imitating the actions of the missionaries who had visited before, prostrating herself with utmost respect at the statue's feet. Great and merciful Lord of Light, please save us from this calamity. I will sing your praises, I will glorify you, and I will serve you forever and ever. These prayers, amidst the desperate cries all around, sounded exceptionally firm and clear. Gradually, the cries began to subside. And somehow, the panicked crowd had all gathered around the little girl, Eva Bella. At that very moment, the mysterious and towering statue suddenly shone with a majestic light. Within this light, a seed composed entirely of holy light began to gently fall upon Eva, who was kneeling on the ground, praying fervently. As the seed of holy light completely merged into Eva Bella's body, a new candidate for sainthood was born. At that very moment, the miracle began to unfold. In an instant, an unparalleled, boundless holy light burst forth from the mine shaft, shattering all the rubble in its path. Protected by this holy light, all the miners who had ventured deep into the mine fled in panic. The moment all the miners returned to the surface, the holy light protecting them began to dissipate, and the entire mine shaft and a large section of the mountainside were instantly reduced to rubble, utterly destroyed. A miracle. It truly is a miracle. Thanks to Eva Bella, the omnipotent Lord of Light answered her prayers. No, she is a saint, the saint chosen by the Lord of Light, our holy princess. The crowd wept with joy in the town square, embracing each other wildly, then all gathered around Eva Bella, kneeling at the feet of the statue of light. One after another, the channels of unwavering faith rapidly increased at this moment. Chapter 369 The Judgment Legion arrives in Quinn. Thousands of potential saintesses swept through the lower strata of Quinn's civilization like a storm. The great God of Light was no longer an abstract symbol, but was present with each saintess. The core members of the Church of Light seized the opportunity to establish churches, erecting statues of the God of Light in the church squares. These newly erected statues, though exquisitely crafted and meticulously made, seemed lifeless and devoid of any divinity. However, as the potential saintesses personally led the believers in day and night prayers before the statues, the powerful force of faith continuously nourished them. Gradually, they seemed to be enveloped in a holy light, a soft glow enveloping the believers, making them feel bathed in holy light, completely relaxed and at ease. Even some elderly and frail believers, the more devoutly they prayed before the statues, the lighter and more energetic they felt, as if they had become many years younger. Some believers suffering from hidden ailments also received the blessing of the divine light, and their ailments gradually improved. What caused the most explosive spread was that several believers, terminally ill and on the verge of death, summoned a true miracle through the prayers of a large number of followers led by a candidate saintess. In this miracle, their terminal illnesses were instantly cured, restoring their health and vitality. Similar events occurred continuously throughout all the spheres of influence under the Qin civilization. The core members of the Holy See seized the opportunity to control the various media outlets of the Qin civilization, widely publicizing these vivid and legendary stories. Indeed, the Qin civilization was a level 2 civilization, possessing highly advanced medical technology capable of curing even many terminal illnesses and disabilities. However, Qin's medical technology was extremely expensive, accessible only to the powerful and privileged. Under the Qin system, the vast majority of ordinary intelligent beings lived in a state of exploitation and oppression, finding it difficult to access advanced medical care due to either their status or financial means. The comprehensive measures taken by the Holy See of Light instilled a strong sense of hope in the ordinary people of the Qin civilization. As long as they believed in the God of Light, they had nothing to fear from illness. They could receive comprehensive treatments from the Holy See of Light. First, there were the statues. Within the area enveloped by the holy light of these statues, various negative energies and viruses would be suppressed, and most illnesses would be alleviated. As long as one persisted in praying beneath the statues, their hearts and souls would become increasingly pure, and their bodies would improve. With more people praying, the statues, accumulating more and more faith power, would become increasingly powerful, and their coverage area would expand. This was a mutually beneficial outcome. The statues would store about 20% of the faith power and contribute it to Wu Wei through their divine essence. The remaining 80% would be used to strengthen themselves, for future use, and to give back to more believers. The higher the level of the statue, the more intelligent it would become. They could even distinguish between true and false believers. Those false believers with ulterior motives who wanted to gain favor without contributing their faith would experience negative emotions such as anxiety. They would either become believers or leave the area of the statue's aura. The higher the level of the idol, the more powerful its effect, and the easier it is to gather more believers to pray. Besides idols, the core members of the Holy See of Light also began selecting outstanding individuals from among the local devout believers to train as priests, striving to achieve the goal of having intelligent beings of the same race manage believers of the same race. In just over half a year, the faith in the God of Light had spread to almost every inhabited planet under the Qin civilization's control. Even some small and medium-sized space stations mining in outer space felt the power of the spreading faith. Meanwhile, the influence of the candidate saintesses on the Qin civilization continued to ferment, and the Qin civilization's high command was already restless. In the Qin civilization's capital planet, the Council Hall. The Council Hall was where Emperor Sidney Hayter usually handled court affairs and listened to reports from various parties. Because the Empire's high command consisted of powerful mechas with enormous bodies, the Council Hall was exceptionally majestic, its metallic walls exuding a cold and solemn aura. But at this moment, this cold and solemn Council Hall was in chaos. Your Majesty, you can't just sit idly by any longer. A weathered gray mech slammed its fist on the table, its metallic face a mixture of anger and heartache. If those so-called saintesses continue like this, soon the people of Qin will only know the God of Light, and not your Majesty. Your Majesty, said another dark gold mech, since they've embraced the God of Light, the common people have become increasingly arrogant and unruly. Many policies that were easy to implement before have become very difficult to enforce. Now, there are even small groups among the populace waving the banner of anti-mechanization, loudly advocating the harmfulness of machinery. If this continues, the empire will inevitably descend into chaos. Perhaps some ambitious individuals will even seize this opportunity to overthrow your rule. These two mechas had followed Emperor Qin since his youth. Their mechas inhabited by the Fire Seed were already level 10 guard-level mechas, wielding considerable influence within Qin's upper echelons. Hearing them speak, several other mechas chimed in agreement. Yes, Your Majesty. Please think of a way to stop them. Shut up. However, before they could finish speaking, Prince Corlin slammed his fist on the table and roared, "Doesn't His Majesty understand what you're saying? My elder brother and I have already offered a part of our souls to the God of Light. Our lives are in the God of Light's hands. How can we stop the God of Light? Corlin had personally witnessed the overwhelming power of the 12-winged seraphim under the God of Light's command. Even now, recalling that scene still made him tremble. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but take a deep breath and glared fiercely at the group of old ministers. You're not asking His Majesty to make a decision, you're forcing us to die. Under his glare, the men who had spoken earlier shut their mouths sheepishly. However, the weathered gray mech remained defiant, its neck stiff and refusing to bow its head. Even so, are we just to be slaughtered? Prince Corlin, you may be afraid of death, but I am not. We'll fight them to the death. That's right. We might as well die. Fight them. Encouraged by the gray mech, the other mechas straightened their backs again and began to shout. Behind them, some lower-ranking mechas, not qualified to speak, whispered amongst themselves, and words like spineless could be vaguely heard. Fine. I have no spine, I'm afraid of death. Prince Corlin's eyes blazed with anger. So what if I'm afraid of death? You weren't afraid of death, so why didn't you jump out when you bowed down to the God of Light? Did he really think he didn't know what these people were up to? They were just reluctant to give up their power, afraid that if the God of Light continued to preach, their power would be completely undermined. They dared not provoke the God of Light, nor even lay a hand on those so-called holy maidens, yet they came under the guise of selflessness to incite their elder brother to rebel against the God of Light. They claimed that if anything went wrong, it would all be their fault, and they would all be innocent. Did they really think he was stupid? Prince Corlin also had many loyal followers and entourage. Seeing his resolute attitude, they all spoke up in support, helping him to retort mercilessly. For a time, the entire council hall was filled with a cacophony of shouting and hurling insults. As the exchange intensified, the council hall grew increasingly noisy and chaotic, and Emperor Quinn's expression grew increasingly grim. Finally, just as the two sides were about to come to blows, Emperor Quinn lost his temper and slammed his fist on the table. Enough. Shut up. This angry shout was like a thunderclap, accompanied by a powerful divine might. In an instant, the council hall fell silent. Everyone instinctively fell silent, even Prince Corlin took a deep breath, barely managing to control his impending outburst. Emperor Quinn's solemn and unified gaze swept over everyone in the council hall. He took a deep breath, about to speak, when suddenly music filled the hall. Everyone's expression changed slightly. All communication devices in the council hall had to remain silent, a rule established by Emperor Quinn since his ascension to the throne. Who was so audacious as to knowingly violate this rule at this crucial moment? They instinctively searched for the source of the sound, only to discover that it came from Emperor Quinn himself. Emperor Quinn's expression also changed. His communication devices were indeed on, but before entering the council hall, he had specifically instructed his trusted subordinates that unless it concerned the God of Light or the survival of the nation, they were not to disturb him before the council ended. Could it be that he disregarded the large number of people in the hall and simply activated his communicator? The next moment, the faces of his trusted subordinates appeared on the photonic screen in front of him. That usually calm and capable face was now tense and solemn. He hurriedly bowed and said, "Your Majesty, look outside. The Light God's fleet is here." What? Emperor Quinn's expression changed drastically, and he stood up abruptly. What are the border legions doing? The Light God's fleet is here, how come they haven't even sent back a message? Your Majesty, the Light God's fleet seems to be able to evade the detection of the space radar. His trusted subordinate's face was also grim, his voice bitter. If they hadn't shown themselves, we wouldn't even have known they had reached the capital star. Hearing this, Emperor Quinn's pupils constricted, and his internal energy surged. Yes, how could he not have thought of that? The other side was a level 3 civilization, whose technological and civilizational levels far surpassed Quinn's. It was perfectly normal for Quinn's radar system not to detect their fleet, wasn't it? As he spoke, he strode out of the council hall. However, the next moment, he looked up at the sky and stopped moving. The mechas in the hall, puzzled, followed him out of the council hall and looked up at the sky in the same direction. The next moment, all the Quinn high-ranking officials gasped simultaneously. A massive fleet had appeared in the sky, seemingly out of nowhere. The flagship at the center of the fleet was at least 10,000 meters long, hovering like a colossal beast above the capital star. Dozens of warships, densely packed around the flagship, formed a neat array. The warships were coated in gold and white, appearing magnificent, noble, and exuding immense power. The sunlight was blocked by the fleet, and black shadows spread across the ground, giving them the illusion of an overwhelming, sky-covering structure. Everyone felt a heavy weight in their hearts, unable to appreciate the spectacle, but instead feeling immense pressure. The Quinn high-ranking officials, who had just been clamoring to rebel against the God of Light, turned pale, finally experiencing firsthand the power of the God of Light. On the capital star, the common people had seen the fleet even earlier and were now nervously watching the sky, discussing amongst themselves. Where did this fleet come from? What are they doing here? They seem incredibly powerful, far surpassing our army in strength. And did you see that main cannon? I feel like it could blast a planet apart with a single shot. Could they be here to attack Quinn? Just as the people of the capital planet were gripped by panic, those on the fleet in the sky seemed to have noticed Emperor Quinn and his entourage looking up at the sky from the entrance of the council hall. A flash of light appeared on the flagship, and a massive holographic projection appeared in the sky. At the center of the projection was a slender figure with 10 pure white wings on her back. She sat on the command chair, behind her a sacred and majestic statue of the God of Light. Bathed in the holy light of the statue, her beautiful face and pure white wings shimmered, her aura pure and flawless, seemingly without any aggression. However, her aura was vast and boundless. Despite her slender figure, her power was in no way inferior to that of Emperor Quinn. With the blessing of the divine statue, in terms of sheer power, she even seemed to have a slight advantage. Behind her stood 6 angels with 8 pairs of pure white wings, equally exuding a powerful aura, no weaker than the high-ranking Quinn officials beside Emperor Quinn. Almost simultaneously with the appearance of the holographic projection, the woman seated in the command chair glanced at Emperor Quinn, and a clear, cold voice echoed from the sky, "I am Angel Doris, the commander of the Judgment Legion under the God of Light. From this day forward, I will be stationed in the nearby star system." "So it's Commander Angel, my apologies, Emperor Quinn reacted, quickly bowing towards the sky and exchanging a few polite words. Despite his composed demeanor, he was inwardly shaken. His mech contained energy level detection equipment, which almost instantly determined Angel's strength. Level 11. Equal to him. And the 6 angels behind Angel were all, without exception, powerful God-level beings. It's important to understand that the entire Quinn civilization only had 2 level 11 gods, himself and Corlin, and 7 level 10 gods. He had originally thought this strength was formidable enough to make even a level 3 civilization wary. But he hadn't expected that a fleet casually sent by the God of Light would be almost equivalent to the entire Quinn civilization's strength. A profound sense of defeat and immense pressure overwhelmed him, leaving him with indescribable emotions. He was also thankful that he hadn't been swayed by his subordinates, otherwise, it wouldn't have been a mere notification, but rather an immediate attack at the city gates. He knew that with the fleet's ability to appear silently on the capital planet, the Quinn civilization would have absolutely no advantage in a direct confrontation. However, just as Sydney thought Angel had simply come to inform him, he heard Angel in the holographic projection suddenly change the subject, saying, "I heard you're trying to stop our candidate Saintus from preaching in Quinn." Hearing this, Emperor Quinn broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly said, "No, absolutely not. The entire Quinn civilization has already submitted to Lord Light. Why would we stop the Saintesses from preaching? This is definitely a misunderstanding." A misunderstanding. As he spoke, he couldn't help but secretly glare at Prince Corlin beside him. Even a fool could guess who had betrayed them. Prince Corlin remained calm and nonchalantly transmitted a message, "Brother, don't glare at me. I'm doing this for the sake of the Quinn civilization. We can't afford the price of opposing a level 3 civilization." HMPH Emperor Quinn snorted inwardly, but didn't say anything more, instead nervously watching Angel's reaction. "Not ideal." Angel glanced at him, her eyes indifferent, neither happy nor angry. "Even if you really wanted to stop me, it wouldn't be a big deal. My angelic army is ready to be deployed at any time. However, my temper isn't as good as St. John's. Once I make a move, it's a kill. Offering your soul to save your life won't work here." Her voice was quite calm, and her tone wasn't too harsh, but the meaning behind her words sent chills down Emperor Quinn's spine. He subconsciously glanced at Angel and the others, only to see a blonde little girl behind Angel looking at him with eager anticipation, as if she would attack if he showed the slightest reluctance. Emperor Quinn felt a chill run down his spine. He immediately disregarded his dignity as a level 11 god and almost swore that he had absolutely no ulterior motives and would never oppose the Saintess's missionary work. Behind Emperor Quinn, the old ministers, including the one in the grey mech, all scurried about like quails, as if they had completely forgotten their earlier vows to rebel against the god of light. Seeing their reaction, Lillian withdrew her gaze with some regret. Angel didn't say anything more, only glancing at Emperor Quinn and saying calmly, "Since that's the case, let's see how you perform next." As soon as she finished speaking, the holographic projection in the sky vanished abruptly, and the entire fleet slowly rose into the air, flying towards the heavens. Emperor Quinn watched the fleet fly away until it completely disappeared from sight before finally letting out a long sigh of relief, his back already damp with cold sweat. Just now, for a moment, he genuinely thought the enemy would attack. Behind him, several old ministers looked dejected. Even now, recalling the force of that fleet, they still felt a chill run down their spines. Someone couldn't help but shake their head and sigh, "With this fleet here, Quinn will no longer have any say in anything." Hearing this, Emperor Quinn's expression darkened. After a long silence, he suddenly spoke, "Issue my order, from today onwards, the government will fully cooperate with the God of Light in his missionary work." Having said this, he seemed to age 10 years in an instant, turning and returning to the council hall. The glow of the setting sun bathed him, making his back appear inexplicably heavy and dejected. Emperor Quinn's order seemed to signify that the Quinn civilization had completely given up resistance and begun to wholeheartedly submit to the God of Light. From that day forward, with the government's full support, the missionary work of the candidate Saintesses became unprecedentedly smooth, and the number of Quinn people wholeheartedly devoted to the God of Light began to increase rapidly, entering a period of explosive growth. Chapter 370 Water Spirit World. Not far from the Blue Spirit family of the Kelling civilization, Wu Wei discovered and managed an underwater world. He named it the Water Spirit World. Hundreds of angels had completely occupied the Water Spirit World and built a secret underwater fortress, specially equipped with a level 10 8-winged holy angel to guard it. Wu Wei came to the Water Spirit World because it possessed a special gate, and it was not far from the territory of the Blue Spirit family of the Kelling civilization. Of course, more importantly, he wanted to savor the fresh ingredients of the Water Spirit World. The species of this Water Spirit World were so tender and juicy, and long-term consumption could increase soul strength. Therefore, Wu Wei had designated this Water Spirit World as a breeding base for spirit fish and spirit shrimp. Under the premise of not affecting the ecological environment of the Water Spirit World, some ingredients were harvested in batches, exclusively for the use of the angels and gods. Of course, because the annual production was not large, it could not be supplied in an all-encompassing manner like holy wheat. Only some high-ranking individuals of 8-winged holy angels and above had a certain quota. The rest of the angels and gods needed to exchange merit points. However, as a god, Wu Wei could eat as much as he wanted. While enjoying the various delicacies of the Water Spirit World with different fresh dipping sauces, he also observed the changes in the followers of the Quinn civilization. Quinn civilization total population: 22.9 billion holy followers, 14,000 fanatical followers, 230,000 devout followers, 4.21 million true followers, 67.02 million number of true followers and above in Quinn civilization, 71.474 million daily divine power gain from Faith Channel, 1,463 points level 1 divine statues, 39,123 level 2 divine statues, 3,312 level 3 divine statues, 498 level 4 divine statues, 75 level 5 divine statues, 9 level 6 divine statues, 1 daily divine power gain, 387 points total daily divine power gain, 1,850 points. Indeed, the Quinn civilization's plan to appoint a saintess was extremely successful, sweeping across the entire Quinn civilization in a short period. The number of true followers and above suddenly surged to over 70 million. Numerous idols sprang up like mushrooms after rain, spreading across the inhabited and mineral-rich planets under the Quinn civilization's control. Moreover, with the increasing number of believers and the massive worship of these idols, they rapidly upgraded and grew stronger. The Idol of Light, especially at the headquarters of the Church of Light under the Quinn civilization, quickly reached level 6 due to the worship of a vast number of devout, fanatical, and even genuine believers. A level 6 idol of light could cover the area of a small city. Over time, a sacred domain would inevitably develop around this level 6 idol, and the idol would subsequently ascend to level 7, or even level 8. Of course, in Wu Wei's various faith planes, the highest level of idols currently is level 7. The higher the level of idol evolution, the greater the difficulty, requiring countless devout believers to nurture it over a long period. Even so, Wu Wei was very satisfied with the progress of the Candidate Saintess project. Currently, the Qin civilization can harvest 1,850 points of divine power daily. Moreover, this data is still expanding at an accelerating rate. With Angel's abilities, it probably won't take more than 10 years for the Qin civilization to gain over 10,000 points of divine power per day. 10 years. On the vast scale of the universe, 10 years is merely a blink of an eye. Once the Qin civilization's faith takes shape, Wu Wei will be able to gain millions of points of divine power every year, making it the largest source of divine power under his command. Currently, both the investment in the Aesop army, the Judgment Legion, and the investment in the faith of the Qin civilization will yield rich returns. Wu Wei was in a good mood, enjoying a delicious meal of various exquisite sashimi. After instructing the 8-winged holy angels stationed there, he set off directly for the Blue Spirit family of the Kelling civilization. He came to the water spirit world through the gate of heaven, not just for a meal. Whether it was for a promise or for the potentially great benefits hinted at by the Blue Spirit family, this trip to the Blue Spirit family was inevitable. Adjudicator-class vehicle, along with 2 Judgment-class spaceships, sped towards the Blue Spirit family. A few days later, the Blue Spirit family held a welcoming ceremony for Wu Wei outside the wormhole, guiding his arbitrators into the Blue Spirit homeworld. On this beautiful planet, Wu Wei also possessed a luxurious palace. However, Wu Wei had no intention of establishing the Gate of Heaven within the Blue Spirit family's territory. Judging from the current situation, the Gate of Heaven demonstrated immense strategic importance. If leaked, not only level 3 civilizations, but even level 4 and level 5 civilizations would vie for it. At that time, the still developing Divine Kingdom would likely face annihilation. Welcome home, Your Highness. Greeting Wu Wei at his palace was his fiancée, Lan Futi, the second daughter of the Blue Spirit family. 50 years had passed. Lan Futi was much more mature than before, her skin a sapphire blue, her eyes gleaming with a restrained yet unfathomable light. Huh? Wu Wei was slightly surprised, looking Lan Futi up and down, and said, Miss Lan Futi, it's only been 50 years since we last met, and you've actually advanced 10 levels, becoming a god-level life form. Indeed, Lan Futi's spiritual energy was now fully contained, and one could clearly feel the immense spiritual energy within her. Mentioning this, Lan Futi's eyes became even more shy, and she said weakly, It was the ancestor who helped me. He personally went to the Kois Plain market, spending a huge sum of money and incurring favors to purchase 2 strands of origin power, and also gave me a lot of top-grade spiritual energy stones. Over the years, I've been in seclusion cultivating with the ancestor, and fortunately, I haven't failed him, successfully advancing 10 levels. In fact, this marriage alliance with the divine son of the Kingdom of Light was also a major event for the Lanling family. Especially after learning that His Highness the Divine Child already had several divine consorts, each a god-level being, Patriarch Lanling hurriedly went to great lengths to acquire 2 strands of origin power. Simultaneously, she mobilized clan resources, sparing no expense to support Lan Futi. Otherwise, while Lan Futi's status within the clan wasn't low, she was merely one of several candidates being considered for succession. Furthermore, because her primary focus wasn't on the family, expectations were somewhat lowered. Without Wu Wei's appearance, Lan Futi would likely not have received the clan's full support. However, this time, for the sake of face and future development, the Lanling family immediately did everything possible to ensure Lan Futi became a god-level being first. The origin power of cosmic life is extremely rare. Even with the Lanling family's immense wealth accumulated over tens of thousands of years, it wasn't something they could simply buy. In the vast world of civilizations, such top-tier resources as origin power are often monopolized by higher-level civilizations. Patriarch Lanling's acquisition of 2 strands was already quite an achievement. That's because Miss Lan Futi's soul aptitude is high enough, Wu Wei praised without reservation. Otherwise, no amount of primal power would be enough. Lan Futi is young, yet she has cultivated to level 9, possessing extraordinary potential. Even in the talent-rich Kelling civilization, she is considered an extremely rare young talent. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Lan Fudy personally arranged for Wu Wei and his subordinates to stay and rest for 2 days. Then, the Lanling family hosted a banquet for Wu Wei. At the banquet, Lan Aoyuan, the current patriarch of the Lanling family, hinted that he hoped to meet the God Lord, even if only remotely, to formally arrange a marriage between their children. Wu Wei, of course, would not refuse, even though it seemed like a political marriage. However, in the vast universe, it is perfectly reasonable for individuals from powerful civilizations to have political marriages. The Lanling family needs the support of a powerful divine kingdom, and the divine kingdom, in turn, needs the Lanling family, a local power, as an ally. Moreover, the Lanling family is a noble family within the third-tier civilization, the Kelling civilization. Not only does it govern billions of people, but its sphere of influence also includes several second-tier civilizations and dozens of first-tier civilizations. With the Lanling family, a local power, on its side, Wu Wei can gradually spread his faith among these civilizations. The spread of faith doesn't necessarily require war, nor does it necessitate seizing power. Maintaining the strength and military might of his divine kingdom is sufficient. Many lower-tier civilizations won't openly suppress the followers of the light. Uncle, in fact, I came here this time to convey Father God's greetings to the Lanling family. This is the betrothal gift personally prepared by Father God. Wu Wei produced an ancient document listing the betrothal gifts loaded on the Arbiter's spaceship. It contained everything from sacred wheat and divine fruits to spirit fish and refined minerals. The value of this entire ship of goods alone exceeded 5 million star coins. Among the most precious items were several tons of various spirit fish and shrimp. Long-term consumption of these spirit fish could increase soul strength, with effects comparable to enlightenment tea. This was especially beneficial for young people with abundant potential. Furthermore, at the end of the gift list, there were also 5 strands of cosmic life essence power. This is Wu Wei, my nephew. When Lanwo looked at the first few strands of the list, he only thought that the God Kingdom of Light was being so-so. After all, his daughter was already a God-level being. However, when he saw the 5 strands of essence power, he was so surprised that he almost lost his composure, and his hands trembled slightly. Is this life essence power real? His ancestor, Lam Ling, had not only spent a lot of money to buy 2 strands of essence power, but more importantly, he had begged and pleaded with many people and owed them a lot of favors. However, the God Kingdom's betrothal gift included 5 strands. How could he not be excited and question it? Uncle, please rest assured. Wu Wei said with a gentle smile, although essence power is very precious, our God Kingdom still has some. These words inadvertently revealed the God Kingdom's powerful foundation. Originally, Wu Wei had planned to include 5 divine crystals in this betrothal gift. But then he thought that since he possessed the creation bottle, 5 divine crystals were equivalent in value to 5 strands of essence power. However, for civilizations outside, the rarity of primordial power far exceeds imagination. Therefore, Wu Wei naturally converted the 5 divine crystals into 5 strands of primordial power. Excellent, excellent. Your divine kingdom is indeed powerful. Lan Aoyuan felt a slight surge of excitement. With these 5 strands of primordial power, the Lanling family's foundation would increase significantly, allowing them to cultivate more outstanding young talents. Furthermore, Father God is quite busy and rarely leaves the Kingdom of Light, Wu Wei said apologetically. However, he has already stated that he will participate in the engagement ceremony, this time via a consciousness projection. Upon hearing this, Lan Aoyuan became even more excited. Originally, he had only intended to meet his future in-laws remotely, avoiding any in-person visits. He had also learned about some civilizations that had attained godhood through faith. Those gods were extremely secretive about the location of their divine kingdoms. Now, the mysterious and powerful God Lord was willing to participate in the engagement ceremony via projection, demonstrating the immense importance the God Lord placed on this marriage. I'll go invite the ancestor right away, Lan Aoyuan thought. He felt his status wasn't high enough to welcome the arrival of the Divine Lord's consciousness. He needed his family's ancestor to intervene. His words had barely left his lips when a deep voice rang out, "No need to invite him." Lanling was overjoyed to hear of the divine child's arrival and was just about to come and see. Suddenly, a faint spatial fluctuation rippled through the ancient pavilion where the family banquet was being held. The next instant, a simply dressed, Blue-skinned middle-aged man appeared before everyone. Aowen greets the ancestor. Lan Aowen greeted first. Lamfuti and her mother, Hagai's Millie, also hurriedly bowed. No need, no need, the middle-aged man casually waved his hand, helping them all to their feet. He then focused his attention on Wu Wei, his calm and unfathomable eyes scrutinizing him with interest. Young friend, your life force is so young, your future is limitless. Junior Wu Wei greets ancestor Lan Ling. Wu Wei bowed respectfully. At the same time, he secretly sized up ancestor Lan Ling. He looked unfathomable, but Wu Wei immediately sensed his strength. While the general consensus was that ancestor Lan Ling was a level 11 super god level powerhouse, Wu Wei believed he was far more than just a beginner at level 11. He was a terrifying being who had already reached the peak of level 11 and was poised to step into level 12 at any moment. Moreover, he was already at the peak of level 11, yet he was still desperately cultivating in seclusion, indicating his ambitions were far from small. However, even at the peak of level 11, advancing to level 12 was extremely difficult. Even in some level 3 civilizations, level 12 was already the level of a civilization leader. After some mutual flattery, the engagement date between Wu Wei and Lan Futi was set. Wu Wei's father god also temporarily emerged from his long seclusion, descending upon the Lanling family's home planet in the form of a spiritual energy body, using methods such as ritual formations. Although the energy avatar appeared weak on the surface, the spiritual power it displayed was incredibly vast and profound. Even the blue spirit ancestor felt as if he were facing an unfathomable ocean. From this, it could be inferred that Wu Wei's father god was at least level 12, and there was a strong possibility that he was at the peak of level 12 and was currently attempting to reach level 13. Having witnessed the powerful foundation of the Divine Kingdom civilization, the Blue Spirit family had even greater confidence in the future of this marriage alliance. 3 days after the engagement, the Blue Spirit ancestor secretly summoned Wu Wei for a top-secret meeting. The participants were few: Wu Wei, Lan Aowen, Lan Futi, the Blue Spirit ancestor, and a middle-aged man who appeared somewhat otherworldly and carried a sword. From the moment Wu Wei appeared, this man, who seemed to be a cultivator, would occasionally cast a strange and resentful glance at him. That eerie gaze made Wu Wei feel slightly uneasy, a chill running down his spine. Sir, do we know each other?" Wu Wei asked weakly, frowning. "Know each other? You hurt me so deeply back then, how could you forget me?" The middle-aged man's eyes were filled with grief and indignation, his resentment seemingly threatening to overwhelm Wu Wei. Wu Wei really couldn't remember when he had offended this man. Lan Aowen, who was standing to the side, couldn't stand it any longer and introduced him. "My dear son-in-law, let me introduce you. This is the 9 Dragons Immortal, a rogue cultivator from a cultivation civilization. However, just over 50 years ago, he also became my son-in-law." The 9 Dragons Immortal? Long-sealed memories seemed to faintly resurface in Wu Wei's mind. He suddenly slapped his forehead. Yes, I remember now, that's that one. That's right, I am the rogue cultivator you humiliated and bullied in the arena of the Course Plain Market. The 9 Dragons Immortal looked at Wu Wei with a deep gaze. "Alright, we did have some conflicts and arguments before," Wu Wei shrugged helplessly. "But we each used our own methods, so winning the bet isn't considered bullying, right?" Lan Aowen tried to smooth things over, saying, Alright, that's all in the past. Get along, you've now advanced to level 10, which is considered immortal level. Don't dwell on past matters. Besides, if it weren't for your son-in-law Wu Wei training you back then, how would you have had this opportunity to become the son-in-law of my Lanling family? Yes, Patriarch." Immortal Zhilong bowed respectfully, not daring to harbor any resentment towards Wu Wei. It was quite obvious that although they were both sons-in-law of the Lanling family, their statuses were worlds apart. There was no way around it. Wu Wei was the son of God, backed by an entire divine kingdom. Immortal Zhilong, on the other hand, was a rootless rogue cultivator, probably relying on the Lanling family for even the resources to reach level 10. In that case, he was most likely still a live-in son-in-law. This is something some large families often do: recruit outstanding men into their families through the practice of taking in sons-in-law. Sure enough, Lan Aowen began to recount the origins of the 9 Dragons Immortal. Although 9 Dragons was a rogue cultivator, he had fortuitously obtained an ancient inheritance. According to the guidance left by this inheritance, after becoming an immortal, 9 dragons could receive guidance to inherit the relics left by that inheritance. That ancient inheritance was called the Pure Yang Immortal Sect, but 9 Dragons' inheritance came from a separate courtyard within the Pure Yang Immortal Sect. Even so, for a family of Lanling's caliber, it was an immense gift. Therefore, after recruiting 9 dragons as a son-in-law, they spared no effort to help him reach level 10. It was precisely because of this that the current 9 dragons immortal had obtained the hidden coordinates of the inheritance as relics. After hearing such a crucial secret, Wu Wei remained silent, continuing to listen quietly. He and Lam Fudy were already engaged, and given their relationship, there was no way they would back out. The Lanling family's decision to inform him of this at this critical juncture must have its own plans. Son-in-law, according to Jilong, aside from the assessment, this journey to the ruins shouldn't pose too many dangers, Lan Aoyun said solemnly. Of course, we can't completely rule out any dangers. For example, will we encounter obstacles along the way? Or perhaps the inheritance Jilong obtained is itself a trap? I will follow father-in-law's arrangements, Wu Wei replied. He knew that the Lanling family's involvement in this matter must have involved multiple internal discussions and confirmations. Lan Aoyun's eyes once again revealed his appreciation for Wu Wei. As a son of a god from a potentially peak-level third-tier civilization, his composure and skill demonstrated limitless potential. This marriage was, in Lan Aoyun's opinion, the most forward-thinking decision he had ever made. Therefore, my Lanling family is willing to jointly excavate this ruin with the Divine Kingdom, sharing the risks and the benefits it brings, Lan Aoyun said after a slight pause. The profits for both sides will be split 50-50. What do you think, son-in-law? 50-50. This was unexpected for Wu Wei. After a moment's hesitation, he asked, Father-in-law, as you said, there's a high probability that this ruin is safe. Even if the Lanling family opens it on its own, the chances of profiting are extremely high. Why must we involve the Divine Kingdom of Light? For a family, profit is certainly important, Lan Aoyun said solemnly, but the trust and friendship of a powerful ally is equally important to our Lanling family. If this journey to the ruins goes smoothly, and if my Lanling family wants to rise, there might be people who dislike us. In that case, we'll still need the Divine Kingdom of Light as our backer. Lan Aoyun spoke so bluntly, how could Wu Wei not understand? Once the Lanling family produces a level 12 expert, they will inevitably choose to expand their family's sphere of influence, and then they will face powerful enemies. If a deep alliance could be formed with the Kingdom of Light, it would put a check on the royal family of the Kelling civilization. Perhaps it was for these reasons that this marriage and alliance came about. The Lanling family was also very generous in their alliance, offering half of the profits from the ancient ruins. Wu Wei pondered for a moment, then said solemnly, since my father-in-law values our Kingdom of Light so much, our kingdom will not let the Lanling family down. Let alone a mere third-level civilization, even if we provoke a fourth-level civilization in the future, we will go all out. Wu Wei was very confident. Although the overall strength of the Kingdom of Light was currently weaker than that of an established third-level civilization, its potential was terrifying. Given a moment to breathe, the kingdom could rapidly grow stronger. The Kelling civilization was indeed powerful, but Wu Wei was fully confident that he could surpass it within 100 years. And 100 years was just a blink of an eye for a cosmic-level civilization. And a fourth-level civilization was not that far away for Wu Wei either. Lan Yuanu's expression immediately relaxed upon receiving Wu Wei's solemn reply. He laughed, a level 4 civilization is an exaggeration. The Divine Kingdom's ability to withstand the pressure from the Kelling civilization's royal family is enough. Father-in-law, please rest assured, Wu Wei said with a smile. Even if you want to dethrone the Kelling Emperor, my Divine Kingdom will fight to the end. Watching Wu Wei and Lan Yuanu's light-hearted conversation, the 9 dragons immortal felt a pang of bitterness. They were both sons-in-law of the Lanling family, yet the difference in their status was so vast. Rogue cultivators had no rights, now, even sons-in-law had no rights. Wu Wei, the 9 dragons, will show you that with hard work, even rogue cultivators can rise above their circumstances, and even sons-in-law can achieve success. Second-generation gods? What's so great about them? With the Divine Kingdom and the Lanling family reaching an agreement, a series of plans followed. Wu Wei was also eagerly anticipating what valuable items he could obtain from that ancient immortal sect. You should know that one of Wu Wei's trump cards is the Creation Bottle, a treasure obtained by the old god of light and others in an ancient cultivation civilization. For a moment, Wu Wei was filled with anticipation. Chapter 371 The Threat from the Cultivation Civilization. Hundreds of light years away from the Kelling civilization lies a star field shrouded in an array. This star field is the home of the powerful third-tier civilization, Daotian sect. Within the Kelling civilization's star cluster, there are 4 third-tier civilizations, and Daotian sect's overall strength slightly surpasses that of its 3 neighbors. Daotian sect commands 3 subordinate sects equivalent to second-tier civilizations and 23 secondary subordinate sects equivalent to first-tier civilizations, with a total population of tens of billions. Among them are countless powerful individuals, including over 100 immortals with strength above level 10, and more than 10 true immortal elders above level 11. The sect leader, Daotian Venerable, is a heavenly immortal with strength reaching level 12, possessing unparalleled power. And this is merely the strength Daotian sect has displayed. Its true strength is even more unfathomable. Even among the surrounding star clusters, Daotian sect's strength ranks among the top, and few civilizations dare to provoke it. Xuanjian Immortal is one of the level 11 true immortal elders within Daotian sect. On Daotian Star, the headquarters of the Daotian sect, he possessed a vast expanse of land of his own, with countless celestial forests, herb gardens, and several spirit stone mines. Numerous cultivators worked for him, holding unparalleled prestige, making him one of the most powerful figures within the Daotian sect. The residence of the Xuanjian Immortal was located on this land, named Xuanjian Pavilion. Perched high above the clouds, shrouded in mist year-round, the Xuanjian Pavilion boasted soaring eaves, jade-like pavilions, and cranes flying about, exuding an aura of immortality. As the residence of an elder of the Daotian sect, the Xuanjian Pavilion was also a sacred cultivation ground coveted by countless disciples. Even a position as a sweeping disciple was fiercely contested, as entry into the Xuanjian Pavilion granted access to Elder Xuanjian. If one could catch the elder's eye and receive a few words of guidance, it would be equivalent to centuries of arduous cultivation. At this moment, inside the Xuanjian Pavilion, several sweeping disciples were using their whisks to perform a dust-removing spell while exchanging whispers through their divine senses. Elder Xuanjian seems to be in a good mood these past few days. He even smiled at us today, one of the sweeping disciples said. Hearing this, another sweeping disciple chuckled, "That's nothing. The day before yesterday, a senior brother bravely went up to ask him for guidance and wasn't scolded. That's truly rare." Really? Upon hearing this, the other sweeping disciple's eyes lit up. Since the elder was in such a good mood, should they try asking him about cultivation next time they saw him? What if the elder was in a good mood and answered them? Lost in thought, their whisk-wielding movements unconsciously slowed down. Just then, a loud crane's cry suddenly rang out from the sky. In an instant, all the cranes perched in the Xuanjian Pavilion took flight, circling and dancing in the sky. The disciples sweeping the fields were startled and quickly looked up. They saw a giant crane soaring down from the sea of clouds on the horizon. On its back stood a man and a woman, embracing. The woman in front wore a scarlet gauze dress, her beauty alluring yet ethereal, exuding a noble and unapproachable aura. The man behind her wore a blue robe, his features handsome and refined, his temperament transcendent, making those around him feel inadequate. It's Elder Yuding and Elder Honglan. Upon seeing the two, the disciples' expressions changed, and they couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Elder Yuding and Elder Honglan were a Taoist couple, both elders of the Daotian sect, possessing formidable strength. The two elders shared a deep bond, almost inseparable, even building their celestial palaces together. They had also mastered a combined attack technique, whose combined strength was no less than 3 level 11 elders, and could even hold their own against some ordinary level 12 celestial immortals. Because of this combined attack technique, their status within the Daotian sect was slightly above that of Elder Xuanjian. Quickly, go and inform Elder Xuanjian. Upon seeing the two elders, the disciples dared not delay. Two immediately went in to announce their arrival, while the remaining disciples tidied their appearance and respectfully greeted them on the terrace at the edge of the celestial palace. In a short while, the giant crane in the sea of clouds flew above the celestial palace and slowly landed on the terrace, surrounded by countless other cranes. The two elders on the crane's back also floated down onto the terrace. "Greetings, Elder Yuding. Greetings, Elder Honglan." The disciples on the terrace, holding their whisks, bowed in unison, their posture extremely respectful. Elder Yuding waved his hand, his attitude warm. "No need for your greetings. Go ahead and get busy at this moment. Elder Zhuangjian, who had received the news, also hurried out to greet them. "You've finally returned. Quickly, come in and sit down." Saying this, he eagerly pulled the two of them into the Zhuangjian pavilion. His manner was almost as if he had thrown all decorum and etiquette aside. Immortal Yuding was puzzled and couldn't help but ask, "Brother Zhuangjian, why did you call us back in such a hurry?" Yes, Fairy Honglan also looked puzzled. "It's rare to see you in such a hurry. I even canceled the discussion meeting I had arranged with Elder Ruya of the Zhuangjian sect." "What is it?" Elder Zhuangjian did not answer directly, but dismissed all the disciples in the hall. After confirming that no one was around, he raised his hand and released a celestial artifact, setting up multiple layers of restrictions, before inviting Immortal Yuding and Fairy Honglan to sit down at the tea table. Seeing his serious demeanor, Immortal Jade Cauldron and Fairy Red Mist exchanged a glance, both having the same thought. Judging from this, Elder Zhuangjian probably had something important to discuss with them this time. The two sat down at the tea table, not pressing for further questions, but quietly waiting for Elder Zhuangjian to speak. Elder Zhuangjian poured them a cup of tea, pondered for a moment, and then carefully said, "This matter is of great importance. You two are both trusted friends, so I won't beat around the bush. You should have heard of the Pure Yang Immortal Sect, right?" "The Pure Yang Immortal Sect? Are you referring to that Pure Yang Immortal Sect?" Hearing Elder Zhuangjian's words, Immortal Jade Cauldron and Fairy Red Mist's expressions became even more serious. "That's right, it's the legendary Pure Yang Immortal Sect from ancient times." Elder Zhuangjian nodded, his expression becoming extremely serious. "A few days ago, while searching for a star core, I accidentally discovered a ruin. After careful investigation and research, I believe it is highly likely to be the legacy of an elder from the Pure Yang Immortal Sect. Because the array outside the ruin is too powerful, I alone am unable to handle it, which is why I hurriedly summoned you back. The legacy of the Pure Yang Immortal Sect." Upon hearing these words, Immortal Yuding and Immortal Honglan's breathing became rapid. As elders of the Daotian sect, they were both composed and rarely showed their emotions. Ordinary matters would never cause them to lose their composure like this. However, since it concerned the Pure Yang Immortal Sect, they could not help but be excited. Their Daotian sect was already considered one of the more powerful sects in the myriad realms, yet it was still called the Daotian sect, not the Daotian Immortal Sect. Because only cultivation civilizations of level 5 or higher were qualified to use the term Immortal Sect. The Pure Yang Immortal Sect, mentioned by Elder Zhuangjian, was one of the most renowned cultivation civilizations in the vast universe, once dominating this galaxy. If it weren't for the bloody battle millions of years ago that left the Pure Yang Immortal Sect with heavy casualties and ultimately disintegration, the Daotian sect might never have had the chance to rise to power. For a third-tier cultivation civilization like the Daotian sect, the ruins left by the Pure Yang Immortal Sect were undoubtedly a treasure trove. Even discovering just a small item could bring immense benefits to the Daotian sect. Not to mention, this was very likely a legacy site. The word legacy implied that the ruins might contain cultivation techniques and rare treasures related to their inheritance. They might even contain the essence of life. With those treasures, the three of them might be able to break through their current realm and advance to level 12. "Good brother." Immortal Yuding couldn't help but pat Elder Zhuangjian's shoulder hard, his voice filled with barely concealed excitement. "Thank you for remembering your brother. Don't worry, no matter what we gain this time, I will definitely support you with all my might at the Elders' Assembly 200 years from now." "Brother Yuding, there's no need for that." Elder Zhuangjian waved his hand. "If we can really gain something from the ruins, advancing to the celestial immortal realm won't be far off. Who cares about the damn Elders' Assembly? Let's figure out how to break through the ruins formation." "Ha, that's true." Elder Yuding laughed heartily. Fairy Honglan also smiled beside him, her eyes full of joy. Such an opportunity suddenly appearing was something that might not happen once in hundreds or even thousands of years. As they spoke, Elder Zhuangjian reached out and tapped in the void, and a constantly changing array slowly took shape without anyone noticing. "Please look, both of you. The formation outside the ruins looks roughly like this." As Elder Zhuangjian explained, the expressions of Immortal Yuding and Immortal Honglan gradually turned serious. They began to deduce and discuss in hushed tones how to break the formation. In the vast and boundless void of the universe, a fleet of 28 interstellar ships was sailing majestically into the distance. This powerful fleet was the alliance of Wu Wei and the Lanling family. They were heading towards the location of the ancient ruins with joyful hope, completely unaware that the ancient ruins were being secretly watched by other powerful civilizations. At the center of this fleet, two magnificent warships sailed side by side, standing out among the many starships. The one on the left was over 10,000 meters long, possessing beautiful armor as ornate as ceramic, and mysterious patterns that shone brightly in crimson. In this dark and cold void of the universe, this warship was like a warm beacon, its entire body enveloped in a solemn and sacred light. Without a doubt, this was a battleship from the Kingdom of Light, known as the Arbiter class, and also Wu Wei's personal flagship for traversing the universe. Standing beside such a magnificent and imposing steel behemoth would dwarf most interstellar warships on the market. However, in this fleet, there was still a main flagship, only slightly inferior to Wu Wei's Arbiter flagship. This giant warship was located on the right side of the fleet, sailing alongside Wu Wei's flagship. It possessed a distinctive blue psionic paint scheme of the Blue Spirit family, and the enormous psionic emblem on its hull was exceptionally conspicuous in the dark universe. It seemed only such a striking symbol could demonstrate the prestige of the Blue Spirit family. Furthermore, the behemoth's hull was layered and overlapping, at first glance resembling an incomparably luxurious giant cruise ship, exuding an aura of opulence from head to toe. Yet, on this luxurious behemoth, a single star-destroying psionic main cannon, 8 secondary cannons fore and aft, 4 helipads, and countless psionic weapons hidden beneath the decks all testified to its formidable power. Undoubtedly, this was a main warship comparable to Wu Wei's flagship. Besides this main warship, there were a total of 23 auxiliary ships present. This force, if deployed outside, would be more than enough to forcefully invade the homeworld of a level 2 civilization. It was clear that the Lanling family had poured everything into exploring the pure Yang sect's ancient ruins. In contrast, Wu Wei, disguised as the son of God, appeared much calmer. Besides his judge-class flagship for his travels, he only brought 4 escort ships, a total of just 5. In his view, exploring ruins wasn't like going to war. There was no need to bring so many troops. A large-scale legion sailing a starship across the ocean was a huge expense. Of course, the main reason for his calm was that the gates of heaven, which he controlled, could summon reinforcements at any time. Even if they encountered hostile civilizations or space pirates along the way, he would have ample time to deal with them calmly. However, the Blue Spirit family, lacking a special technology, was clearly much more cautious, for in the boundless universe, only absolute power could prevail. In fact, Wu Wei and the Blue Spirit family had been undertaking such long journeys for a full 5 years. Along the way, they had traversed dozens of hidden wormholes. They had quietly sailed to the edge of their star cluster. The exact distance they had traveled was probably impossible to count. Until this day, a miniature spatial passage slowly unfolded between Wu Wei's Arbiter flagship and the Blue Spirit family's flagship. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 372 Arrival at Chaotic Star Lake. A 5-year journey was far too long for Wu Wei. Given his personality, he certainly wouldn't waste time on the ship. In fact, he spent most of his time wandering in spirit. Using the special anchor point between the gate of heaven and the flagship as a reference, his main consciousness could return to the divine realm in an instant. From there, he could travel to any plane with a channel of faith. He only needed to create a physical body in those planes to merge with it through consciousness descent and begin living and exploring that plane. For the past 2 years, Wu Wei had been exploring the Qin civilization, experiencing firsthand a completely different civilization. There, he witnessed both the poverty and backwardness of subordinate civilizations and the help the Holy Sea of Light provided to the common people. Those who were previously like walking corpses had found a powerful pillar and motivation after believing in the great God of Light, and they unleashed tremendous potential. Thanks to the efforts of thousands of aspiring saintesses, Wu Wei could feel the daily surge in the number of believers and the hopes and actions of the common people for the future. This gradually made Wu Wei realize that although the Divine Kingdom civilization developed by harvesting the power of faith, it was discriminated against by some civilizations such as cultivation civilizations and technological civilizations. However, a true faith-based civilization is not so simple. It can guide the direction of life, become the pillar of their hearts, and illuminate their light. Just looking at the changes in the common people of the Qin civilization, Wu Wei felt somewhat gratified and fulfilled. He no longer only regarded them as the source of faith, but also truly accepted those believers in his heart. Believers have no boundaries. As long as they devoutly believe in the light, they are all his people. The reason Wu Wei returned his consciousness to the Arbiter flagship was because the Blue Spirit family had sent an invitation, hoping that His Highness the Divine Son Wu Wei could attend a small meeting. Accepting the invitation, the Divine Son Wu Wei slightly adjusted his collar and stepped into the meeting. Isabella and Lloyd, the two level 10 Holy Angel level deputies, followed closely behind. Of course, to attend such a meeting, one only needs to enter as an energy avatar. At Wu Wei's level of strength, condensing an energy avatar is a piece of cake, and its appearance is almost indistinguishable from the original. However, such an avatar condensed from pure energy is truly worrisome in terms of combat power. Let alone a strong person of the same level, even a 9th level demigod might not be able to defeat it. When Wu Wei and the others' energy avatars stepped out of the passage again, they appeared in the classically elegant reception room of the Blue Spirit flagship. The person who came into view was none other than Wu Wei's current fiancée, Lan Futi, the second legitimate daughter of the current patriarch of the Blue Spirit family. At this moment, the graceful Lan Futi was dressed in a noble black evening dress, waiting charmingly outside the spatial passage. Seeing Wu Wei arrive, she raised her beautiful eyes and called out sweetly, "Your Highness, divine child." Their eyes met, and Lan Futi's pale blue cheeks flushed slightly. Although she and Wu Wei were not officially married yet, in her heart, Wu Wei was already her husband, and she was already Wu Wei's wife. Wu Wei smiled slightly, gentlemanly taking Lan Futi's outstretched hand and leading her into the inner hall. Over the past few days, he and Lan Futi had spent considerable time together, developing a tacit understanding and accepting each other's identities. Entering the inner hall, they immediately saw the vigorous Lan Ling ancestor and the tall, slender Lan Ling clan chief, Lan Futi's father, Lan Aoyan, sitting facing each other at the reception table. Lan Aoyan's wife, the elegant and noble Hayes Millie, was serving them, pouring freshly brewed premium enlightenment tea. Lan Aoyan's son-in-law, and the key to the pure Yang sect's ancient ruins, the 9 Dragons Immortal, sat respectfully in the lower seat, his face beaming with joy. It seemed this large family had been waiting for Wu Wei for quite some time. "Thank you all for waiting," Wu Wei said politely as he entered the inner hall. He was able to get such a good deal thanks to the Blue Spirit clan and this 9 Dragons Immortal. "Haha, son-in-law, what are you saying?" Upon seeing Wu Wei enter, the Blue Spirit clan chief immediately greeted him with a smile. "Young friend Wu Wei, welcome, welcome." The Blue Spirit ancestor even rose to greet him, giving Wu Wei ample face. "Brother Wei, it's been so long. Do you know we've traveled for 5 years, and we're finally almost there." The 9 Dragons Immortal also quickly rose, his face beaming with joy as he greeted Wu Wei. This was a time of great joy. They were about to reach the star coordinates indicated in the inheritance instructions, and the 9 Dragons Immortal was filled with anticipation. Indeed, this time the Divine Kingdom and the Blue Spirit clan would share most of the resources in the ruins. However, as a meritorious member of the Blue Spirit clan, he, the 9 Dragons Immortal, would at least have priority in enjoying the final spoils. Moreover, no one could take away his pure Yang inheritance. His feelings towards Wu Wei were also quite complex. The Blue Spirit clan felt incredibly safe with such a powerful ally, and secretly vowed to strive relentlessly to prove themselves to this second-generation god, demonstrating the might of the 9 Dragons Immortal. "You're all too kind, please have a seat." Wu Wei exchanged pleasantries again, and together with the others, took their seats. After each sip of the invigorating and soul-cleansing enlightenment tea, Wu Wei asked, "I just heard from the 9 dragons that we're almost at our destination." "That's right." Blue Spirit clan chief Lan Aoyan placed the star map on the table, his face beaming. "We've traveled a long and arduous journey, 5 years in total, and now we're finally reaching our destination." "Oh? That's wonderful news." Wu Wei's mood improved slightly, although the long and arduous journey was almost nothing to him. After all, his main consciousness wasn't on the spaceship most of the time. However, precisely because of this, he wasn't entirely sure how far they had actually traveled. "My dear son-in-law, please look." Lan Aoyan tapped on the metal star map, and instantly a magnificent cosmic galaxy appeared before everyone's eyes. We have traversed the entire star cluster and are about to arrive here. Lanawan gestured with his finger on the three-dimensional star map. A blue dot on the map marked their current location. The route the blue dot had taken was their journey from the blue spirit mother star to this place. Now, this blue dot was moving towards the boundary of the star map, where a cold, unfamiliar, and utterly chaotic land lay. That's the chaotic star lake. Wu Wei stared intently, then tentatively asked, how could he mistake this place? Based on the fragments of memory left by the old god of light, he already knew that his lair was located in the heart of the chaotic star lake. He was able to reach Nash Star Lake because of a long-distance wormhole. He wondered if that wormhole was the one the old god of light had used to hide and enter the chaotic star lake. The geographical environment of the universe is incredibly complex, far beyond the imagination of the indigenous inhabitants of any planet. We all live in the three-dimensional space of the universe, seemingly possessing an endless, separate space in all directions, as if we were inside an invisible, enormous sphere. However, if we observe three-dimensional space through four-dimensional space, we find that under the influence of the dark energy tides of four-dimensional space, three-dimensional space has long been distorted into a very complex and peculiar structure. Within this structure, countless invisible crystalline walls of three-dimensional space overlap and merge together. Viewed on a cosmic scale, these overlapping crystalline walls contain countless holes. These holes are called wormholes, like hidden doors between rooms. Pushing one open allows one to travel a great distance to reach the next room. Wormholes are created by powerful life forms, and some are naturally occurring. Since the birth of the universe, wormholes have become countless, almost ubiquitous throughout the entire cosmos. Therefore, modern life forms rely on wormholes to travel long distances. Now, the Blue Spirit family and he had set off from their local star cluster within Nash Star Lake, winding their way around until they actually reached the outer edge of his home Star Lake, which genuinely surprised him. The fact that they had discovered this route showed the Blue Spirit family had expended countless resources for this operation. Of course, this was only slightly surprising. The area of a star lake was vast. A star lake contained numerous star clusters. Nash Star Lake alone contained hundreds of billions of stars, and the number of registered civilizations within it far exceeded 1,000. Chaos Star Lake, in terms of area alone, was even larger than Nash Star Lake, and much older. Therefore, let alone reaching the border of Chaos Star Lake, even venturing deep into it to find Wu Wei's Divine Kingdom's lair would be like finding a needle in a haystack. This was likely a major reason why the old god of light hid his defeated Divine Kingdom's lair in the heart of Chaos Star Lake. Even Wu Wei only lived in the relatively safe space within the heart of Chaos Star Lake. He was completely unfamiliar with most of the area. However, now that they had reached the boundary of the chaotic Star Lake, it served as a wake-up call for Wu Wei. Clearly, hiding wouldn't solve anything. The enemies left behind by the old god of light would eventually come knocking, wiping out his lineage of light. Therefore, as the new god of light, he needed to maximize his strength in a short time. If necessary, he also needed to clear out the entire chaotic Star Lake and take control of it. Otherwise, if he encountered enemies, his current meager strength would inevitably lead to disaster. Young friend Wu Wei, you have great insight. Our destination is at the border of the chaotic Star Lake. The sprightly Blue Spirit ancestor gave Wu Wei a rather appreciative look, then turned his gaze to the approaching border of the Star Lake. The chaotic Star Lake is not a place that ordinary civilizations can venture into. After a moment's thought, the Blue Spirit ancestor slowly said, as far as I know, the chaotic Star Lake has existed in that cosmic region since ancient times. Its terror lies not only in the unpredictable void turbulence and the chaotic star graveyard, but also in the countless galactic behemoths and chaotic creatures that inhabit it. The fact that even a level 11 Blue Spirit ancestor was so wary of it speaks volumes about how dangerous the chaotic Star Lake is. The void turbulence, though called turbulence, is actually a series of chaotic spatial rifts. When these rifts mix together, they form terrifying spatial storms. Once they rage, it often means that the space of that area will be shattered. In such a situation, let alone flesh and blood, even interstellar warships, known as steel behemoths, will be instantly destroyed. The planetary graveyard, formed by the chaotic gravitational forces within the chaotic Star Lake, is a sea of ruins created by the constant collisions and destruction of various planets. It can be said that over 99% of the chaotic Star Lake is comprised of these shattered dimensional graveyards, far more complex than asteroid belts by millions of times. Fragments formed from the destruction of countless planes fly chaotically through the lake like cannonballs. If one were to stray into them, a moment's carelessness would result in a gruesome death under the barrage of meteors. Therefore, even high-ranking deities like level 12 and 13 beings would never dare to venture there lightly. Furthermore, there are various rumors that terrifying galactic behemoths and chaotic creatures inhabit these shattered planetary graveyards. No one knows how these creatures are born or reproduce, but there is no doubt that any species capable of surviving in such a harsh environment must be extremely ferocious. At least for now, no level 3, or even more powerful level 4 civilization, dares to explore the chaotic Star Lake. The biggest problem with the chaotic Star Lake is its chaos. A seemingly ordinary space can instantly transform into a void storm, tearing any fleet that enters to shreds. It's also possible that while exploring an insignificant broken plane, an unstoppable galactic behemoth might suddenly appear, resulting in the annihilation of the entire exploration fleet. Over time, fewer and fewer civilizations dare to venture into the chaotic Star Lake, regarding it as a forbidden zone to be avoided at all costs. This is all the information the Blue Spirit family currently possesses, at least among ordinary civilizations. The chaotic Star Lake is undoubtedly a massive forbidden zone, a restricted area inaccessible to any living being. Hearing this from the Blue Spirit ancestor, the faces of those present turned serious. Wu Wei's understanding was roughly the same. As a god whose lair was located in the heart of the chaotic Star Lake, the pressure on him was immense. Based on his current perception, he already understood the danger and horror of the chaotic Star Lake. Even in a region near his current divine kingdom, Wu Wei had already detected several extremely dangerous forbidden zones. If those forbidden zones were to erupt, they could potentially inflict a devastating blow on the divine kingdom. Fortunately, the old god of light had chosen a very clever location. Although he was in a dangerous place, the location of his divine kingdom was actually quite safe. Furthermore, given his current strength, he dared not act rashly, and thus remained inactive, not truly exploring the chaotic Star Lake. In short, before possessing sufficient self-defense capabilities, he wouldn't easily provoke anything he couldn't afford to defend. Haha, everyone, there's no need to worry too much. Fortunately, our destination is just outside the border. We don't need to enter the unpredictable chaotic Star Lake. Seeing everyone looking thoughtful, Ancestor Lanling smiled calmly, thus dispelling their concerns. Even at the border, we cannot be careless, Ancestor Lanling cautioned. No one knows what lies hidden within the chaotic Star Lake. Even at the border, we are occasionally affected. Various ferocious beasts and wanted pirates often lurk in these complex areas. We must proceed with extreme caution from now on. Thank you for your reminder, Ancestor. I will go back and make further preparations later. Wu Wei also became more serious. After having dinner with everyone present, he returned to his flagship. At this time, the Lanling family's fleet and Wu Wei's various units, after exiting the last wormhole, slowed down and maintained a state of alert to guard against any potential crises. Sure enough, in the following days, the environment gradually deteriorated. The number of meteorite and asteroid fragments increased dramatically, and turbulent currents surging from the chaotic Star Lake constantly crashed towards them. These turbulent currents, carrying meteorites along their path, were extremely dangerous. Fortunately, both Wu Wei's and the Lanling family's warships possessed high-strength energy shields and accurate close-in weaponry. The rain of meteorite and asteroid fragments, aside from causing some turbulence, posed little threat. Several more days passed, and then sporadic star river beasts and terrifying void worms began to lurk behind asteroid fragments, attacking their fleet. The star river beasts, usually possessing some intelligence, turned tail and fled upon witnessing the imposing presence of Wu Wei and the Lanling family's fleet, daring not to provoke them. However, the void worms emerging from the chaotic Star Lake were a different story. They were greedy and ferocious predators, lacking intelligence but possessing extremely powerful bodies. Adult worms could typically grow to several kilometers in size. On their enormous, grayish-brown heads was a gaping maw filled with sharp teeth, capable of splitting into 8 lobes, from which grew flexible tentacles resembling vines. As soon as any prey passes through the entrance to their asteroid habitat, they launch a deadly attack, often capable of crushing and swallowing a frigate hundreds of meters long in a single bite. As a result, 2 scouting frigates from the Blue Spirit family fleet perished under the maws of these void beasts. This resulted in the Blue Spirit family losing 2 warships and hundreds of elite troops before even reaching their destination. A tense and serious atmosphere was instantly conveyed to all members of the Blue Spirit family. This sudden event undoubtedly served as another wake-up call for Wu Wei. If the outer perimeter of the chaotic Star Lake was already this dangerous, how perilous would its interior be? It seems the treasure of the pure Yang sect's ancient ruins must be obtained. Aboard the Arbiter-class flagship, Wu Wei gazed at the distant starry sky, secretly making a decision. If he couldn't maximize his power now, and if the chaotic Star Lake underwent changes, for example, if the dangers of those nearby forbidden zones erupted, his divine kingdom would perish under the claws of those void beasts. Chapter 373 Immortal breaks the formation. Time flowed swiftly. The void was vast and silent, filled with starlight, seemingly unchanged since the beginning of time. The starry sky near the chaotic Star Lake was even more dazzling. Energy storms howling through the void refracted colorful light, and fragmented meteorite bands, stirred by the energy, rippled and danced like ribbons in the void. The minerals interspersed within the meteorites shimmered under the distant starlight, appearing from afar like a flowing river of stars, dreamlike and unreal. However, this flowing river of stars concealed deadly danger. Anyone lacking sufficient strength who rashly entered such a star field would be reduced to void debris by the raging void energy and the howling meteorite bands in mere moments. Suddenly, a space in the chaotic starry sky trembled, ripples spreading. Like a pebble dropped into water, the ripples grew larger and the turbulence more intense, until, in a sudden instant, the plane of space shuddered, and a deep blue light burst forth. 3 classically styled ships seemed to break through the waves, suddenly emerging from the rippling spatial energy and slowly entering this void. Leading the group was a massive sailing ship with white sails and towering masts, yet its design didn't appear antiquated. Instead, it shone with a clear, radiant light, exuding an ethereal, otherworldly aura. The sailing ship was entirely encased in a defensive array, and on its massive deck stood 2 palaces and pavilions, one foreground and one foreground. The former was grand and imposing, while the latter was delicate and refined, both exquisitely constructed and full of charm. The materials used in the palaces and pavilions were clearly extraordinary, shimmering under the clear light emanating from the array, creating an aura of otherworldly grandeur from afar. The energy storm in the void continued to howl, and the meteorite belt continued to whirl. However, the terrifying energy storm crashing against the ship's defensive array only stirred a barely perceptible ripple. The chaotic meteorite trail didn't even have the chance to approach the array before being deflected, causing the slightest disturbance to the ship. Anyone with a modicum of knowledge could immediately recognize this as a treasure ship from a cultivation civilization. Compared to technological civilizations, cultivation civilization treasure ships are highly distinctive and eye-catching. At the bow of the ship, several array flags fluttered in the air, signifying that this was a treasure ship from the renowned third-level civilization of this star cluster, the Daotian sect. On one of the smaller array flags was a flying sword symbol radiating a mysterious aura, the very symbol of Zhuangjian Xianrun, one of the elders of the Daotian sect. Clearly, this treasure ship was Zhuangjian Xianrun's personal vessel. On the treasure ship, the Jade Cauldron Immortal, dressed in a green robe, leaned against the railing, gazing at the starry sea. A hint of admiration appeared on his face. "Your flying boat is truly remarkable. Both its speed and defensive capabilities are outstanding, far superior to our 2 treasure ships. If you hadn't taken on so many disciples, you would have accumulated enough star essence to forge 2 flying boats long ago." The profound sword immortal glanced at him sideways, mercilessly mocking him. How had the Jade Cauldron Immortal laughed awkwardly. Just as the two were speaking, the Red Wave Fairy, dressed in a crimson gauze dress, emerged from the embroidered pavilion at the back. Her steps were light and deliberate, her movements showing no sign of haste. Yet, in just a few unhurried steps, she had already reached her Taoist partner and the profound sword immortal, who stood hundreds of meters away at the bow of the ship, as if space itself had folded beneath her feet. Upon seeing her, the 2 level 10 disciples standing behind Zhuangjian Immortal and Yuding Immortal immediately raised their hands in salute. Elder Honglin. Yuding Immortal's eyes softened upon seeing her, and he habitually put his arm around her shoulder. Honglin Fairy smiled at her Taoist partner, then nodded to Zhuangjian Immortal's disciples before turning to Elder Zhuangjian. "Zhuangjian, is this the star field you mentioned earlier?" Their treasure ships were following behind. They had only come to stay on Zhuangjian Immortal's ship because it was more comfortable. "That's right, this is it. Zuanjian Immortal nodded, pointed, and a sword light shot out, leaving a mark in the void ahead. I left a divine thought here before, so the location is definitely accurate. I'll have to trouble Fairy Honglin now. Your spatial mastery is far superior to mine. Smoothing out this space and revealing the ruins should be much easier for you than for me. The ruins of the pure Yang Immortal sect are hidden within spatial folds, invisible to the naked eye. He only discovered them by chance. Now that they need to break the formation, they must first reveal the ruins. Fairy Honglin nodded in understanding, raising her hand to pull a jade-colored hairpin from her hair and drawing it in the air. A deep sign light shot out, landing on the spot marked by the Zuanjian Immortal. In an instant, as if a spotless white sheet of paper had been stained, a barely noticeable spatial fold appeared in the void. A glint of light flashed in Fairy Honglin's alluring peach blossom eyes, and her hands bloomed like lotus flowers, instantly and accurately forming a hand seal. The next moment, a deep sign light burst forth from her palm, surging towards the void before her. This light, like a sharp dagger, carried immense spatial power and stabbed fiercely into the spatial fold, prying open a crack in it before swiftly squeezing inside. The next moment, like folded paper being slowly unfolded, a massive shadow gradually emerged from beneath the spatial fold. Zuanjian Immortal and Yuding Immortal stood at the bow of the ship, their eyes fixed intently on the shadow, a hint of excitement flickering in their gazes. After a moment, all the deep sign light vanished, and the massive shadow finally revealed its true form before them. It was a floating continent, much larger than a floating island. The continent was covered with a continuous mountain range, lush with vegetation, dotted only with scattered buildings. These buildings were either towering and majestic, or rustic and natural, possessing a wild charm, or elegant and graceful, each with its own unique style. Regardless of the style, none of them showed any signs of having withstood the test of time. Instead, they shimmered with a radiant glow, as if their owner had just departed, exuding an ethereal, otherworldly charm. Within those mountains, one could vaguely discern numerous herb gardens and spirit beast enclosures, some abandoned, others still in operation. The spiritual herbs and immortal plants in the herb gardens, their age unknown, appeared lush and verdant, exceptionally pleasing. Upon seeing this, a hint of surprise flashed in Fairy Honglin's eyes. It's actually a floating mountain range. This floating mountain range is several times larger than the sect master's floating island, Jade Cauldron Immortal exclaimed, both astonished and delighted. I never imagined that an ordinary branch residence of the pure Yang Immortal sect would possess such grandeur. I simply cannot imagine what the immortal residences of the sect master and the supreme elders of the pure Yang Immortal sect must be like. Small floating islands are simple to construct, one only needs to arrange floating formations on the rocks. However, ordinary rocks simply cannot withstand the power of the array or support the structure of such a massive floating island. It must be specially crafted by powerful cultivators using incredibly hard immortal materials. This floating mountain range is comparable in size to a small asteroid. The materials alone would have been astronomical, not to mention the time cultivators spent on it. Only truly powerful sects possess such abundant resources and manpower. The value of this floating mountain range alone is enough to justify their special trip. The mysterious Sword Immortal, having already seen this floating mountain range, didn't share their emotions. After they finished their reflections, he said, "Now that the ruins have appeared, let's begin breaking the formation." "All right," the Jade Cauldron Immortal nodded, his eyes gleaming. "I can't wait." With his keen eyesight, he could clearly see that while the floating mountain range appeared brand new, the defensive formation covering it was already sluggish, with gaps and weaknesses appearing in some places. Clearly, the passage of time, subtle changes in the surrounding environment, and minor design flaws in the formation itself had negatively impacted it. Such defensive formations require regular maintenance to prevent these kinds of problems. The formation before them had obviously been neglected for a long time. Considering the time since the pure Yang Immortal sect's collapse, the fact that this defensive formation was still functioning was a miracle, a testament to the formidable strength of the pure Yang Immortal sect's formation masters. As they spoke, Zuanjian Immortal, Yuding Immortal, Honglin Fairy, and the two disciples brought by Zuanjian Immortal each took their positions, each wielding a celestial artifact. According to their prearranged plan, this time they would use an array to break another array. The main reason was that this defensive array from the pure Yang Immortal sect had a rigorous structure, leaving no room for shortcuts. They could only choose to use the power of the array to directly attack the weak points of the defensive array and forcefully break through. With the array's enhancement, the five people's immortal energy transformed into an extremely condensed beam of light, bombarding the weak points of the defensive array they had deduced. Boom! With a tremendous roar, the defensive array outside the floating mountain range trembled violently, cracking like an eggshell struck by a massive force. As Xuanjian Immortal and the others continued to exert their power, the cracks gradually spread. 3 days later, boom! A tremendous roar suddenly resounded. The defensive array that had blocked their path for so long finally shattered with a deafening roar, and the spiritual light that had been emanating from various points within the floating mountain range slowly dimmed, returning to its original silence. Seeing this, Xuanjian Immortal, Yuding Immortal, Honglin Immortal, and their 2 disciples finally breathed a sigh of relief, revealing smiles of immense relief. The array's defensive power was truly formidable. The consumption of immortal energy during the breaking process far exceeded their initial expectations. Xuanjian Immortal and his companions were alright, being level 11 experts with abundant immortal energy, they could still hold on. However, the 2 level 10 disciples were already drenched in sweat, their faces pale, clearly nearing their limit. They had already consumed a considerable amount of immortal pills along the way, and were still in the recovery period from the effects of the medicine. If the array hadn't been broken soon, they probably wouldn't have been able to hold on any longer. Seeing that the array had been broken, they disregarded everything else and immediately flew back to the deck, sat down cross-legged, and began meditating to recover. The 3 Xuanjian Immortals ignored them, exchanged glances, and flew towards the floating mountain range ahead. The defensive formation had been broken, now it was time to reap the rewards. However, unforeseen events often occur at the most crucial moment. They had barely set off when a massive energy fluctuation emanated from the void beside them. Startled, the 3 turned their heads in unison and saw a massive fleet hurtling towards them like a shooting star in the void to their right. This fleet clearly had a specific target, its direction precisely pointing towards the ruins before them, and its speed was astounding. It arrived near them almost instantly, then abruptly stopped, hovering directly in front of their 3 treasure ships. The 3 Xuanjian Immortals' expressions changed drastically. The worst thing that could happen when you go out to raid a dungeon had occurred. After all the hard work, just as you were about to enjoy the spoils of victory, a large wave of people inexplicably appeared. Chapter 374 A Chance Encounter. The joint fleet of Wu Wei and the Lanling family was slowly advancing through the star-filled void. A floating continent, imbued with a mysterious aura and adorned with magnificent palaces, loomed ahead. However, 3 enormous treasure ships from cultivation sects blocked their path. These treasure ships from cultivation sects were no ordinary vessels, though seemingly ancient in appearance. They were actually powerful interstellar warships capable of traversing space. The 3 massive treasure ships blocking Wu Wei's and the Lanling family's path were, in some ways, no weaker than Wu Wei and the Lanling family's 2 cruiser-class flagships. The ship directly in front, in particular, was enormous and radiated brilliant light, exuding a powerful and imposing aura. Leaving aside other factors, these 3 ships alone clearly indicated that the opposing forces were no less formidable than Wu Wei and the Lanling family. Even more chilling was the fact that those with the strength and resources to command such treasure ships were certainly not ordinary individuals. A heavy atmosphere instantly filled the Blue Spirit Clan's fleet. Son-in-law, have you seen the array flags on the leading flagship? Seeing a cultivation-themed treasure ship blocking their path, Blue Spirit Clan Chief Lianao Iden quickly projected his consciousness onto the bridge of Wu Wei's Arbiter flagship. At the same time, those projecting onto the bridge of Wu Wei's flagship included Blue Spirit Ancestor, his fiancée Lan Futy, and the 9 Dragons Immortal, who had entered the crucial stage of the Pure Yang Immortal sect. The group gathered together via consciousness projection to discuss strategy. I see them. Wu Wei nodded slightly. There were countless civilizations in the universe, and the symbols of cultivation civilizations were even more diverse. Dao patterns, celestial books, and magic seals could all become symbols of their sects. Frankly, Wu Wei, who had only recently entered the space age, really didn't know what kind of background the other side had. It's the Dao Tian sect. Ancestor Lan Ling spoke slowly, his eyes filled with solemnity. Young friend Wu Wei, do you remember me telling you that within our star cluster, there are 3 long-established level 3 civilizations? Among them, the Dao Tian sect is the most powerful. The Daotian sect's foundation is far more profound than our K-Ling civilization. They have over 20 inner sect elders at level 11. The 3 treasure ships that have appeared ahead indicate that 3 inner sect elders of the Daotian sect have already arrived before us. As they spoke, Ancestor Lanling and Lanaoin's expressions gradually turned serious. The Lanling family was indeed a large family within the K-Ling civilization, wielding considerable influence even among the populations of star systems outside of K-Ling. However, a family was still just a family. Even with Ancestor Lanling and the entire clan's strength combined, they could only rival a powerful level 2 civilization. But ahead, the Daotian sect sent 3 inner sect elders, 3 renowned top immortals. The Lanling family couldn't possibly contend with 3, even 1 Daotian sect inner sect elder would be enough to give their ancestor a hard time. Normally, the arrogant Daotian sect inner sect elders wouldn't even glance at the Lanling family. This shows just how utterly devastated the Lanling family members were. The Daotian sect? I remember now. They say the sect is extremely domineering. I once encountered an inner sect elder at the auction house in the Grand Market who tried to intimidate me with his reputation. I think his name was Xuanjian Immortal. Wu Wei paused briefly to recall the sect's name. Back when he was at the Grand Market auction house, he desperately needed a star core, and an elder from the Daotian sect named Xuanjian Immortal had fought him for it. Of course, the name of Xuanjian Immortal, an elder of the Daotian sect, was of no use to Wu Wei, and the star core ultimately ended up in his hands. Xuanjian Immortal. The 9 Dragons Immortal stood by the bridge window, observing for a moment before pointing to the central treasure ship and confirming, "Wait, I remember now. When I was a rogue cultivator, I visited the Daotian sect. Because we were both sword cultivators, I tried to visit Xuanjian Immortal, hoping he could offer some guidance. But that guy was arrogant and looked down on me. I couldn't even get through his door. I remember his Dao seal. Look, that central treasure ship is his." It seems the impoverished and down on his luck 9 Dragons true man still holds a grudge, recognizing the Dao seal of the profound sword immortal at a glance. Doesn't he realize that the man is at least a true immortal level elder of a major sect? It's perfectly normal for such a powerful figure to look down on you, isn't it? Patriarch Lanao Ibn frowned, pondered for a long time, and then sighed with a worried expression. "Alice, it really is the banner and Dao seal of the profound sword immortal. This is going to be difficult. That profound sword immortal has always been domineering and arrogant, with a terrible reputation. Now he has 2 companions, making a total of 3 inner sect elders. With their current strength, it will probably be very difficult to successfully negotiate with him. It's obvious that negotiation is impossible. If the other side has an absolute advantage, they won't bother negotiating with a weaker party. After all, there's only one treasure. Why would they be so kind as to share it with outsiders? No wonder Lan Aoin's face is grim. The Lanling family has spent countless resources and manpower on the Pure Yang ruins. They were so close to their goal, but then the Daotian sect intervened. 3 level 11 true immortal elders, plus 3 powerful treasure ships, it's enough to make anyone despair. While the Lanling family and Wu Wei and others were rapidly holding an internal meeting to discuss countermeasures, the 3 elders of the Daotian sect also had grave expressions. With such a huge treasure within easy reach, any unexpected event could not be underestimated. However, the 3 elders were all experienced and knowledgeable. Jade Cauldron Immortal swept his divine sense across the fleet and frowned, saying, "There are 2 fleets with different compositions. One fleet's construction style should be that of the Kelling civilization, but I haven't seen the style of the other fleet before, the Kelling civilization. It's a neighbor of the Daotian sect in this star cluster, a long-standing spiritual energy civilization. Spiritual energy is a type of free-floating energy in the universe, which can be used to strengthen oneself or applied to all aspects of life and war, belonging to a relatively common civilization system in the universe. Strictly speaking, spiritual energy is also called spiritual ki in cultivation civilizations, belonging to the same energy substance. However, for cultivation civilizations, most spiritual energy civilizations' cultivation methods are very rudimentary, often focusing most of their energy on how to strengthen the physical body and improve combat power. Cultivation civilizations, on the other hand, advocate the cultivation of both body and spirit. A strong physical body is important, but the cultivation of the primordial spirit is even more important. They have a complete set of cultivation methods for their souls, from nascent soul to deity transformation, and then to ascension. After ascension, one reaches level 10, also known as an immortal in cultivation civilizations. Immortals are extremely powerful because their souls and bodies are both very strong. However, no matter how arrogant and disdainful they are, they must acknowledge that the Kelling civilization, also a level 3 civilization, is not a weak civilization. Even if the two civilizations went to war, Daotian sect would have to pay an incredibly heavy price to annihilate the Kelling civilization. In fact, there was a high probability that they wouldn't be able to destroy it. Because if Daotian sect chose to use force, the Kelling civilization would inevitably unite with another demonic civilization in this star cluster. Even if Daotian sect was arrogant, it wasn't arrogant enough to fight two level 3 civilizations alone. It's not the Kelling civilization's royal fleet, Fairy Honglin said, frowning. Judging from the insignia on their flagship, it should be a fleet from a family under the Kelling civilization. I think it's called the Lanling family, and the patriarch is said to be level 11. Upon hearing this, immortal Xuanjian breathed a sigh of relief and sneered, so it's just a family fleet. I thought someone had the audacity to try and intercept us. This was the border of the chaotic Star Lake, a place rarely visited by fleets. They wouldn't come here without a special reason. Therefore, the three immortals unanimously concluded that the other side was also after the Pure Yang ruins. Xuanjian, don't be careless. Immortal Yuding said solemnly, no matter how much you look down on their family is still as powerful as one of our inner sect elders. Besides, this time they came with another mysterious fleet. We must be careful and not let them capsize in a ditch. What's the use of saying so much? Let's find out what they're capable of first. Xuanjian Immortal gave a wink to the other two immortals. The three elders, Xuanjian Immortal and the others, immediately unleashed the advanced immortal technique, Dharma form of heaven and earth. In the void, the 3-day ocean sect elders, originally ordinary human bodies, suddenly swelled to 100 feet in size, becoming like towering giants in the blink of an eye, seemingly merging with the boundless void around them. Their terrifying power, solid and tangible, swallowing the heavens and earth, spread outwards like a raging torrent. Under such profound pressure, apart from Wu Wei's war angels who remained unmoved and unresponsive, most of the Blue Spirit family's private soldiers tensed up, cold sweat pouring down their backs. They felt as if they were facing the gaping maw of a ferocious beast, facing certain death at any moment. It must be said that the joint appearance of the 3-day ocean sect elders was indeed incredibly powerful, instantly stunning the entire scene. Only the Blue Spirit ancestor managed to maintain his composure. Lan Aoyan, the 9 dragons immortal, and Lan Futi, among others, all wore solemn expressions. Before the 3 level 11 immortals, they seemed to almost stop breathing. Junior members of the Lanling family, the Xuanjian immortal's powerful voice reverberated through the cosmic space. Our Daotian sect is currently handling matters. If you know what's good for you, get out of here immediately. Otherwise, don't blame us for being ruthless. The powerful voice and domineering tone boomed in the ears of all the Lanling family members. Herr Wu Wei, sensing all this, narrowed his eyes. That old scoundrel Xuanjian immortal is truly as domineering as ever. Son-in-law, Lan Aoyan, the charming middle-aged man, now wore a bitter expression. This is not the time to say such things. Then, Lan Aoyan said to the Lanling ancestor, Ancestor, we must ask you to make a decision now. Ancestor Lanling's expression was equally solemn. He was about to speak about when Wu Wei stood up nonchalantly and greeted, Ancestor, father-in-law. Actually, there's nothing to consider about this matter. Let's go out and meet them together. Our Kelling civilization and the Divine Kingdom civilization combined are not easy targets. Young friend Wu Wei is right. Ancestor Lanling laughed heartily, his hands behind his back. With such an opportunity before us, how can we completely miss it? At worst, we can use the situation to intimidate them. I, Lanling, don't believe that they would wage war against 2 level 3 civilizations simultaneously for a single ruin. As he spoke, Ancestor Lanling's consciousness moved, and he was the first to project his energy consciousness into the universe. He didn't transform into a figure hundreds of feet tall like the others, but stood quietly on the deck. However, his demeanor was no less than any of the 3 immortals. Ancestor is magnanimous. Wu Wei smiled and released his consciousness projection, standing shoulder to shoulder with Ancestor Lanling. Lan Aoyan and the 9 dragons immortal exchanged glances, then followed Wu Wei onto the deck. Although they were very uncertain, for the sake of their family's great fortune, They had no choice but to try to maneuver against the other side. The experts from both sides faced each other across the distance. A. Peak level 11. Zhuangjian Immortal looked at Ancestor Lan Ling, his expression suddenly becoming much more serious, and coldly snorted, "You are the ancestor of that Lan Ling family, right? I didn't expect you to have cultivated to the peak of level 11. But, do you think you can compete with our Daotian sect for treasures by yourself?" Zhuangjian Immortal is joking. "I am Ancestor Lan Ling, and I greet the three immortals." Ancestor Lan Ling said neither arrogantly nor humbly, "The ruins of the pure Yang Immortal sect naturally belong to those who are destined. According to the survival laws of intelligent beings in the universe, we have the right to enjoy the right to explore the ruins of the pure Yang Immortal sect." HMPH. Immortal Jade Cauldron scoffed, "Ancestor Blue Spirit, the pure Yang Immortal sect is a relic of our cultivation civilization. Millions of years ago, our Dao Heaven sect and the pure Yang Immortal sect were allies. According to the rules, the relics of the pure Yang Immortal sect should be excavated and maintained by our cultivation civilization." "My husband is right," Fairy Red Waves chimed in, adding her imposing presence. "You mere spiritual energy civilizations don't understand cultivation at all, so what right do you have to explore the pure Yang relics together?" The three level 11 true immortal inner sect elders spoke one after another, their auras extremely aggressive. If it weren't for the fact that the other side had a level 11 peak ancestor, fearing they might become desperate, they might not even have bothered to speak. Three immortals, at this moment, the Blue Spirit Clan chief, Blue Aoyan, suppressing his inner anger, stepped forward. "The rightful successor of the pure Yang sect is none other than my son-in-law, Immortal Nine Dragons, so this ancient relic of the pure Yang sect should rightfully belong to my son-in-law, Immortal Nine Dragons. A successor of pure Yang." The three immortals paused, focusing their attention on an immortal in the opposing camp. Frankly, all three were arrogant level 11 true immortals, only showing some apprehension towards the level 11 peak elder Lan Ling. They hadn't even given the opposing group of level 10 immortals a second glance. Sure enough, there really was an immortal from a cultivation civilization in the opposing camp, and judging from the aura he inadvertently exuded, it possessed a pure and yang quality. Boy, the Zhuangjian Immortal unleashed a powerful pressure on the Nine Dragons Immortal. "What sect or school are you from? I've never heard of you." The Nine Dragons Immortal forcefully resisted the pressure, raising his head and saying, "I am the Nine Dragons Immortal, a rogue cultivator, who has achieved this position thanks to the legacy of pure Yang." With that, a pure and Yang aura erupted from him, like a blazing sun. Indeed, it is the aura of pure Yang. The three immortals all brightened with joy, exchanging glances to confirm the identity of the Nine Dragons Immortal. The red mist fairy's eyes flickered, looking towards the Nine Dragons Immortal beside Lan Aoyan, and she giggled. "I never imagined that the Nine Dragons was actually a successor of the pure Yang Immortal sect. It was truly an effortless acquisition. My love is absolutely right." Beside the red mist fairy, the handsome and refined Jade Cauldron Immortal, with a slight smile, casually replied, "Since he's a successor of the pure Yang Immortal sect, he must have the ability to open other restrictions. With him, we'll save ourselves a lot of trouble." The mysterious Sword Immortal also chuckled, "Since we're all from the same lineage of cultivation, this is easy to discuss." Then, the mysterious Sword Immortal said loudly, "Nine Dragons, since you're also from my lineage of cultivation, you must have heard of the reputation of our Daotian sect. All right then, I will accept you as a disciple on behalf of my sect. You are here to become a true disciple of my Daotian sect. From now on, you will be my junior brother." Upon hearing this, the faces of the Lanling family members changed drastically. This Daotian sect was far too arrogant and domineering, daring to poach talent right before their eyes. All eyes turned to the Nine Dragons Immortal. If he chose to betray his family and join the Daotian sect, the already dire situation would worsen. The Lanling family might even lose their right to explore the pure Yang Immortal sect ruins. Lan Aoyan's face turned a deep purplish blue, a sense of foreboding washing over him. The status of a true disciple of the Daotian sect was far beyond what a mere son-in-law of the Lanling family could attain. The Nine Dragons Immortal was also stunned. He had once been a wandering rogue cultivator, dreaming of joining the renowned Daotian sect. He had even spent his savings to travel to the territory of the Zhuangjian Immortal, hoping to showcase his talent and be exceptionally accepted into the sect. Unfortunately, he not only failed to even see the Zhuangjian Immortal that time, but was also severely humiliated by his disciples. A mere rogue cultivator, not even an immortal yet, dares to presume to seek guidance from the Xuanjian immortal. This toad doesn't even bother to look at himself in the mirror. The humiliations he suffered at the Daotian sect that day replayed vividly in his mind like a movie. He, the Nine Dragons immortal, chuckled, cupping his hands in thanks to the Xuanjian immortal, saying, "Nine Dragons thanks the Xuanjian immortal for his kind offer." The Xuanjian immortal, with his enormous Dharma form, stroked his flowing beard, revealing a rare, amiable smile. Of course, of course. Nine Dragons, you have rendered a great service this time. From now on, the three of us will look after you. Moreover, you possess the pure Yang inheritance, your future is limitless. It's a pity I must defy the immortal's kindness, the Nine Dragons immortal lamented. I, Nine Dragons, have wandered for half my life, only finding warmth in the Lanling family. Besides, my love for my beloved wife is stronger than gold, how could I betray her? You. The Xuanjian immortal's confident expression froze instantly. He couldn't understand how the down-and-out cultivator dared to refuse such preferential treatment. Chapter 375 The Temperamental Older Brother. Haha, Lan Aoyun breathed a sigh of relief and laughed heartily. My dear son-in-law, I knew I hadn't misjudged your character. Thank you for the praise, father-in-law. The Nine Dragons immortal smiled obsequiously, revealing a sycophantic expression. Please put in a good word for me with Ranger, father-in-law. Of course, of course. If Ranger ever bullies you, I'll stand up for you. Ah, thank you for your kindness, father-in-law. The father-in-law and son-in-law chatted back and forth, appearing so harmonious, which made the Xuanjian immortal's side's expression grow increasingly worse. Ahem. Lan Aoyun stopped showing off and looked seriously at Xuanjian immortal, saying, Senior Xuanjian, my son-in-law, Zhilong immortal, is the rightful heir of the Chunyang immortal sect. Inheriting the Chunyang legacy is only right and proper. However, for Senior Xuanjian's sake, I, Lan Aoyun, on behalf of my son-in-law Zhilong immortal, agree to cooperate with your side in developing the Chunyang ruins. All profits will be split 50-50. Lan Aoyun's words were quite eloquent. In fact, the situation forced him to do so. Now that the Daotian sect's forces had already broken through the formation here, it was impossible to drive them away. Moreover, if the two sides were to engage in a war, not only would they be unable to win, but even if they could win, the consequences would be endless. The Daotian sect, a third-level civilization, was not to be trifled with. Clearly, the goodwill expressed by Lan Aoyun came from the instructions of Ancestor Lanling. My dear son-in-law, I apologize for this matter. Lan Aoyun's voice secretly reached Wu Wei's ears. The Daotian sect is powerful, and our Lanling family cannot afford to offend them. Regarding the losses suffered by the Divine Kingdom, our Lanling family is willing to share 30% of our share of profits as compensation to your side. Father-in-law, you are too kind. Wu Wei calmly transmitted his voice. This exploration of the ruins was originally led by the Lanling family. Our Divine Kingdom previously promised that whatever decision the Lanling family makes, we will unconditionally support them. As for compensation, there is no need to mention it. In fact, Wu Wei was not afraid of that damned Daotian sect at all. As long as it was a local war, Wu Wei could completely deploy superior forces to encircle and annihilate them. Even if the two sides went to war in full force, Wu Wei's Divine Kingdom could still experience explosive growth in a short period of time. Moreover, the planes under the Divine Kingdom's command were scattered throughout the universe. Even if the Heavenly Dao sect had great abilities, it was impossible for them to completely destroy Wu Wei's Divine Kingdom. As long as he gets a chance to breathe, the Daotian sect will inevitably be wiped out in the end. Of course, Wu Wei, concerned for the survival of the Lanling family, wouldn't easily start a war with the Daotian sect. Otherwise, the Lanling family, with its fixed territory, would likely be doomed. Thank you for your understanding, son-in-law. Lan Aoyun's voice was somewhat bitter as he helplessly transmitted his thoughts. This time we're unlucky, half of our resources were forcibly taken. Now, we can only hope that the treasures and resources within the Chunyang ruins are plentiful. Otherwise, our Lanling family will suffer a huge loss. Just as Lan Aoyun and Wu Wei were secretly conversing, the three Daotian sect elders, led by Xuanjian Immortal, were also secretly exchanging words. Only a few dozen seconds later, the immortal Xuanjian said coldly, "What merit do you, a mere Lanling family, possess to share the ruins treasure with us?" However, Don't accuse my Daotian sect of being arrogant and domineering. How about this? Since you've come all this way, you'll take 10% of the ruins treasure as a reward. The Lanling family only had one cruiser-class flagship and 20 escort ships. In the eyes of the three elders of the Daotian sect, this force posed no threat whatsoever. As for the flagship and 4 escort ships of the other civilization, they had never seen them before. However, 5 warships were even less significant to the three elders. Most importantly, if this were within the territory of any major civilization, the 3 of them might have been slightly more restrained, but they were now on the border of the chaotic Star Lake, a no-man's land. This place was desolate, dark, and uninhabited. Even if the 3 elders were to kill the Lanling family and Wu Wei and the others to silence them for the sake of the pure Yang Immortal Sect's ancient ruins, it would all be done without anyone knowing. Now that the immortal Xuanjian was willing to share 10% of the profits, they considered it an immense favor. However, these words caused all the members of the Lanling family to change their expressions. Immortal Xuanjian, don't push your luck. This is the inheritance of our Lanling family's son-in-law's lineage. If we both compromise and divide the treasure equally, that's fine. But if you insist on taking it all for yourself, our Kaling civilization isn't to be trifled with. Lan Aowen trembled with anger, raising his eyebrows in a cold rebuke. However, his words lacked conviction. There was no way around it. The other party's strength was undeniable, and their Lanling family couldn't possibly contend with the 3 elders of the Daotian sect. But this situation was unacceptable to the Lanling family. Hair had hell, each taking a step back? What exactly do you have that makes Daotian sect and you each take a step back? Xuanjian Immortal sneered disdainfully, his cold gaze sweeping over the silent Lanling ancestor. Just your family's 11th level peak ancestor? Giving you 10% is already giving you face. If it were my original temper, I would have made sure none of you left today. You? Lan Aowen was speechless, not expecting the other party to be so domineering. What you? Yuding Immortal sneered with his hands behind his back. You're not convinced, are you? In my opinion, since they're so unreasonable, let's spare that Jiulong's life, and destroy all the rest of their bodies. My husband is quite right. Hong Lan Fairy also smiled charmingly, her killing intent palpable. In this edge of the chaotic Star Lake, even if they wanted to communicate with a mother civilization, they couldn't. They're dead, that's all. Who would know it was us who did it? Such a nonchalant discussion about killing and silencing witnesses was enough to show that the 3rd elder of Daotian sect had plenty of confidence. At the same time, this was also a way to put pressure on the Lanling family. They were being offered a 10% share, and instead of being grateful, they dared to haggle? Did they not know the meaning of death? Conversely, almost all members of the Lanling family were on edge, their palms sweating profusely. They all knew cultivation civilizations very well. In the universe, cultivation civilizations often consisted of individuals who took extreme paths. If they truly became ruthless, they were cold-blooded and merciless. If the other party really wanted to kill them, could they escape? No, impossible. In this broken and chaotic void, they couldn't escape the pursuit. Even the Lanling ancestor frowned deeply. The domineering nature of this Daotian sect immortal had clearly exceeded his expectations. 10%, they were only willing to share 10%. Even more terrifying was that, given their domineering nature, if they encountered any danger during their exploration, they would inevitably force the Lanling family to wade into the water. Fear, righteous indignation, and other emotions spread among the members of the Blue Spirit family. As a 3rd-level civilization, this was the first time they had experienced such humiliation. Your Highness Lan Fudy trembled with anger, her eyes brimming with tears as she looked at Wu Wei. Don't worry. Wu Wei understood her meaning, nodded, and gave her a reassuring look. How, Daotian sect, is that it? Wu Wei, who had remained calm throughout, finally spoke slowly. Tisk, all they talk about is killing to silence witnesses. Sounds pretty impressive, doesn't it? Father-in-law, could this Daotian sect be a star galaxy overlord, a legendary level 5 civilization? No, Lan Aowen shook his head with a wry smile and sighed in agreement. They are a level 3 civilization within the same star cluster as our family, with overall strength slightly surpassing the K-Link civilization. What? A level 3 civilization that dominates an entire star cluster? Wu Wei exclaimed in exaggerated astonishment. My goodness, in this vast universe, when did even level 3 civilizations become so arrogant? It's almost terrifying, this divine son. Wu Wei's undisguised voice deliberately amplified through the spatial string, naturally enraging the elders, including Zhuangjian Xianrun, as well as all the Dao Tian sect disciples on the 3 treasure ships. You bastard! Who are you? How dare you insult our Dao Tian sect? Divine child? What kind of lousy divine child is this? Are you one of those religious civilizations that like to play tricks and fool the common people? As a prestigious sect with a strength of level 3, the Dao Tian sect had never been so humiliated to their face. The disciples on the treasure ship retaliated with uncontrollable curses. In particular, the 3 elders of the Dao Tian sect were furious and all turned their divine senses toward Wu Wei. Wait? Your voice sounds familiar. Yes, it's you. Suddenly, the Zhuangjian immortal's angry eyes glared at Wu Wei in the distance like copper bells. So it's you. You're the one who stole my star core in the interdimensional market. How, you stole my star core and still dare to show your face in front of me? You have quite the nerve. The Zhuangjian immortal laughed in anger. If this kid hadn't stolen his star core at the auction house, his magic weapon would have been born long ago. Look at what you're saying. Buying and selling is all about skill. Do you think the items in the auction house belong to your family? So you think you're the only one in the universe who's powerful, and everyone has to give way to you? Fine, fine. The Zhuangjian immortal laughed in fury. Boy, you're so arrogant. Since that's the case, I'll show you what true dominance is. Before he finished speaking, he flicked his sword finger, and a celestial sword appeared behind him, then shot out in an instant. The celestial sword's aura was like a rainbow, its powerful sword force like a void storm sweeping across the starry sky, traversing the void and arriving in a flash. Under the powerful sword force's vibrations, even space itself trembled violently, and wisps of spatial cracks continuously formed around the sword force, spreading like a spider web. His sudden outburst left Wu Wei completely bewildered. What the hell was this? He had clearly planned to first suppress the opponent's aura, then display his own strength and power, making the opponent back down. Wu Wei never expected the Zhuangjian immortal to be so volatile, resorting to violence without a word. However, Wu Wei and the others were negotiating with the Dao Tian sect outside using energy projection avatars. Seeing the other party attack, they immediately withdrew their avatars and returned to their respective spaceships. Realizing the situation was turning against them, Wu Wei also used a bit of divine power to instantly teleport Lan Fudy from her own spaceship to his arbiter spaceship. It all happened in the blink of an eye. All of Wu Wei's actions seemed to be completed in an instant. At the same time, the Zhuangjian immortal's sword strike came crashing down. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the powerful sword force slammed into the arbiter's energy shield. The sacred shield, capable of withstanding the full force of an 11th level expert's attack, trembled violently, causing the entire arbiter to shake violently. Although the attack failed to break through the energy shield, it visibly dimmed. The angels aboard the arbiter's flagship all paled. How can this sword strike be so powerful? A 6-winged angel couldn't help but exclaim. At this rate, 2 or 3 more strikes and the energy shield probably won't hold. This Zhuangjian immortal's combat power is indeed formidable. He truly deserves to be an 11th level true immortal sword cultivator. Wu Wei's expression also turned slightly grave. The 10-winged angels of the Divine Kingdom were also powerful, but in terms of pure destructive force, they were slightly inferior to the Zhuangjian immortal. However, this didn't mean the Divine Kingdom's angels were weaker than the Zhuangjian immortal. The angels were only slightly weaker in destructive force, but in other aspects, they surpassed the Zhuangjian immortal, especially in prolonged battles, where the 10-winged angels far outperformed those cultivators. Just then, the Zhuangjian immortal's second sword strike arrived again. The terrifying sword force crushed everything, causing the surrounding void to tremble continuously. Even through the warship, everyone inside seemed to feel the sharp and powerful aura. Seeing Zhuangjian immortal's relentless pursuit of Wu Wei, as if determined to kill him, anyone unaware of the inside story would truly believe that Wu Wei harbored some deep-seated hatred, like a blood feud over the murder of his father or the theft of his wife. Damn it! Wu Wei couldn't help but roll his eyes. That bastard Zhuangjian, does he have to be so violent? Just because I'm not showing my teeth doesn't mean I'm a pushover. He felt a surge of anger. Immediately, Wu Wei decided to retaliate. The gate of heaven within the arbiter had been activated, and the space between it and the Divine Kingdom had been anchored. But at this moment, the usually low-profile ancestor Lanling moved. Ancestor Lanling's face was filled with rage, and his true form instantly appeared in the void of space from the flagship. Zuanjian, you are supposed to be a dignified elder of the Daotian sect, a renowned expert on Nash Star Lake, yet you are so arrogant and domineering. At the same time, his body rapidly expanded, growing dozens of times larger in the blink of an eye, transforming into a giant over 100 meters tall. A terrifying aura erupted from his body, instantly filling the space within a radius of several miles with a surging tide of spiritual energy, chilling everyone to the bone. The Blue Spirit Clan's cultivation technique, the Azure Wave Vast Expanse technique, is one of the three great spiritual energy divine arts of the K-Link civilization, possessing unparalleled power. Its most famous feature is the spiritual energy body. The spiritual energy body not only grants the Blue Spirit Ancestor a physique comparable to that of star beasts and war giants, but also offers numerous other wondrous uses. As soon as the spiritual energy body took shape, the Blue Spirit Ancestor raised his left hand, which had become dozens of times thicker. A massive spiritual energy shield instantly appeared before him. The shield was over 100 meters in diameter, appearing incredibly thick and solid, radiating an extremely concentrated aura, as if no attack could break through it. Seeing this, the younger generation of the Blue Spirit Clan couldn't help but show pride on their faces. Almost the instant the shield appeared, the Zuanjin Immortal's immortal sword had already swept in. Ancestor Lanling's figure blurred as he raised his massive psionic shield to block the incoming immortal sword. Boom! A deafening roar echoed as the immortal sword and the psionic shield collided violently. The shattered sword energy and terrifying psionic fluctuations instantly swept out like a storm, causing the surrounding void to tremble violently. Ancestor Lanling was also shaken by the terrifying impact of the immortal sword, his blood surging, his complexion alternating between red and white. However, even so, he did not retreat a single step. Suddenly, Ancestor Lanling roared, his psionic energy surging dramatically, the surging energy waves pouring into the psionic shield like a tidal wave. Boom! The blue psionic shield trembled violently, and the immortal sword was abruptly pulled back. Lanling, I never expected your Azure Waves and Vast Expanse technique to have reached such a level. I have to admire you a bit more. The Zuanjin Immortal sheathed his sword, traversing the endless void like an invincible immortal, his body radiating dazzling light. His voice reverberated through the vibrations of spatial strings, a cold, solemn laugh escaping his lips. Unfortunately, today is a battle for destiny, allowing no mercy. Yuding, Honglan, how long are you planning to watch this show? Now is not the time for gentleness and humility. Hurry up and make your move. The Yuding Immortal and the Honglan Fairy exchanged a glance, as if both saw the resolve in each other's eyes. Since the Zuanjin Immortal had chosen to attack instead of negotiating, they, as allies, naturally had to fully support him. Moreover, their strength was clearly far superior. Rather than adding variables, it was better to eliminate the enemy first. If they missed this tremendous opportunity from the pure Yang Immortal sect, their chances of breaking through to level 12 in this lifetime would be virtually non-existent. Immediately, they both stepped out of the treasure ship and entered the void. In the scattered light of the void, the Jade Cauldron Immortal, his green robes swaying, his sword light as sharp as ice, the Crimson Wave Immortal, her hands forming hand seals, red ribbon swirling around her, emanating a terrifying aura. The two, one forceful and the other gentle, complemented each other perfectly. The power they unleashed together was far more than just 1 + 1 = 2. With their first attack, several small warships of the Blue Spirit Clan were caught off guard and severely damaged. Not good. The Blue Spirit Clan's cruiser-class flagship was the first to be hit, and the captain of that flagship was none other than the current patriarch of the Blue Spirit Clan, Lan Aoyan. His face was grave and grim as he roared, "All ships, activate energy arc shields to maximum." With his command, the energy arc shields on all the Blue Spirit Clan's warships suddenly blazed brightly, stretching out like eggshells, their dazzling light illuminating almost half the void. Boom! The flagship was struck head-on. The massive flagship was actually forced back several hundred meters by the impact. Its powerful shield rippled and nearly shattered, and fine cracks appeared on its sturdy hull. Inside the flagship, some of the weaker members of the Blue Spirit Clan suffered internal organ rupture and bled from their 7 orifices. Terrifying. The combined attack of Jade Cauldron Immortal and Red Wave Immortal was no less powerful than the full-force attack of a level 12 Celestial Immortal. Damn it! The Daotian sect people are too domineering. Lan Aoyan roared in fury, ordering, All ships, counterattack. Full counterattack. Boom boom boom. The Blue Spirit Clan's main flagship launched the first attack, its bow-mounted psionic cannon unleashing a devastating strike. A massive beam of azure light tore through the void, hurtling towards Jade Cauldron and Red Wave Immortal with earth-shattering force. Such cruiser-class main ships were rare even within the entire Kelling civilization. The Blue Spirit Clan had expended a vast amount of wealth and connections to accumulate this asset. It was the foundation and core of the family. A full-force strike from the main psionic cannon could pierce the core of an asteroid thousands of kilometers across. At the same time, the remaining 20 escort ships also launched their attack, beams of blue psionic energy piercing the sky like swords, roaring and howling. The situation had taken such a sudden turn that Wu Wei frowned deeply. He had truly underestimated the strength and domineering nature of the Dao Tian sect. They had actually started a war without a word. But, Herr Wu Wei felt a chill run down his spine. Since they had chosen the path of killing to silence witnesses and monopolizing the ruins' treasure, then Wu Wei wouldn't be so ruthless as to retaliate. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.